It's World Peace and Prayer Day, June 21, 2022. Please unite with us as one prayer. Thank you. And blessed be the miracle of this new day and every day here forward. Many thanks to Chief Looking Horse and Paula and all our relations who have united for uniting the sacred sites. We will be restreaming the entire day's broadcast from Sunday for those of you who missed it. Thank you.
So, and another thing is if you look at our country, there's a lot of the things that have been destroyed. Natural rivers, they messed up Colorado River to feed all that Las Vegas and all this junk that we don't need. That's not going to help anybody, and it's not helping anybody. That's why the West is drying up. All these 300 million people, they don't belong here. That is why the environment's dying. The land is telling us that it's wrong. Just like a sick person does something they're not supposed to do, you say they're sick. They're telling you they're sick. The land is the same. It's telling us that it's sick and it needs to stop. So it's nobody's going to come and help us. It's the native people that have to come together, the traditional people. The tribal governments, they're not going to help us because they represent America, white people. So they're not going to help us. So don't rely on them. Maybe one of them would, but no more than that. So it's up to us, the mothers, the daughters, even the little babies. They can't speak for themselves. We have to speak for them, just like we were protected. So that's how far you have to see. You don't see something in front of you. You see beyond. That's how the Creator made everything for us. So that's how we have to believe it. That's how I was taught. That's how I'm supposed to see things. So those are the issues that I have. So I think the traditional people, we have to have a gathering again to talk about these things, how people can help us in different countries, different languages. And however we can do it, we need to put something together to get it moving. Because the white man calls it sovereignty. I don't know what that is, but we've never surrendered. And our roots are still rooted in the ground. We've never let it go. So I can say that we make an international court in my tribe's name or my territory, that we can start it that way. Then anybody can be brought to court, because that's the white man and the international people. That's what they identify with, court system. That would be the only reason, because tribe has their own punishments, their own way of dealing with things, cleaning things. So all these things have to be done, and we can't wait for it. So I like to see that done, some kind of a gathering put together for that purpose. So that's what I have to say today. And welcome to everybody.
Mitakepi apetukile una echachua ke ohina jipnuka. Echa makakanache una makasi tomani hoyati kile ogna ake hechachi Nagsicha siya atantula hena hoya pikte na ha tuwayo kit kapi hita ha eche makoche waka okoya pi hena iwongla kapikte lo. Blessings and greetings to each and every one of you, my relatives. Today, we bring a message worldwide, internationally, because the concerns that we have in our home territory, and we have come to that place in time, in this time right now. We warn that someday you would not be able to control what you have created. That day is here. Today, we're faced with global challenges, global warmings, global disaster. And it affects us, each and every one of us. We say that Mother Earth is sick and has a fever. As we do our ceremonies in our homelands, we sit with the elders, and it hurts us. And we need to speak out from our sacred places. This is a very sacred place here, like my relative said. And I'd like to say, Wopila for inviting us here, my relative from Mississippi tribe here, and all the surrounding relatives here. I'm really honored to be here with each and every one of you to carry a message of World Peace and Prayer Day, because that World Peace and Prayer Day, the first World Peace and Prayer Day we had was 1996. We travel on horseback, on foot, to a place called Matho Tipila. People call it Devil's Tower, 1996. And I hope we can change that name from Devil's Tower to Matho Tipila, because in our sacred language, there's no word for devil. 1996. The reason why we went there was when I was very young, I became a sacred bundle keeper. 19th generation keeper of the sacred chanupa, the sacred pipe. My name is Arvo Looking Horse. And I was raised by the traditional people, the elders. And World Peace and Prayer Day, today we all the elders that have worked with us have made that sacred journey. And we have people that they said that they're going to be here, like Myra and Dewey. They helped us. They made that sacred journey. Of elders from our homelands. But we say a prayer. And I know that they're helping us from the other side. But I'm really honored for the people that are here with us today, and each and every one of you out there on this time. At this time, we're doing our ceremonies. As a sacred bundle keeper, they told me that not to use any foul language, not to carry a gun, a weapon. So I never did. every spiritual leader, and to us, we can't use foul language. We can't carry a gun because it brings tears to our eyes. That's what the elders remind us. That we as a First Nations people, Indigenous people, now we are keepers of Mother Earth, peacekeepers, faith keepers. Now we are a nation. There's many nations upon Mother Earth, but we all carry our traditional ways and we respect each and every one of them. We need to heal together as nations because when Mother Earth is sick, we are sick. We have our sacred teachings from the star knowledge to Ojimaka, the sacred sites, the vortex, and a lot of our sacred teachings is not written in books, but we are standing here. We are here, and we need to maintain our health and well-being, peace and balance of Mother Earth. But we need at this time every human being you pray for. That's our ways. Our ways is that no, it's not I this, I that. It's bragging. And in our ways we say mitakie oyasi, that we are related. We believe in a sacred hoop, changleshka waka. Apetu kele mitake pi eche changleshka wakam kele wongla kapinka. Taku eche makak neche wokaki jecho koyan peche. Ona Elohina chipionka eche ona otiechia ohina chipi. Na eche woaza tanki ke eche okachwo ke makak neche na hiya echwa. Eche ke woaza tanki ke eche oin happy eche ya onsia onziapi. Na champetu kile eche. Ona leche ahoina chipi na taki che wongla kapionka. Eche tunkashla eche na petu kile eche wongla kikte. As we travel to sacred places, we know in our hearts and on our minds that we must pray for Ojimaka. There's much sickness upon Mother Earth and heal us in our very sick ways. We know that there's got to be health for our children. We pray for the two-legged, the four-legged, the winged ones, those ones that swim and crawl. We know that we have a lot of responsibilities and duties upon the earth. We can't sit no more. We must stand together to unite, because what is happening right now, that man has gone too far. And today, we are seeing the effects of global warming. We see thousands of our relatives that are dying as we speak here. We know that the animal nations we follow the animal nation. We follow the animal nations and we speak our sacred language and we pray. And we know that whatever happens to them affects us the same way. So as we know that we are in our sacred territories, the sacred sites, but we must travel all of our homeland to carry a message to the world. Because in my positioned as a sacred bundle keeper, the keeper of the sacred white buffalo calf pipe bundle. Angela Chanupa, Hawayanka, Hemia. Naha, apetu kile eche hona da ku eche hena ahan eche Angela eche Angela sawi eche woglake yunka hena mucheta ha wopche ota eche ayushta. The Great Spirit sent the white buffalo calf woman. The people were having a hard time upon the earth, and nothing was good. And there's 2 scouts sitting on top of the hill looking for buffalo, looking for game. And from the clouds, the low clouds, came a woman, a beautiful woman. And she brought that sacred, she walked to them. And she said, I know what both of you are thinking. One of you have a good mind. One of you have a not good mind. And she said, I know what you're thinking, so you must come, the one with your thoughts. So this one person that has lustful thoughts for her walk towards her, and the cloud enveloped. The clouds were heavy, and the clouds lifted. He was in skeleton. And she told the other scout, said, go back and tell the people what you have seen. So he went home and told the people that, you know, this woman is coming to bring the sacred bundle, the gift. So people say it was 4 days, and some people say it was 1 day. But the message on the bundle that she brought, no, she brought and put it on the ground. And she said, she told the people, from here on, you're going to pray with the sacred bundle, the sacred chanupa, the sacred pipe. She told the people that only the good shall see the pipe, the bad should not even see it or touch it. Said, in time you shall know the laws of this pipe. Then she left. She stopped 4 times. The first time she stopped and rolled over, she stood up as a young black buffalo. She walked up the hill, stopped and rolled over, as became a red one. The 3rd time she stopped and rolled over, as it became a yellow, a buckskin. The 4th time it became a white buffalo calf with black nose, black eyes, black hooves. She went over the hill as a white buffalo calf. And then she came back. She looked back and she waved and went over the hill. And the people said that someday she would return and stand upon the earth as a white buffalo calf, black nose, black eyes, black hooves, that you shall carry a message among your people once again. And that day is here. 1994, the first white buffalo was born in Janesville, Wisconsin. And we know that the time is coming close. So 1996, we did that first World Peace and Prayer Day in the heart of Mother Earth, where the sacred bundle was brought. So I made a message that we are at the crossroads, either be faced with a lot of chaos, global disasters, tears from our relatives' eyes. We're going to see a lot of sicknesses and viruses shall come upon the people. We're going to see false prophets, false leaders. No more honorable wars. It's all about money and greed. We're going to see a lot of anger and hatred. We're going to see earthquakes, volcanoes where it never happens. That Mother Earth she's going to send that at this time, when the white buffalo calf was born, they say that the Homakashka was a song which had that when she stands upon the earth, many white animals shall be born upon Mother Earth. And the message was loud and clear. And or we can unite spiritually. All nations, all faiths, one prayer. May peace be with each and every one of you, my relatives. I hope you can pray with us during these times of hardship, World Peace Prayer Day. Thank you very much.
Jeez, my dad's tall. Just look up. Our next presenter is going to be Buzz and Linda Daney. They come from the Chupik Reservation, Chupik people from the Alaskan Territory. They traveled really far to come and be with us today. So I like to present Linda and Buzz Daney to the stage.
I'm Buzz. I'm from Choctaw Nation, actually, born and raised in territory of Alaska.
Waka winuya khalgunga chupakamingunga daga ikitalnguk nagasu ayagina kawuk huya namani nang chisuda kan chisuda su takan khulbami. My primary name is Muyakhalak, named after my uncle, my mom's brother. My dad's name is Joe Ayagarak, that's his foster name. My mom's name is Aggie Ayagarak, and I'm grateful to the first people of this land for allowing us to set foot on your land.
We were asked to talk about Arctic and climate changes in Alaska, and I was grateful to receive a PowerPoint that we're using as an outline from Patricia Cochran with the Alaska Native Science Commission. So thank you, Patricia. Some of the major issues I'll just outline now are erosion, permafrost, loss of sea ice, human health, storms, glaciers, fires, ocean acidification, increased temperatures, new and invasive species, food security, open Arctic waters. So on erosion, you want to share? So with the ice melting, it's seriously affected our coastline. Many people that do not know that over half the coastline of the United States is in Alaska. It's a very, very large area that it encompasses. So with the ice melting, the increased temperatures, and the water rising, it's encroached upon our villages. They're all built in watersheds. Temperatures have increased an average of 3.5 Celsius since 1975. That's 30 some degrees, which is huge. Permafrost is melting. Many years ago, I think it's been over 30 years, we were hearing from the elders in the villages that the tundra is getting soft again. And we were hearing some of those old ancient stories about what that meant. In 2003, the United States government found 3 communities seeking to relocate in Alaska. and 184 other communities being affected by flooding and the erosion. In 2009, it was 12 villages asking to relocate, and currently it's over 30. Health issues.
So in regards to the erosion, the first of the erosions that we started witnessing was in Bethel, Alaska. And the city was not able to control that. And so we started turning to the elders, and the elders were saying that the shamans, before contact, foresaw the erosion happening in Bethel. And they stated that, when the white man sets foot on this land, things are going to start happening, very much what you said. And the permafrost, when I was small, I used to walk the tundra every summer, every spring. And one time I had a stick with me when I was walking the tundra, and I decided to go dig into the tundra. And it didn't take very long for my big stick to hit the permafrost. And so I started digging the tundra, and there I saw the ice. And about 20 years later, I went back and went out with my mom and dad to the tundra. We walked the tundra again after I went to the boarding school. I returned back home. The tundra was soft. It was soft enough that it made me feel tired. And the erosion in St. Paul in the wintertime, when winter arrives, the sea, the ice sea, would form around St. Paul Island that protected the island from the winter storms. Last few winters, the sea ice didn't form, and the winter storm started pounding against the cliffs. It started taking away the land from the St. Paul Island. And that's happening all around the coast. Nukhtak had to relocate. They were one of the first villages that had to relocate to a higher ground because a lot of their land is now underwater.
Some of the health issues going further is damage and disruption to water and sanitation infrastructure. So Indian Health Service has done a lot throughout Alaska to build in what wasn't there before: running water, toilets. Before it was honey bucket and well water. So those are making a big change. Range change in wildlife that cause disease. Changes in marine conditions that are increasing the risk for foodborne illnesses. Milder winter temperatures increasing risk of injury from insect stings and more insects. So when I grew up in the south central part of Alaska, we had what we called real winters. There were a lot of snow, winds came January, February. It's balmy. We have rain in January now. Arctic parasites are being found in some subsistence species. So that's a real concern.
In regards to the health issues, my uncle, David Bill, said that I used to sit a lot of mornings with my uncle, David, before he passed away. And he told me a lot of stories. And he said that before the white man came, we hardly had any sicknesses or illnesses or any kind of disease. And when the white man came and they brought their food with them, people started having arthritis. They started having all kinds of disease. And so I decided to quit eating red meat, and my arthritic pain disappeared. I followed what my uncle had talked about, but also, my son who asked me what I was going to give up for Lent, and I decided I'm going to give up red meat. I've never gone back to eating red meat again. I eat native food, seafood. I'll eat, some healthy, food, um, but mostly native food that's really good for us spiritually. And that's a health issue. Let's see. And the parasites, when we go fishing, about this time of the year, we start fishing for red salmon, king salmon. And number of years ago, not too long ago, they started discovering parasites in the fish, and we were alarmed with that. And they started saying that, even at nighttime, some of those parasites were glowing. And so they turned to the elders, and the elders told them to throw those fish away, not to eat them. And it's because of the warm weather. But 2 years ago, I think a year ago, 2 years ago, back from my hometown, we had the weather reached up to 90 degrees. It never, ever, ever reached up to 90 degrees. The highest we used to have was 60, 65. That's very hot for us. I'm melting right now. But food, the parasites are just popping up. The small, bugs that we've never seen before are appearing. The warm weather is bringing all that to our land. And there's areas where there used to be permafrost in interior Alaska. You'll see huge mass of lands that have sunk. It's because the permafrost has melted, therefore sinking the land.
Yeah, it's true. And invasive species. My mom and dad are from Oklahoma, so I know what grasshoppers and a little bit of locusts look like. But a few years ago, from the valley, which gets really warm during the summer, we actually had an infestation of locusts. Even in the town, you could see them crawling on the ground. It was amazing. We're going to share a little bit about sea ice, which is declining more rapidly than projected. Some models project total loss of Arctic sea ice between 2030 and 2050. So her village, Chivak, is 10 miles inland from the Bering Sea. So they're right in the middle of that issue. The Northern Sea Route, 50 days navigable waters now. By 2050, it will be 125 days. That's a huge change. Opportunities for trans-Arctic shipping. There's needs for infrastructure, need for oil spill response, impacts on subsistence hunting and whaling, impacts on marine mammals, warming feedbacks. In our area in Cook Inlet, there used to be thousands of beluga whales. We went on an airplane across to Mount Susitna, Sleeping Lady, which is 50 miles across from us. You used to see them in the water, and they looked like small white minnows. There were so many of them, but they went way, way down, I think, to just a few hundred due to conditions, shipping, pollution, and the indigenous folks were allowed to hunt them at one time. That stopped. I think the population finally went over 1,000 just a few years ago. So thankfully it's coming back. Glaciers, Alaska's glaciers are losing mass very rapidly. So there's a glacier about 50 miles from Anchorage down the Turnagain Arm. And when I was a boy, we could go on the ice. The glacier was so close to the shore, it would have pieces of ice that had calved off of it, and we could just walk on that ice and play around. It was a lot of fun. And you could also camp in the surrounding area. Decades later, that glacier is now over 5 kilometers away. So you have to go by a ship. And we went on that, I think, with Shaquille one time, and I was like shocked because I'd seen things I'd never seen. We'd hiked and gone around the glacier before when I was a boy. Now we had to go way, way back. Fresh water discharged to the ocean is approximately similar to that from Greenland ice sheet. Implications for global sea level rise, implications for salinity, temperature, and sedimentation related to salmon habitat, fisheries, and marine ecosystems, and implications for ocean currents. Wildfires are increasing. So,
So back home right now, there's 2 tundra fires going. One, St. Mary's had to evacuate the elders and the children and those with health issues. That has never happened before. There's another tundra fire close to Nelson Island. Back in April, when the snow started melting, there was a tundra fire. That has never happened before. In our area where I'm from, there was tundra fires, which we have never seen before. So this is something, again, new for us, contributed to the global warming.
so in our area, there's a burn ban in the south central part of Alaska where we are. And in the fires she was talking about in St. Mary's and Pitka's Point, which are about 450 miles due west of Anchorage, there's over 150,000 acres that are burned. And it's increased so far this year, 700,000 acres, I understand, which are threats to life and property. Smoke impacts human health and air. And we had a bunch of smoke in the air just last week for the first few days in the weekend. So it can get really bad. There was a summer a few years ago where it was hard to see the sun for weeks. Ocean acidification is occurring more rapidly in cold northern waters. Higher acidity, lower oxygen. Arctic specialists warn that 10% of northern polar surface waters will become corrosive for argonite, which is a form of calcium carbonate by 2018. That's dated. Impacts on ecosystems, commercial and subsistence fisheries yet to be determined. Food security.
A few years ago, one of our back home, one of our hunters went out. They went out fishing, and they counted 9 seals that had washed up to the shore. That has never happened before. Whales are washing up to the shore. They're dead. The fish are dying due to the warm weather. This has never happened before. There's a lot of firsts in the past few years.
We're very grateful to our governor, Dunleavy, who has introduced a bill in the state legislature for food security because it's very much at risk. We have one port in Anchorage called the Port of Alaska. That's where 95% of the food in Alaska, let me correct that, almost 95%. We have probably less than 2 weeks food supply in Anchorage and in the surrounding area, which is about where half of the population of the entire state of Alaska reside. I was really glad that Janice and Greg were talking about that and introducing just a whole ton of more resources because it's very much spot on what we need to be talking about, what we need to be working on. It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you. I hope we haven't bored you. Normally our PowerPoint, which I haven't done in years, is Inuit. We dance and we sing. That's our PowerPoint, what we're used to. So we're doing it this way today. Thank you, Yafuki.
Yeah, kuya nakakasito ng
Our next presenter is Jackie Andrews. She comes from and I'm sorry for butchering this word, Little what? Yeah, territory. And she's a traditional bear dancer, and she travels educating children on the cultural relevance and revitalization of her people. And I'd like to present Jackie Andrews to the stage.
In Chashmachalalush, Lilwat Ulfken, I'm an honored guest and an ally to the sacred territories here. And I apologize for not knowing the names of the territory here. Florence Andrew is my mother. My father is Chief Leonard Andrew of Lilwat. His father was a chief, and my father was honed to be a chief as a child in the traditional way. He was brought to our lake where all the elders sat with him. All the elders spoke in our language to him and his two brothers, Frank Andrew and the late Fraser Andrew, who's close friends who also ceremonied with Chief Orville Looking Horse. That's part of my connection here. So these are honored ways that our chiefs and our leaders and our matriarchs have brought our people forward from our ancestors. And by no way am I'm still a baby and I'm still learning, and I work with the medicines and I traditional bear dance, and I'm a twin. My English name is Jackie Andrew, and I have two grown children who just graduated, and they've been learning the best of both worlds as they can because their father is non-native. And they grew up around gatherings like this. We had Chief Orville Looking Horse attend the International Indigenous Leadership Gathering that our chiefs, our Statlam chiefs had for 9 years. And Chief Orville attended in 2009. And at this gathering, we bring in speakers and leaders from all over the world, medicine men and medicine women. And they share their stories and their prayers and their prophecies and their ceremonies and their dances. So I honor all people, especially the ones that are bringing their children here to all the gatherings where we stand up and where we step up. Because I'm not an elder, and I'm not, I don't call myself a medicine woman, because we used to have medicine people who lived on the top of each mountain, and their sole purpose in life was to pray for the people and be in ceremony. Those are our true medicine people. And we have something we call the bear medicine. And we had bears, we still do have bear sweats, and it's like 100+ rocks. And it's very hot, and they don't open the door of the sweat lodge. And it's a very powerful ceremony. And I had the honor to interviewing Shout, my Aunt Martina Pierre, my mother's cousin. So in our culture, our aunt. So the Women's Wear song came to her many years ago, 25, 30+ years ago, in a sweat lodge ceremony. And you may have heard this, and it travels all over the world. So in many ways, our people are sharing our good medicine this way. And we have a lot of things that have happened in the past. And for example, we'd had the Stein Valley watershed where our people had our vision quests. Our chiefs and my dad as a chief and several other matriarchs and leaders stepped up, and also Dr. David Suzuki also teamed up with them, and it's utilizing the supports and the allies and the settlers that we also have. And in this case, we brought in support from famous singers and artists from all over the world, and we put on a festival to fundraise and bring awareness that this logging should not happen on pristine watersheds. And we were successful. And many of those generations going forward are doing the same. So we have various initiatives happening. We also, our people and the other local nations, First Nations, are also well known for what we call we had a roadblock in the 1970s and the 1990s. And in Lilwet, it was also in support of the Oka crisis. And currently we have Shudakaf. And I'm not sure how many years. It's like last I knew was 18, so it might be give or take 20 years now. And Melvin Creek is a pristine watershed, and it's in the Cayush mountain range. And it's two of the last watersheds in the Statlim territory that have not been logged. And Nancy Green Rain wanted to put up a ski resort here. And my brother through the community, Hubert Jim, they started reoccupying the territory. And I don't say they occupied, they just went out there, because our people were occupying it. That's the claim in itself that says it's unceded. Our bloodlines are back there. And so Hubert is still there and bringing awareness. And and unfortunately, like we've gone moving forward too. Nancy Green Rain attended our Kamloops Indian Residential School memorial. And so this is why there's an orange shirt behind me from our Lilwet Nation. And it's to bring awareness about truth and reconciliation through the government, saying that they're going to bring truth and reconciliation for our people, about the colonization that happened with our people, about the Indian residential schools that happened not only in so-called Canada, but down here in the USA, Turtle Island. So a lot of devastation have happened to our people, and it's our own people that are healing ourselves and moving us forward by stepping up. I'm not a leader, but I hold myself, I make my own buckskin outfits. We put together this is a grizzly bear, and we've traveled and we sing. Our people are strong dancers and strong singers. And that alone brings awareness. And we need to remember our most truest teachings about being humble, about having our pride. There's so much happening in the world with I had the most purest leaders, spiritual leaders in my life, and to learn that sometimes there's ego, power, greed, sexism happening in various levels of ceremony. Because we're all healing too, we're all human. But that's something that was my learning as an adult, because I had some of the truest teachings from my mother, my father, and my uncles. And I do my best to teach this to my children. And something that's been really devastating lately, of course, is the Kamloops Indian Residential School in the Tishwetmuk territory in Kamloops. Last year, I don't like to say discovered, because it's not like they walk around and they discovered them, but they did some tests and technical tests, and they found 215 children's remains through. And this has shaken up the whole world, especially in our territories. And unfortunately, there's a lot of healing that needs to be done. And when I've traveled more south, I realized that Orange Shirt Day, which comes for September 30th to bring awareness about the Indian residential schools, is not as common in the United States here. And then we also have, it was a child that went to residential school in Williams Lake, a young girl. She had her orange shirt on, her family gave her, and they stripped her of that and they cut her hair. And of course, she couldn't speak her language. So every day, whenever she's, the color orange for the rest of her life just reminded her of that pain and that grief and that suffering that she went through. So that's how the Orange Shirt campaign started. And it's very strong where we're living. And of course, we also have the Red Dress campaign. And I have one of my red skirts here. And many of us know that here. But for those that don't, it's to bring awareness. It's a campaign about the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirits across North America, and I'm sure in other continents. So our matriarchs and our matrilineal line here is literally taking a beating to death. And I supported these causes before it struck close to me. We have to step up and sing and dance and ceremony and pray and support our survivors. And that's not only the survivors that come from that are here with like-minded people, but we have survivors that are out there on the streets. And so as a Statliam Bear dancer, sometimes we're called to healing brush-downs, and sometimes we're called to opioid crises or memorials or women's gatherings. So this is how we're bringing awareness, and this is how we're supporting. And it's a crisis because I had my late niece. She passed away in the downtown east side of Vancouver, Amber Nelson. My twin's daughter. So it became real. And it's an issue for our children that are coming out of the foster care system, which is a new age colonialism, because she was just coming out of age, and the coroner's report couldn't hold them accountable because she was shy of it of several months. And unfortunately, I couldn't share this with my brother and my parents. And I'm sorry that they have to hear it this way, but this is how I'm bringing awareness and how I protect them too. So there's a lot of things happening, and I also had a Inuit foster daughter in Haida Gwaii, and she died. And then Toronto streets, young as well. So she was in the foster care system, and many of us share these stories, different faces, different names, different hearts. So these are all ways that we're bringing awareness and taking action. And what I do, somebody once called me a radical, and I was really offended, to be honest. And I told them I'm not a radical, and I don't think anybody is. And I said, I'm protecting our lands and our waterways and our people. We're bringing awareness. And as a mother, I've had to find that balance. And I really honor the men and the women, especially who went on the front lines of Standing Rock, and the woman that brought awareness by setting that sacred fire, the 7 Council fire. And for the people that came from across Turtle Island to bring our solidarity flags, because I was there and my sisters were there. Many people were there. Many brothers came. And I'm looking forward to listening to our fellow brothers and sisters here talk about what they're doing in their territories. Just getting back to what's happening today, we're having, like with Melvin Creek in our Duffy Lake territory, that's been protected. So we were successful. But unfortunately, on the other side of the highway, that land was, I heard, was owned or by Merritt, BC area, and they logged it. And so what happened? We had the roots died. And I think last November we had a very tragic mudslide. I think around the province there, I believe like 6 people died. And so we're having, because of not only climate change is to blame, but also poor management of our land. And this so-called Canada and the province calls so-called British Columbia, beautiful British Columbia. It's a vast territory of beautiful mountains, much like my brothers and sisters of Alaska here. We have pristine watersheds. And even in our Statlim territory, the land changes vastly. We have powerful rivers, a lot of mountains. So when I came here to Florida, it's like super hot. And I was like, wow, where are the mountains? We're so fortunate. And so this is concerning. And about two years ago, at the beginning of the pandemic, I started rewatching, after some of the videos that are out there in social media, and remembering what Chief Orville Looking Horse shared at our gatherings and all the other gatherings that he attends, that this time will come. So many prophecies have come to life, but especially this one, and the one about the black snake, and we're, we'll go through Turtle Island, and some people were saying, that's the railway or that's the highway, and many of us say, no, that's the pipeline. I know my sister will talk about tiny homes and her work, her ancestral work. And when we move forward, it's really important to look at our allies, the settlers. Those people will also respectfully support us. So some programs in the US have recently reached out to me to share with their groups about my call to action and how they can learn about it. And so I'm reminding people to learn and relearn, because what the government is teaching, what the provincial schools are teaching, what the media is talking about and not talking about is not adequate. I tell them, don't believe it. Go and learn from your people. Go and learn from your neighbors as an ally and share that, reteach that, let them know there's programs, there's online groups that are actually literally called settlers in support. There's many of them. So get to know your friendship centers. You can Google almost anything and you can find how to support, Orange Shirt Day, Murder Missing Indigenous Women. And my children come from two backgrounds. They're Lilwat Statlim, but they're also Irish Vikings, so they're very warrior. And I tell them that in your grandparents' day, my parents went to a residential school and their parents did. So I'm intergenerational. I'm affected that way, and so are they. And I say, today, it's different, at least in my circle. I say, people are looking at Indigenous. People are looking at First Nations and valuing our outlook on the world, our worldview, what governs us, the natural law. They're looking at us and they respect that. And they finally have open eyes and open ears. And there's still many people out there that need to learn this. And I'm not saying our way is the only way, because also prophecies share that it would be all colors of the world, the red, the white, the yellow, the black, and the rainbow people will come together during this big shift. And we will be the change. We're the seventh generation, right? Anything that affects anything, any choice that you do today, they say, you have to think, how is this going to affect 7 generations ahead? So I know that this is really the current issues at home are the fires and the floods. We've had some serious rock slides at home, always. I travel all over the territory and I always have to be careful about getting stuck or having to move a big boulder or being somewhere in the middle of the night where there's no service, And it's like, again, it's the logging. It's a mismanagement of Mother Earth. And fortunately, I believe that the new generations are the ones that are stepping up. You see them out there. They're the ones that care about climate change. They're the ones that are building tiny homes, and they're the ones that are, stepping up and going and walking on, doing the ceremonial walks and the rallies. So I honor that because it is happening. But unfortunately, we also have our current and future generations out there that are dying drastically. Our knowledge keepers, our matriarchs, our men that also support us. They're all dying, and they're dying slowly or quickly. So we need to figure out not how to talk to like-minded people like in our circles here, but how to reach out to other people that cannot be here. So I honor new technologies bringing us a way to share to the world. I can't imagine all the places that we're reaching today. And there's other ways that we can do this. And there's people out there, people that are just dying to help. Technical people, people with money, people with networks. I just say that I'm a professional native networker. I know people, and those people know people, and you just, as survivors, I'm a single mother. I had to learn how to survive in this world that doesn't favor us, doesn't support us, doesn't stand us up. So you learn to reach out for your children. And then through that, I realized that it was our culture. Our culture is what is embracing us, but also lifting us up. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful that I separated with my children's dad, who's non-native, because I wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't have this strength. I wouldn't have this strength for my ancestors and my people and my community, because it takes a village. And now we're many villages, which is kind of ironic too, because of course the name Canada, which I don't use, I rarely ever use, because we didn't agree on that, right, brother? We didn't agree on those terms. We're unceded. And you can't even look that up very easily on, you know, when you're using social media, it doesn't like that word, you know. And that's scary too, because when many of us went to Standing Rock, we came back, we had issues. So we had issues using our phones. We had issues getting words out there. So I remember walking around Standing Rock and running into these people that had these big, they had a stick and they had like an antenna or something. You know, remember we had like Facebook Mountain, they called it, so Media Mountain. And they were doing that. They were non-natives and they were doing that in support of us so that we could get the information out there to the world, because the media wasn't. Of course, as we all know, you know, the government controls media. And there is some amazing support groups out there that are bringing awareness. And I've seen some of them, and they make posters and they do programs and they support events like this, because this is how we move forward. And so I'm just reminding that this is a time of empowerment. We might look around and feel the devastation of our elders dying and our women at risk and our children and our Mother Earth. But at the same time, there's a balance where there's so much strength in this. There's so much strength that it brings us all together here. And who would think we'd end up the far corner here during June? And with the other, I guess, advocacy that I do, and with Melvin Creek, you know, one of my a late elder and a spokesperson, Rosalind Sam, she said, "This pristine area we call home is also home to grizzly bears, mountain goats, edible and medical plants, and all life. The ski resort that Nancy Green Rain, L. Rain, and the governments are planning is once again an anti-life policy of genocide against our people and our lands and our future. To date, the Shudakat camp set up to defend the land from being developed has succeeded. There was some concern with the 2010 Olympics coming up, but they didn't make it in there either. And she was saying that the Olympics is about railroading destructive mega developments into our territories. And the Shudakat, like it's she was saying that we call the grizzly our brother, and so we're using them as umbrella species. If you look after the grizzlies, everything else will be looked after. That was one of our Randy James of Shalath was saying. So that's some other stuff that I do, is I'm part of like a Statlim grizzly. It's protecting them because of course they're an endangered species. And we're very much like the grizzly. We're very much like the bears if you look at them, you know, and this was gifted to me from an elder and Chief Orville Looking Horse a few years ago when we were in World Peace and Prayer Day in Ohio, Cincinnati, gave a name giving ceremony for the, in our language is slalom. And I believe that it's how do you say grizzly? Mateo? Matto. It's beautiful. I have a brother named Matt, so. And as the elders remind us, because the grizzlies are keepers of the land. They're out there, they're eating, and then they leave scat around, and that makes more vegetation, that makes more berries, you know. And unfortunately, they're extinct. And we have bear issues at home too, like just with black bears. But very much that's our teachings. And where are we going to be if we're not protecting these pristine watersheds and our communities with, of course, like with our culture and drugs, but also with the promise for clean drinking water from Justin Trudeau promised, I believe in 2015, that he would eradicate the drinking, you know, the water advisories. Some communities have gone 26 years, and I can't say I'm like 26 years plus. Some of them have got generations, right? Probably the best water they ever had, of course, was from our sacred waterways, pre-contact. You know, and of course, the British North America Act, it changed our lives drastically, not only contact, but that out of that, they created a law that intended to abolish our culture and our ceremonies, our beliefs and laws around matriarchy and our matrilineal lines. So they outlawed our ceremonies, much like they did here and in other countries with other Indigenous people. And even then, and we bring it forward like to Bill C-31, because they said that, you know, the whole effects of Indian people losing their status because they married non-natives. They tried to correct that, but it's still sexist. They call that the double mother clause. You know, so I remind people when I speak to youth, when I speak to communities, question everything. Question everything. Because what the government and the church are talking about the Indian residential schools and the government making promises about clean drinking water and about truth and reconciliation, because it's not happening. And I worked in the schools, I worked in the courthouses. Many of the public schools are saying that they didn't, you know, they're teaching the language, they're bringing culture in. And when I was there, I was like, I don't see this. So I was pretty upset. So some of the programs just look good on paper. And when I went to World Peace and Prayer Day 3 years ago, I did an interview with Gerard from Australia, and I was so upset because my late Uncle Fraser used to talk about the paper people. The paper people will come and everything about them is going to change your life and your world, because everything there'll be money will be paper, certifications, you have to prove yourself. You have to have a document to say that you're Indian or that you have permission to be off your land or you own this land. So it's the paper people. that has brought destruction, this mentality. And many of us are learning through this too. But I remember being really frustrated when I landed at World Peace and Prayer Day in Ohio because I had this grizzly with me, you know, and I was like, look at this money. I said, I had like certain permits, letters from our chiefs saying that, you know, I am 100% blood quantum, you know, like all of this craziness for what? You know, they say that we have warrior songs that we sing, our people and many other communities and nations sing. And some of them call them the roadblock songs, and they part of the words in there are, we didn't cross the borders crossed us. And it goes on, and it's, you know, talks about logging and talks about, you know, and it's echoed when we sing it, and it's powerful. And when I was at the Kamloops Indian Residential School Memorial a couple of weeks ago, I brought my parents there because they wanted closure. My dad wanted closure from that school. And something that the media is not sharing, of course, is the truth and reconciliation isn't happening in Canada or anywhere really in the true sense, because now they're also just calling it reconciliation. So what happened to the truth? People just say reconciliation, as it's not happening. Because when I went to that memorial, we had a huge arbor and it was full of survivors. We're having a ceremony. You know, 215 children's remains were found at the apple orchard, and it's devastating. And more are being found. Online, they're saying that it's like 7,000 people, children may have passed away. I think like less than that. They were saying like 5 or 6 or something crazy. But the Indian residential schools were from the late 1800s right up to 1996, at least in so-called Canada. And now some people have been documenting how many, because of after Kamloops Indian Residential School did their tests there, other Indian residential schools, like other communities, are putting forward for doing their tests there. And last I've heard, we're at about 7,000, and we still have hundreds of other schools across Canada and the United States. And that in itself too, you have to think about timing of everything, because standing with Wet'suwet'en was huge. They were saying that that was going to be the next Standing Rock in so-called British Columbia. And that was powerful. I've been to Unistoten, you know, I support my extended relatives here with their tiny home. And something to think about is that we were standing with Wet'suwet'en last year or 2 years ago. And then what happened? The pandemic. So the media got right on that and scared everyone. So nobody wanted to like go anywhere. Nobody wanted to step on those front lines. And so we had like our brothers and sisters here calling out for people, and that was a way to bring us down. So I was doing my best to bring awareness. So question media, reach out, question the government, question the church, re-educate yourself. Kukstum Kalap.
Thank you so much, Jackie, for sharing your journey and your stories here with us today, and everyone watching here on Zoom. Our next presenter is, I'm sorry if I'm butchering everyone's territory names. It's like so hard to learn all these languages at once in one day. So our next presenters, her name's Kanuhas. Kanahus. And she comes from the, I don't even want to like attempt, but she'll introduce herself in her language, and she could come up.
White Huayatep, Kanahus Bethki, manual request, Waakra Niskonlith and Sequatmukulu, so-called British Columbia, Canada. Hello, everybody. My name is Kanahus Bethki Manuel, and I'm from Niskonlith, Sequatmuk Nation. And I come from a long line of Indigenous freedom fighters, Sequatmuk freedom fighters. My grandfather, Dr. Grand Chief George Manuel, a world-renowned leader for our rights and our title, and also the founder of the World Council of Indigenous Peoples. My father, the late Arthur Manuel, also a world-renowned leader fighting for our Secwepemc title and rights on the ground in Secwepemc territory. I also come from a long line of strong warrior women. Marceline Paul from the Kootenays. So I'm not only Secwepemc from the Secwepemc Nation, I'm also from the Tanaka Nation, two unceded nations in so-called British Columbia. Secwepemc Ulu is 180,000 square kilometers of territory. That's 112,000 miles squared of territory that we have. This is unceded, like my sister Jackie said, we're unceded. Her nation borders my nation. The Statlium Nation borders the Secwepemc Nation, which borders the Tanaka Nation. We've never signed any treaties with Great Britain, Canada, nor British Columbia. We're completely unceded and unsurrendered, and what we fight for is the entirety of our territory and the integrity completely intact of our territory. And I was raised this way by my family, and I stand here honoring the legacy that I come from, saying that this legacy is more important than my life. This legacy for our land, for our fight. And it's not easy. My father, he said, this fight isn't going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. You're going to fight tooth and nail with everything you got for your land. And so I was raised this way. In 2000, we joined the Native Youth Movement, which became, after we aged out, I started organizing with the Secwepemc Woman Warrior Society when we very first started fighting the Trans Mountain Pipeline. But we had an arsenal behind us because we had generations of freedom fighters that taught us. I'm also a twin. I have an identical twin sister, Mayuk Manuel, that gave me this feather before I left from a live eagle from our river. He flapped his wings and gave her this feather. So I come here with this in my hand, knowing how sacred we know, and we're all connected through this. Our fight on the ground is very serious because we're not only using our words, we're using our bodies. We're putting our bodies on the front line. Myself, I was arrested over 6 times. I was arrested at Standing Rock, at Sun Peaks. I was arrested at Mount Poly. All these arrests that took place, I was arrested 3 times in Trans Mountain Pipeline fight. They're still trying to charge me, threatening 2 more warrants on me for arrests, for standing up and speaking the truth. Ski resorts in our mountains, in our sacred mountains, Kukwakul, Imperial Metals, Mount Poly mine disaster, in our sacred lake, Yuknasen Kaimatwa, the deepest glacier-fed lake in the world that was contaminated when an earthen dam busted on a mine site in our territory, unleashing billions of gallons of toxic waste, mine sludge, heavy metals, copper, selenium. All of these things affect the migration of our salmon. They need the copper. That's what helps them navigate from the ocean through the creeks to the streams to the spawning beds. It's my nation that looks after one of the world's largest sockeye salmon spawning beds in the world, the Adams River sockeye salmon grounds. That's our job. That's in our backyard. So when the Mount Poly mine disaster happened, that was happening during one of the big 4-year salmon runs that were coming through. Salmon, I brought to share with the people. I brought some smoked salmon and some dried salmon. But we don't harvest our salmon interior past where that mine disaster happened. A lot of people have fasted on their salmon since that Poly mine disaster that happened in 2014. It was devastating for our people, our women fishermen and our men. They went onto the rocks and then went onto the river banks and they cried. They cried for our salmon. That's how connected we are to the salmon. They say that the DNA of the salmon is in the cedar trees, because the bears, they would take the salmon and they would bring it up to the banks and they would eat the choice parts of the salmon, the hump on the back and the fatty part, the belly, and they would leave that salmon and other animals and all the guts and everything, and all of that would go back into the forest and it would go into the trees. So the biologists are saying now that there's the DNA of the salmon is in the cedar trees. One of our very sacred beings, our relatives, and we wear the cedar hat and we wear the cedar clothing, and people think of that as the Coast Salish, the coastal people, but we're from the interior, but we're from the only inland temperate rainforest in the world, because we have so much water. We have so much glaciers, so much waterways, so much lakes that span a 1,000-kilometer shoreline, massive lakes. We have lakes in the clouds, is how much water we have in our interior rainforest. But we are affected too by clear cutting for so much different things, and the roads that bring people into our backcountry. We have a lot of recreational tourism that comes to so-called British Columbia to come and hunt the biggest moose that you've ever seen, to bring him out to back down to their home in Texas or something. They're coming and our people block them off. Like Jackie said, poor management. We need to take control of the management of our own territories for the entirety of our territories. In 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, my sisters and my mom and my family, we knew we were going to have to fight this trans-mountain pipeline, 1,152 kilometers from Edmonton, from the Alberta tar sands, one of the biggest industrial projects in the world, one of the biggest carbon bombs in the world, the Alberta tar sands. They want to mine the area the size of Florida. The whole size of Florida is what they want to mine in the Alberta tar sands. And they want to pump it from Edmonton all the way through the Rockies, through those mountains, to 1,000+ creeks, rivers, and streams on its way to Vancouver, to Burnaby, to Tsleil-Waututh territory, to our relatives. That's Chief Dan George's people. If you know Chief Dan George, that's his people. Go all the way to his people, then they want to put it in super tankers. Vancouver has never seen a super tanker. They've only seen mini tankers. They haven't seen super tankers. If you lay that super tanker down, it's going to be higher than the highest high rise in Vancouver. That's how massive those tankers are. And they want to bring that all the way through the Washington coast, the Oregon coast, the California coast, all the way to Richmond refineries in the San Francisco Bay Area. So all the fishing communities all along Washington, Oregon, and California are also at risk from the massive amount of tankers that are going to increase along the coast. These tankers are filling 890,000 barrels of diluted bitumen per day. This isn't honey oil. This isn't conventional oil like you pump in your gas. This is toxic crude, the heaviest, dirtiest crude in the world. And they dilute it with a byproduct of the fracking industry. And then they put this condensate in it because this oil is as thick as peanut butter and they can't pump it through their pipes. So they put a diluent in it, which is toxic in itself, to make it the consistency of honey so they could flow it through those pipes 1,152 kilometers to our land. So my family and my sisters, we got together and we had a strategy planning and we said, how are we going to fight it? My father had passed away, and just honoring him and his legacy, we knew we were fighting this pipeline tooth and nail, like he said. And we decided through the strategy planning that we were going to build tiny houses. But knowing how hard it is to build the underground traditional pit house that we traditionally lived in, because I lived in the first one in over 150 years. Me and my husband at the time, the father of 4 of my children, we built that pit house. Beautiful, beautiful pit house. Really inspired by Bobby C. Billy here from the Seminoles, because we came here. My children are from so-called Puerto Rico, from Borique. So every time we went, we stopped here to connect with the Seminoles, to go to the village, to learn about the traditional independent Seminole nation. Not registered with the federal government, talked about the housing and how everything we use, the linoleum, the plywood, the paint, everything is toxic. And if we love our families, we wouldn't put them in that toxic homes. We'd build our traditional homes and we'll raise our babies in there. So I did. Every time I came out of my dirt floor and came out of that pit house, I felt like a wild animal. Sometimes I would have to go to the store and I felt like an ancient native from hundreds of years ago because of the way I was starting to live. And I refused to go to the stores. I raised my children off of salmon, moose, elk, berries, roots, lichen, mushrooms, inspired by people like this, like Bobby C. Billy. Why I even honored this invitation to come here. Such a great man, that man. Bring tears to my eyes for losing such a powerful man, such a humble man that has taught so much people. So much people. And we lived in those homes, but I knew if we battled the pit house, the pipeline with these pit houses, it takes so long to build those pit houses. We're going to build tiny houses on wheels, and they're going to be on wheels because the government continues to put court injunctions on us to forcibly remove us off the land. The court grants corporations injunctions, violating our rights, looking at 3 tests, legal tests, one of them being the balance of convenience, where they say, who's losing more, who invested more? But they will always look at the corporation as their investment in monetary value. They never look at our hundreds and thousands of years of sweat, equity, investment into the land, the work, the blood, sweat, and tears that we put into that land. The land wasn't bountiful and beautiful just because when they came here, they saw that. We put that effort into the land. When we went out and picked berries, we didn't just pick the berries, we took branches for teas, but that also pruned our bushes to make them bigger the next year. We looked after our fishing beds, salmon spawning beds. It wasn't just that way. We put effort into it. And so building these tiny houses on wheels, we've been able to take back land. We're not just building houses, we're leaving the Indian reserves. And if you count and you add up all the Indian reserves in so-called Canada, it will equal 0.2% of land base. Not even 1% of land do we have on our reserves. Like my brother, he says, from here, he says, we got to do away with those reserves. And I agree with it because we have a massive territory to take back, a massive territory to show that we can manage better than anybody else our territory. We could look after the salmon. We can just harvest for homes. And so I stand with a strong voice, and they're not going to quiet me down. And when I was young in Native Youth Movement, my Auntie Vera Manuel, who's not here, who actually passed away, but specialized in working with Indigenous peoples on the childhood sexual trauma from residential schools. She was an expert all across Canada to go even to all these fly-in communities way up north to work with the whole community. And she came with those same workshops and teachings to our family. She came to us first to do these presentations to our family, to talk about our traditional family systems and what has been broken from us. And said, every day we're going to have to work really hard to be the best mothers, aunties, sisters, because we're continuing to learn because of what they did to us at residential school. I'm the first generation out of residential school. My grandfather went to Kamloops Indian Residential School. My father went to Kamloops Indian Residential School. My father actually went to like 3 different residential schools. But he just didn't sit back. He was inspired by the Red Power movement and the Black Panther Party. That when he was older, he would bring the Black Panther Party newspaper, smuggle it into the residential school, and he would pill it out and he would show all the kids, and all the kids would gather around. And he was already liberating the minds of the people from being in that school. Even from then, he was still being held captive, trying to organize better food for his people. I'm a birth keeper. I gave birth to 4 freedom babies. I never registered them. I delivered them at home by myself. They don't have birth certificate. They don't have Indian status card. They don't have any type of ID. And I raised them this way through inspiration, like people like Bobby C. Billy, like Mary Williams from Litwat, other natives that said they weren't going to register their children. And we call them freedom babies. 4 freedom babies. My Auntie Doreen Manuel is here. She's a filmmaker. She made a documentary about the freedom babies. We're probably going to put together a feature because there's other young women that have babies that are freedom babies too. And all these young women across so-called Canada that are reaching out and saying, I want to have a freedom baby. I don't want to register my baby with the Canadian government. I don't want them to have a number. So I take a lot of pride in that because I never once went to the ultrasound. I never once went to a white man doctor for my baby. The white man doctor didn't catch my baby. I did. I caught my own baby. And it's such an empowering, inspiring thing that I wanted to do for my people, for my family, for my children. 4 of them. And I raised them on the front line. I brought them to the Mount Poly mine disaster, even through criticism of why you bring in your children to one of the world's largest mine disasters. because I bring my children everywhere. That's the way that they're going to learn from me, is they're going to learn by experience because they're going to be right by my side. Like my father brought me around and like my grandfather did to his children. And they're with me. My son is up there at the Tiny House Warriors Village. We have 6 tiny houses on wheels, take back land there in Blue River, fighting a man camp to build the pipeline. 1,000 men they brought in. We fought. We fought hard as we can. We got arrested many times. Now our tiny house village sits right at the same entrance. Our entrance is right at the same entrance as this man camp entrance. So if I have to go home, I'm facing off with a bunch of men. They actually hired 5 full-time security at our doorstep in the front and the back. Security towers with retractable arms and spotlights faced right at my doorstep, right at my door. Cameras, night cameras, motion detectors, multi-spectrum security. They said it's 150,000 per one of those little mobile units, all solar powered. That's the type of surveillance they have on us. There was big, massive resistance in BC. There was Fairy Creek, the logging blockade, where there was hundreds of arrests. There was Wet'suwet'en, 3 raids on them. But now the police reports that we're getting out through Freedom of Information is saying, why didn't you move in on the Tiny House Warriors? How come you didn't move in on the Secwepemc and our Trans Mountain fight? They said because they're scared, because they don't know how the backlash that they'll get. But they moved in on our relatives. And so yes, we're peaceful. On the police reports, they noted the Wet'suwet'en have 20 rifles at camp, but they still raided them. Tiny House Warriors, 0 rifles at camp, but they're still scared to move in on us. Why? What's different from our fights? We gotta learn, we gotta see, why do we have a little wooden barricade and the RCMP don't even walk around? Nobody comes through our wooden barricade. We've had that blockade up for 4 years. Nobody has come and tried to even push through our line. But then there's 10 RCMP every day going through my sister Slato, Molly Wickham from the Wet'suwet'en, going right into her home checkpoint, going right into her camp, right into her home, right where elders live, 10, 15 of them. The RCMP formed a new division called Community Industry Response Group. This is a volunteer job for these cops, and they're facing off with natives. That's their only job, is to face off with natives that are resisting industry. There's the quick response team, SWAT. There's the integrated national security enforcement team. That's the anti-terrorist unit for Canada. We're at the top of that list, me and my family, for being nonviolent, but standing our ground because we know the power that we have when we stand on our rights and knowing our rights as Indigenous people. We don't just fight on the ground. We bring our fight international. We bring our fight to the United Nations, to New York, to Geneva. We even go to Zurich. It's not New York Wall Street or Toronto Bay Street. It's Swiss Wall Street. That's where all the money of the world is, all the colonial money that made this capitalist world the way it is. They clean all the diamonds, all the gold, they clean all the money. And so we go there, and through my late father's organization, Indigenous Network on Economies and Trade, we go there under that power of that name and that organization. And we go to the international banks and the insurance companies, Credit Suisse, BNP Paribas, AXA Insurance. Weeks after our visit to Zurich, AXA Insurance divested 1 billion US dollars out of the tar sands in the Trans Mountain Pipeline. $1 billion American dollars. So this is the power that we have when we walk into those banks and we walk into those international insurance companies, knowing we are the owner of 180,000 square kilometers of territory. That's the power we stand on when we walk and we face off with those massive banks that are really destroying our lands. And these insurance companies, we started a big campaign against these international insurance companies because everything needs insurance. Their loans need insurance. Their buildings need insurance. Their pipelines need insurance. We pressured so hard that the Trans Mountain lost 18 of its insurers. 18 insurance companies have refused to underwrite Trans Mountain Pipeline, and we're still hammering at them. These man camps are linked to the murdered and missing Indigenous women. These man camps are linked to the increased sexual violence of not just Indigenous women, but all women and Two-Spirit. And so when we stand there, we have these red dresses all around, and it's been our protection. They threatened to come in one time, and my mom, an elder, she grabbed the red cloth and she put it right in front of our barricade, a whole big spool of it, all big length of just red cloth with nothing written on it. It wasn't a banner. It was the power of our color, our native color. And it stopped them. And we did that at Standing Rock too. We pulled that red cloth out, that big red cloth, and they said, what do we want to write on it? Nothing. It's just the power of our color. And so when I got this name and start using this name, Kanahuspetki, it means red woman. And my auntie said, you find what that means. And so I've been standing with that. And when I'm on the front line, and when I'm standing up for my people, or even stopping arrests from happening, that's the power that I wear, and the power that's inside me, that red woman, that color. And so people come to the north and they say, I'm looking for the red woman. I'm like, do they know that that's my name? Should I tell them, And I was like, that's my name, red woman. And they're like, oh yeah, we've come. We were told to come and see you. Never meeting them from Ecuador and from Chile and from different areas around the world. So yeah, finding your name and just standing in that power from Secwepemc and Tanaja, Secwepemc and Tanaja, Secwepemc and Tanaja nations. That's where I come from. So Kuksjam.
Jeez. Can't, just listening to her, I just feel so honored and almost like intimidated because what she says, like, people don't realize that only 2% of this grassroots movement is responsible for 49% reduction from greenhouse gases. So just 2%. And so I always think about that, like, let's bump up those numbers. Let's revitalize more of that. And right now we are going to go on break, and there's many other nations that weren't able to be here with us today, but they were kind enough to send video to kind of give us a break here to eat and visit and answer questions. And so we're going to cut to these videos pretty soon here, Heidi. And break for lunch. So thank you, everyone.
Hello, this is Jane Goodall. And first of all, let me say how honored I am to have been asked to share a few thoughts at this important event, the Unity with World Peace and Prayer Day. We're going through dark times environmentally, facing climate change and loss of biodiversity. And the tragedy is we brought this on ourselves by our disrespect of animals and the natural world. Unlike so many indigenous people who make a decision only after asking how it will affect future generations, businesses ask how it will affect the next shareholders meeting, and politicians ask how it will affect their political career. The explosive development of the human intellect is what makes us most different from other animals, yet it so often doesn't lead to wisdom. Isn't it crazy to think we're destroying Mother Earth, our only home? In materialistic society, short-term gain is so often seen as more important than protection of the environment for future generations. This is due to greed, ignorance, or necessity, because the really poor will destroy the environment simply to survive. I was born in 1934, loving all animals, and as a child I spent as much time as I could outside my home in England, watching the birds and the squirrels and the insects, fascinated by their behavior, climbing trees, loving to be up, feeling nearer the sky and the birds. And when I was 10, I decided I wanted to go to Africa, live with wild animals and write books about them. Almost everybody told me to dream about something I could achieve. We had very little money. Africa was far away, and I was just a girl. But my supportive mother told me that if I really wanted to do something like that, I would have to work awfully hard, take advantage of every opportunity, and if I didn't give up, hopefully I'd find a way. And I did. Amazingly, I got the chance to live with and learn from the chimpanzees, our closest living relatives, in the forests of Tanzania. I learned a lot about them, and the study is continuing 60 years later, and we're still learning new things. But I also learned during my months in the rainforest about the interconnection of the plants and animals living there, and how each one had a role to play in the glorious living web of life. I began traveling around the world, giving talks and meeting decision makers, when I realized that chimpanzee numbers were declining rapidly as their forests were destroyed across Africa, either by international logging and mining companies or by desperately poor communities needing more land to feed growing families or get money from timber or charcoal. That's when I knew how important it is to end poverty, in our case, through community-led conservation, helping villagers find a way of living without destroying their environment. More and more species of animals and plants are disappearing around the globe because of human activities. In fact, we're in the middle of the 6th great extinction. In addition, billions of farm animals are crowded into unbelievably cruel factory farms to satisfy people's need for cheap meat. And this is destroying huge areas of habitat to grow the grain to feed them. And this, along with the use of chemical pesticides and herbicides in industrial across Africa, either by international logging and mining companies or by desperately poor communities needing more land to feed growing families or get money from timber or charcoal. That's when I knew how important it is to end poverty, in our case, through community-led conservation, helping villagers find a way of living without destroying their environment. More and more species of animals and plants are disappearing around the globe because of human activities. In fact, we're in the middle of the 6th great extinction. In addition, billions of farm animals are crowded into unbelievably cruel factory farms to satisfy people's need for cheap meat. And this is destroying huge areas of habitat to grow the grain to feed them. And this, along with the use of chemical pesticides and herbicides in industrial
We are talking about climate change, carbon emissions, and global warming and various other aspects, but we are not addressing soil. Soil is the habitat upon which zillions of lives thrive. Once there is no richness in soil, then you have forsaken the planet in many ways. Every responsible scientist in the world and the UN agencies are clearly saying we have only 80 to 100 harvests left. That means approximately 45 to 50 years of agricultural soil left on the planet. By 2045, we will be producing 40% less food than what we are producing right now, and our populations will be 9.3 billion people. The food shortages that could manifest in the next 25 years, the consequences of that is unimaginable. Civil wars will unfold across the world once there is food shortage. What we are facing now is soil extinction. Why is soil becoming extinct? Where is it going away? What is happening to our soil? We must understand, if you add organic content to sand, sand will turn into soil. If you remove all organic content from the soil, soil will become sand. In normal agricultural soil, the minimum organic content should be between 3 to 6%. The most minimum is 3%. At least this minimum to keep the soil alive, to keep the soil as living soil is a must. Agricultural soils across the world, the depletion is so heavy, in most countries, more than 50% of the topsoil is already gone in the last 100 years. The nutrient levels have dropped significantly. The level of micronutrients you would get from your food in early 20th century to what you are getting from the same food now has dropped 90%. If you ate one orange in 1920s, what you got from it, now in 2020, if you have to get the same, you will have to eat 8 oranges. This is what we have done to our food.
Soil is the biggest ecosystem on the planet, and so few people know anything about it. 1 teaspoon of healthy soil probably contains more microbes than there are people on Earth.
The microbial life in the first 12 to 15 inches of topsoil is the basis of our existence. It is this magic beneath our feet which has produced the life that we are. These first 12 to 15 inches of soil is the basis of life for 87% of life on this planet, including you and me.
We have to begin to recognize that what we call our soil, Mother Earth, is a living organism.
Open soils, ripped open by ploughing, open to sunlight, is the basis of destruction of microbial life. So the focus should be on agriculture, the focus should be on seeing that land is under shade as much as possible, some kind of shade, grasses, herbs, bushes, trees. Conscious Planet is launching Save Soil movement to bring about a policy change to regenerate soil. As a part of this, I'm 65 and I'm riding 30,000 kilometers, a lone motorcycle journey, 30,000 kilometers across 24 nations to activate support from the citizenry to assure the governments long-term investments will be appreciated. So it's extremely important that soil regeneration is enshrined in the policy of every government on the planet. We must change the narrative on the planet that soil is a wealth, a legacy we have received from previous generations, and we have to pass it on as living soil for future generations. We are in a cusp of time. If you do the right things now, in the next 15 to 25 years, we can significantly turn this situation around and regenerate the soil. But if we allow this to progress like this for another 30 to 40 years, after 40 years if we attempt this, then it could take 150 to 200 years because that much loss of biodiversity would have happened. From 21st of March for 100 days, the whole world, every human being on the planet should talk soil. We must hear the word soil, save soil everywhere to see that the narrative on the planet changes towards the most vital aspect of our life, the soil. Each one of you should reach as many people as you can to make this happen. Many global leaders and influencers are already participating in the movement. Be a part of this and let us make it happen.
From my part, as much as I can contribute.
We're going to save the soil. Do your part.
And saving the soils.
Our future, our children's future, and our planet's future depend on it.
Save the soil.
We know what we must do, so let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Tansegwakia, Neo Melina Miowapin Labokam Massimo Nihio Kinaskumtanao. My name is Melina Labokam Massimo. I am Nihio. My nation is Lubokon Cree. I am from the Alberta tar sands. I'm going to do a quick presentation about the impacts that we're feeling here in our homelands for World Peace and Prayer Day. Again, my name is Melina Miowapin Labokam Massimo, and I am co-founder and senior director at Indigenous Climate Action and the founder of Sacred Earth Solar. You can find us at those websites. Just wanted to give location to where I'm from. I was born in Little Buffalo, which is my community, and I was born in Treaty 8 territory in the Peace Country, in the middle of the beautiful boreal forest. It's ancient, pristine, old-growth forest. And that's my kukum, Josephine Labocan, my dad, Billy Joe Labocan, and him as a child, hiding from the Indian agents from residential school in the mission schools. So our homelands are in the Alberta tar sands, if people have heard about it. It is one of the largest industrial projects on the face of the planet. It is 141,000 square kilometers, as big. The yellow and purple blotches are as big as actually the state of Florida combined. So we're talking about a really big impact zone. We have, as I mentioned, pristine, the northern lungs of Mother Earth, very beautiful, also glacier-fed water systems. We have the Mackenzie River Basin, which is a sixth of Canada's freshwater supply and one of the largest inland water deltas in the world. A lot of our animals, like here, the woodland caribou, will be locally extinct or extirpated from our territories because of the tar sands, which Dr. David Schindler, who many Indigenous peoples have worked with, who has now passed on, said there's nothing on this planet that compares to the destruction going on there. If there were a global prize for unsustainable development, the tar sands would be a clear winner. He was a professor at the University of Alberta. And I just wanted to talk a bit about the cultural and environmental genocide because of the encroachment, contamination, and destruction of our territories. That's resulting in a loss of culture, places to practice our culture, traditions, and customs. Beautiful land with me moose kiting with my family, traditional songs and ceremonies and dances on the land. But it's very hard to do that, to have ceremony on our homelands when the way of life is being replaced by industrialized landscapes, strained and polluted watersheds, and contaminated air. If you want to hear more, and with the limited time and so many people speaking about their sacred sites, I won't go too much in, but if you want to learn more about a massive oil spill that happened in our territory, you can go to Oil on Lubicon land, and you can watch the massive impact that happened with the contamination of our homeland. I wanted to connect this quickly to violence against the earth begets violence against women and the colonial values of patriarchy and capitalism exploiting the land and exploiting our women. So I wanted to leave everyone around the question of what does climate justice look like? For me, it's returning to zero waste communities, which our communities always have been, and also implementing, when possible, renewable energy, eco-housing, food security systems back into our homelands. Like we did back home with the Pitapan solar project, which is a 20.8 kilowatt system that powers the health center in the community. And you can follow and learn more about Indigenous climate action and Sacred Earth Solar if you want to go to our various websites or follow us on social media. But thank you so much. I just wanted to thank everyone for including us in the story and for the prayers for our communities, because right now it's a very heavily hit place. We have a lot of the burden of toxic burden on our backs, in our bodies, and it really weighs down our spirits. So thank you so much for including us in the day of prayer. Hi, hi.
We are for world peace. Okay, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. We are veterans for peace and for world peace.
Hi, this is Sue Grey Wolf, Grandmother Thunderbird. My prayers are many. My prayers are for the people of this earth, for the children of this earth, for Mother Earth herself, for the tall ones, the rock people, the winged ones, the four-leggeds, the creepy crawlies, the flora, the fauna, and the finned ones, and all the waters, the oceans, and rivers, and lakes and streams. Every part of this earth is precious. Everything around us is precious. I pray for humanity to come together as one. I pray for balance to come back, and for people to come together, realize what they can do, even it's small little things that they can do to help, to create a better earth, to create a better world, to bring us into balance once again. For we are all one. We are all here in these times, these amazing times, to be here. And I am grateful and humbled to be here, to be able to share my light, my love, and my energy for everyone. And I would like to just sing this little song that I wrote years ago. It's called We Are One. We are the mountains that we see. We are the trees so tall. We are the eagle in the sky. We are one, both you and I. We are the stars that shine so bright. We are the worm that crawls. We are the grasses swaying free. We are one, both you and me. Hey yo, Wayana, hey, hey yo, Wayana, ho. Hey yo, Wayana, hey na, hey ya, hey na, hey ya, ho. Hey yo, Wayana, hey, hey yo, Wayana, ho. Hey yo, Wayana, hey na, hey, way, hey na, hey ya, ho. We are the sparkle in our eyes. We are the one we see. We are the moon so shining bright. We are one, both you and me. We are the life around us, connected to all we see. And know that life that's everywhere is within both you and me, is within both you and me, is within both you and me. Oh.
Namaskaram and greetings to the chief looking horse of Lakota, Nakota and Dakota tribes and all the many other leaders of indigenous nations who are there for this World Prayer and Peace Day. My congratulations and greetings to every one of you. This effort to bring this consciousness of sanctity and sacredness to the land that we walk upon is very important. As a part of this, right now I'm on a lone motorcycle journey, 100 days, riding over 30,000 kilometers from London to southern India. I'm on this journey to bring awareness to save soil, and tremendous participation has come. I would like to bring this to your awareness. I will ask our teams to send you what has happened in this endeavor, the reach and the impact that it has created to bring sanctity to the soil that we walk upon, to make people understand that this is a living soil, this is not an inert substance, this is not a resource, this is the source of our life. So once again, my congratulations and greetings to all of you.
Alka nya ashpa hipshu matarawa maikopai. Good day, my relatives. My name is Blue Eagle Vigil, and I'm from the Viejas Band of Kumiais, and this is my brother Jamie.
Halka Chawai, Jamie Winichihi, Sikwamo Kapai. My name is Jamie. I'm with the Sikwan Band of the Kumeyaay Nation, and I offer a good spirit for all of us, to all our relatives throughout Turtle Island. May this day be well for all of us.
We were asked to come and share a little bit today, and this World Peace and Prayer Day is so important because the more people that we have praying together at one time is the way that we're going to change the atmosphere, not only around us, around our community, but around the world, because we're all connected. We're all on the same wavelength. And when we change, put our thoughts together and our prayers together, we can make incredible things happen. And me and my brother are big believers in prayer, and we are prayer warriors and prayer for people. And this is very important. And what we have going on, what we're fighting back home on our reservations, we are fighting an opiate epidemic. We have lost lots of people to opiates. We are organizing a walk against opiates on Viejas, and it's going to be a day full of prayer, full of good energy, full of good medicine, and enjoying each other's time. We believe that this day that and age that we live in is we live at a really high pace, and we don't get to share and sit down and talk with each other. And that's what our people used to do a lot of times, and they would figure things out and help you with your day. And if you were stuck, they would be able to come up with the answers together and navigate through the difficulties of life. And today, that's what we're missing. We're missing that time, because we have to work, we have kids, after school programs. But we have to find time for each other. We have to make time for each other to bring in that healing, to bring in that medicine, because our words have medicine. We're able to sit down for a while, we're able to share, we're able to feed off each other, and we're able to gain knowledge and gain strength and gain encouragement. So that's what we're facing back home, but we've lost a lot of good people, and so we're bringing the community together, and we're fighting this opiate epidemic through tradition, through song, through prayer, through whatever means necessary. And that's what we wanted to come here and share today.
Yes, we could share our plant world too, the plant being, recognizing how important our sage and tobacco is to us, knowing that the tobacco was the first plant, the first gift, you may say, that was given to us by the Creator, and the sage given to us to provide a safe environment around us. But most importantly, this sage right here has one last purpose when we light it. And when we light this sage, after we offer our thanks and our gratitude and our intentions, when we apply and take this plant and bundle it, has one last intent, and that's to light the bundle within us. Because we're always praying for the environment around us, but it's important to pray for the environment within us, the space right here that holds our heart. And most important, the one up here in your mind that holds our thoughts, the teachings, things that we accumulated and accrued, and to protect those for the ones out there. Prayer, my family, is so important. Like my brother Blue was saying, we can heal people with our words. We can heal people with our touch. And it's important that we find motivation, or you may say the desire to seek that knowledge too from our elders that are out there. We're younger, we can move better, and it's important to harvest that knowledge, or go after it. It's like planting seeds. We can harvest a plant, but it's important to know that we can harvest knowledge too, and that we can hand that down. And all those teachings and knowledge that we have, it's like filling up your well within you, because one day those children are going to come, they're going to want to drink from that well, and it's important to have that. It's kind of it's part of those 4 stages of life: the infancy stage, adolescence, the parent and elder stage. Well, myself, I'm stuck right in between the parent and right before the elder, but so I always try to do my best to go achieve as much as I can and ask for this knowledge.
So we wanted to also come together today and lift up our prayers throughout Native country, whatever that they're going through. We wanted to lift up our prayers and come together as one, and ask our Creator to help us and give us that direction and give us that clarity that we need. Give us that peace of mind, and give us that strength to keep continuing to do the work that sometimes goes unnoticed and give us the know-how, connect us with the people, with the right people to connect all the pieces together so this all works and runs fluid like a river. And to always remember to honor the ones that came before us and to prepare the way for the future, our kids. So we wanted to lift up our prayers like that for the things that everybody is going through today. We wanted to leave you guys with a song from Kumeyaay country, and we hope you guys have a good day. Our thoughts and our prayers go out to all of you today, and together we can make a difference, and together is how we're going to overcome the difficulties of life and the difficulties and the troubles that are going on in Indian country together.
Yes, and may we just continue to carry the legacies of our ancestors. May we be that conduit to carry the message through those prayers, through our language and our songs. And that we bless all of us in that way. Iyehan.
Yeah.
Hello, this is Jane Goodall. And first of all, let me say how honored I am to have been asked to share a few thoughts at this important event, the Unity with World Peace and Prayer Day. We're going through dark times environmentally, facing climate change and loss of biodiversity. And the tragedy is we brought this on ourselves by our disrespect of animals and the natural world. Unlike so many indigenous people who make a decision only after asking how it will affect future generations, businesses ask how it will affect the next shareholders meeting, and politicians ask how it will affect their political career. The explosive development of the human intellect is what makes us most different from other animals, yet it so often doesn't lead to wisdom. Isn't it crazy to think we're destroying Mother Earth, our only home? In materialistic society, short-term gain is so often seen as more important than protection of the environment for future generations. This is due to greed, ignorance, or necessity, because the really poor will destroy the environment simply to survive. I was born in 1934, loving all animals, and as a child I spent as much time as I could outside my home in England, watching the birds and the squirrels and the insects, fascinated by their behavior, climbing trees, loving to be up feeling nearer the sky and the birds. And when I was 10, I decided I wanted to go to Africa, live with wild animals, and write books about them. Almost everybody told me to dream about something I could achieve. We had very little money. Africa was far away, and I was just a girl. But my supportive mother told me that if I really wanted to do something like that, I would have to work awfully hard, take advantage of every opportunity, and if I didn't give up, hopefully I'd find a way. And I did. Amazingly, I got the chance to live with and learn from the chimpanzees, our closest living relatives, in the forests of Tanzania. I learned a lot about them, and the study is continuing 60 years later, and we're still learning new things. But I also learned during my months in the rainforest about the interconnection of the plants and animals living there, and how each one had a role to play in the glorious living web of life. I began traveling around the world, giving talks and meeting decision makers, when I realized that chimpanzee numbers were declining rapidly as their forests were destroyed across Africa, either by international logging and mining companies or by desperately poor communities needing more land to feed growing families or get money from timber or charcoal. That's when I knew how important it is to end poverty. In our case, through community-led conservation, helping villagers find a way of living without destroying their environment. More and more species of animals and plants are disappearing around the globe because of human activities. In fact, we're in the middle of the 6th great extinction. In addition, billions of farm animals are crowded into unbelievably cruel factory farms to satisfy people's need for cheap meat. And this is destroying huge areas of habitat to grow the grain to feed them. And this, along with the use of chemical pesticides and herbicides in industrial agriculture, is killing insects and other animals and also killing the soil itself. Instead of thanking an animal for providing food, sending up a prayer, and ensuring that nothing is wasted, as so many indigenous people do, wealthy people are asking for and given huge amounts of meat and so often eat only half, and they never give a thought to the suffering of the animal. Today, science has proof of the sentience of animals. We humans are not the only beings on the planet with personalities, minds, and emotions. From apes to rabbits, cows to chickens and octopuses, animals are shown to have an intelligence undreamed of by Western science, even 10 years ago. Now we know that every one of the animals whose habitats are being destroyed, who are being hunted for sport, who are being bred for food or for exotic pets, who are being used for medical research, all of them are individuals with personalities, minds, and above all emotions similar to ours, including feeling fear and despair. And they all feel pain. The scale of animal suffering is almost unimaginable. Yet how few people hear how they are crying out for help, pleading for understanding and compassion. Too few people are listening, and even fewer are helping. And as well, it's not only nature that's being destroyed, whole cultures are disappearing as the people's territories are taken over for logging, mining, and yet more concrete towns, cities, shopping malls, and roads. And as cultures vanish, so too their sacred sites, those places where people connect with the natural world, with the Creator, the maker of heaven and earth, with God. There are places in the rainforest in Gombe National Park where we are still studying the lives of chimpanzees, places where I feel a close connection to a great spiritual power. I feel a sense of wonder and awe at the beauty of Mother Nature. I've been told that an impressive 80-foot waterfall was once a sacred site for the local Waha tribe, but the people were dissuaded by well-meaning missionaries from joining their elders, who used to gather there once a year for now forgotten rituals. The missionaries didn't understand that the people were only paying tribute to God, and now the last of the elders has died. But I feel the power of that sacred site. I have sat there for hours, and the chimpanzees too seem to feel this, for they form spectacular waterfall displays, or dances, swaying branches, swaggering upright from foot to foot, moving through the spray, then sitting looking at the water, something that's always coming, always going, and always there. They are experiencing, I believe, a similar sense of wonder and awe as I do. If we don't change our ways, create a new mindset that acknowledges we're part of the natural world and depend on it for air, water, food, everything, we are doomed to become just one more species to go extinct. This is why this gathering is so important. Finally, the world is listening to the wisdom of the indigenous people who for thousands of years have been the wise custodians of the land. And this ancient wisdom, together with new scientific innovations, can help us once more live in harmony with Mother Nature, can help us to heal the harm we have inflicted, slow down climate change, rescue animals from the brink of extinction. The 21st of June is a day when I hope that people of all religions and beliefs from all around the world will join together to pray for an end to racism and discrimination, to pray to end the suffering of people and other animals, especially those afflicted by violence and war, to pray for a better, kinder, and more peaceful world. Thank you.
Owotmawa relatives. This is Myron Dewey with Digital Smoke Signals in a mountain Paiute and Shoshone territory out here. And then some of you guys may think it's the middle of nowhere in Nevada. For us, it's not. But as I'm going to a place I grew up, it's early in the morning. And, you know, this is just to give you an idea what it looks like out here. Owotmawa relatives. This is Myron Dewey with Digital Smoke Signals in a mountain Paiute and Shoshone territory out here. And then some of you guys may think it's the middle of nowhere in Nevada. For us, it's not. But as I'm going to a place I grew up, it's early in the morning. And, you know, this is just to give you an idea what it looks like out here. Well, what are we looking at? Well, this is what we grew up around. This is the military industrial complex. And let's see, it doesn't allow me to zoom in. Let's see, there we go. This is what we grew up around. And what are they guarding? They're guarding the communications, or to appear like it. But, you know, just the norm of this, you know, this was normalized growing up. Jets flying low. The jets used to fly so low that we used to wave at them, the pilots. We stand up on the hill and wave at them. And at that time, I was just a little kid and really not knowing, I just kind of thought it was really cool. These jets flying over, waving at us. Meanwhile, our tribe was at that time fighting the fly, the no-fly zone before it's really known as a TFR. The no-fly zones out there flying over our sacred sites and hunting grounds and doing dogfights out there in disregard of the tribe, the community, and anybody who's got, at that time, majority of the community, had horses and cattle, and that's what they did. The assimilation process had worked to kill the Indian, save the man, and make them farmers and ranchers. And this is the norm out here, though. And this is in our homelands. This is right off the road, and we're saying right off the road. I mean, it's like really right off the road. And so, just sharing with you a little bit of the history of what Paiute and Shoshone people here in Nevada are dealing with at first contact for 62 years to current, the military industrial complex, and how the mining industry has that support here in protecting these corporations, protecting these international corporations. And, you know, we've watched the natural law change, meaning we've watched the water go down from the use of these mines. We've watched streams dry up, deforestation. We've watched places where we used to hunt no longer be able to hunt because of the bombing ranges. Um, the loss of our sacred sites from the bombing ranges and places that we hold sacred, and the desecration of these for when you say thank you for your service, it's a different meaning for me, because I'm thinking that the desecration of our sacred sites, the killing, murder, rape, genocide, the things that we experienced in only a few generations here in Nevada. Nevada is only 170 years old. My grandma, who had passed a few years ago, used to share stories that her grandma shared with me. So this is a story. I'm a witness. I'm a survivor of a mass genocide across the United States that we can articulate. And in Nevada, it's still fresh, but we can articulate what's happening in other countries because it happened to us here. And so this is an example. This is an older version of what we witnessed at Standing Rock. And at Standing Rock, what we witnessed was an Avenger with missile launchers on it, just like this. That was for the drones that we were flying. And it looks like it froze. Yeah, there we go. And so, it's really interesting, that I'm able to share this experience of my childhood with you guys. And as an indigenous person, or Paiute, Agaitika, Nima, Noah, I'm Paiute and Shoshone, and I'm able to share my story as a filmmaker, articulate it as a professor academically, and also Nima Yadawa, Napija Nima Shanami, through indigenous eyes, good thoughts, good words, to just share this story. So my grandchildren, when they go back and look at these videos, this is to warn them that this is when we look at corporate greed, we look at Western greed and the land theft. We are the witnesses. And so, what can you do against such greed that demands so much power and military force? That use that, and there's only 2% left of indigenous people. Once we're gone, the land is yours. And you'll have nothing to live on because the greed will step in. But we survived. We have survived, and we're here. We're still here to share our story. We're still here to share with you what's happening and that it can change. And so it's just as a reminder, I'm heading back home where I grew up as a kid. And this is just the reminder. I'm an hour away from town and an hour and a half away from where I live, but this place is in the middle of nowhere, right on the side of the road, protecting a communication center. And, it's an older rig, but it's just so, I just can't believe how normal this was growing up. The area that I just left, around the corner on the other side of this mountain, is a full-on fledged bombing range. And I was thinking, wow, when we were kids, there used to be a place called it's called Frenchman Flats. You can Google it, and we used to see these jets fly and bomb. I mean, not realizing that one can go rogue and kill us. But when we were kids, there used to be a store there. We used to stop there all the time and jump on their trampoline, and it's gone. And there's another store down the road that survived. It's not in the bombing range area, but it's on the corner of the what they call the loneliest highway in the United States. Is Highway 50. But in this land, that seems like there's nothing here. There's an abundance here. There's medicines, traditional medicines. There's food. Natural law is kicked in here. The animals. There's rabbits, rattlesnakes, deer, antelope, mountain sheep. There's quite a bit of that still left. It's hard to find, but it's still there. And one of our hardest seasons this year has been hit with our traditional harvesting areas, our tibapi, our pine nuts have been hit hard, extremely hard. It's hard to find. And we also had to fight the corporations for that. The Forest Service issue out contracts to sell our traditional medicine. A lot of people don't know that. If you ever see pine nuts in the store, or eat them at fine restaurants, there are foods, our traditional foods. And that's this year we didn't have pine nuts at our pine nut blessing because there was not enough to feed the community. And those are the struggles that we go through. But there's enough for corporations to overharvest them, and that's the profit over the people right there. Especially when it comes to protecting indigenous lands and indigenous communities. We have the smallest voice. The invisibility in what we say and share doesn't get out there much to the masses. And it's the same story over and over. Protect sacred sites, protect the water, protect the land, protect our most vulnerable. And it seems like the profit over people is what overshadows that. And we can tell you definitely, well, Nevada is one of the richest states in mining. The tribes do not get 1% of that. It's not only was it encroachment and land theft in Paiute territory here in Nevada, Reno, Nevada, Las Vegas, Alco, Nevada, Winnemucca. It's happening again as we move into the global demand for lithium. And we try to look for the green new energy here. But for tribes, we know that's more mining, more water. And so there's more greenwashing happening. Just because you don't live in these isolated areas or live in these communities, it doesn't mean that it doesn't affect you where you're at. It affects Mother Earth. It affects you. Affects the water. It affects you. Water has that memory in it, and the land has that memory, and it'll offset it. And we're going to start seeing more in the next 10 years of the cause and effect that's happening here from the more that we want and need in our households. And so what's the solution? Well, I think the solution may be just to take a little bit of time and appreciate what we have. Take a breath, nanishtahai, thankful for that breath of life. Take a moment to just appreciate what you have and not what you don't have, but what you have. If you can walk, if you can talk, if you can see, if you can feel, appreciate what you have, not what you don't have, but what you do have. Pija namashinama yadawa nanishtahai, pija yadawa nanishtahai talbino. Have a good day. Many blessings your guys' way. This is just a story from Myron Dewey, Digital Smoke Signals, Paiute, Shoshone, Nemaniwa, Nanania, Ohoba Shinami. Strong Thinker is my Paiute name, Ohoba Shinami. And I'm going to continue to update you guys as a witness. I am a witness for my people and my grandchildren. And I'm going to continue to share the stories that we've went through in survival of Western contact and Western encroachment, continued Western encroachment. If you want to support, you can also sign up on digitalsmokesignals.com. A lot of these projects, a lot of I think just in service to our community, I don't even say projects, in service to our community is done immediately. So whatever you support helps. And just want to say thank you. Many blessings. I'll come live again when I get to where I grew up, and I'll show you area that is so isolated. It's unreal. I mean, it's an hour dirt road. Never really thought about it, but as I drive out there, we had no lights, running water, outhouse. I mean, at one time that was just normal. And rabbit hunting and fishing and harvesting out there, and it's just a trip. It's just really now everything's convenient. You stop at the store, you get all those things, and you don't know what it is you're eating. So with that, bijatu mia, have a good day, relatives, and I will be in touch with you guys again just to give you an update. And I am a witness when my grandchildren watch this video. This is what we survived. Bijatu mia, hope.
My name is Norman Redwing Jr. I'm from the Sistan Wapinan Sioux tribe. My dad's name is Norman Redwing Sr. We are a people. We come from 3 different Oshbaye, Sisituan, Wakpetuan, Wakbekute, Oshbaye. Together we make the tribe. We say Dakota Oyate, but the Oyate is one people. That includes the other bands of the Sioux Nation. The aquifer that's underneath it is not renewable. It doesn't replenish itself other than through runoff. The amount of water that's being used there is estimated around 1 million gallons of water per day. Approximately 835,000 acres of water that's underneath in the Veblen aquifer. And it's not a continuous aquifer. The amount of waste and manure coming from the amount of cattle there, anywhere from 2 to 2.5 million pounds of manure per day.
The living, breathing thing, our water and our land, and we don't connect with it as much as we used to and as much as we should.
The amount of E. coli in a freshwater source that's there, what we call a coliform unit, averages around 235 CFUs. When it was tested, it was 43,520. The Shortfoot Creek runs about 200 feet behind Veblen Flats. That's a direct water source that's always been there. If that gets contaminated, you're talking about contaminating our people right there on. And this contamination is in violation of the tribe, the Sistan Wapinan Sioux Tribe Clean Air and Water Act chapter, tribal codes. What the problem is that people are keeping quiet. You do have instances of skin rashes, like MRSA infections that are happening around in that area. I can't say is a direct result of that, but if the cattle farm wasn't there, these kinds of things won't be happening within that community, especially to the elderly and the children.
And the land that we live on here, I think, is super important to our people, and it's pretty much like the basis of who we are. It's everything we have is like located on this land. We have all of our medicines here. We have everything we need here. We have like the animals who live here. They're like essential to who we are as Dakota people. And the same thing with the water. Like, I believe that our water is super important. If we don't have water, we don't have life. So our water is like the top of the list for things that we need and the things that we should be protecting.
The Little Minnesota River is being directly affected by the cattle farm itself, by the Veblen Dairy Farm. Because of the continental divide, water actually can flow north, and it does flow south. And it reaches into the Minnesota Lake and into the aquifers that are connected to the Mississippi. The perception is that if you don't say anything, people aren't going to notice. Every human being has a right to health, to have clean air, clean water.
Wichoni ki ataha. Hekta hana. Ia hokshina ki webam shun hechet was new oki hippie. Miniki ha wichoni hechado. Wana. Veblen dairy ed mini ota hash ota it chupi. Dokchun. Dokchun. Hechet dueka stat haro unge uyuhapta. Ish a sampi unge uyuhapta.
It's easier to get things done in South Dakota or North Dakota or in other rural states. All they want to do is make more money. The greed is what drives that. With the help of our native sovereignty, I think it's time that we say something. It's time that we make a stand against that, because you're talking 2 or 3 generations from now where our children won't even be able to play outside. Well, it's a very difficult future for our great-grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren. So we need to say something together.
strange 10-second technique tonight to reverse type 2 diabetes. Most people continue to take
Makakanocha utefika hechawa le chanupawa wakacha he ukahipi. Aha shakoi hina wacheke ucheta ha hochuka hina ucheta ahipi. Hepta sami he wati hina uchake na ha.
Allied air forces began an attack on military targets
If the war
in
is
Iraq.
going to start, disasters in the region will take place.
The hurricane is located about 40 miles due east of Miami.
This is total devastation. Still dark outside when the earthquake struck. Destruction everywhere.
All of this is connected.
Heche pte hinchla wa sancha makakan heche ake kinajikte.
Among Native Americans, a sacred story has been passed down for generations about a holy woman who taught them to pray and promised them prophecy at the birth of a white buffalo.
Rare living symbol of unity and understanding.
Only 1 in 10 million buffalo are white.
An animal rich in the lore of Native Americans and sacred to many tribes.
It's a sign of change to the world.
My name is Chief Arvo Looking Horse, 19th generation keeper of the sacred pipe, Lakota, Dakota, Nakota, Sioux Nation.
Orville, as the 19th generation keeper of the sacred pipe, he is to us what the Pope is to the Catholic people. He is to us what the Dalai Lama is to the Tibetan people, what Muhammad is to the Muslim people. What his entire life is committed to is caring for the pipe, the intent of the pipe, and as the spiritual keeper of those sacred rites and ceremonies that were brought to us by the white buffalo calf woman.
Many nations have sacred objects. For us, the sacred pipe is the center of our nation, was a tool for us to pray with to the Great Spirit. When I was 12 years old, my grandmother on her deathbed, she said my grandchild was going to be the keeper of the sacred pipe. But if the people don't straighten up, that you will be the last bundle keeper. As a young boy, I thought I knew a lot. I was going to high school and living with my father and my mother. They were both bronc riders. And my mother, she breaks horses. My father, he was a bareback rider, going to rodeos. And I want to be one of those guys. I want to sing at a powwow and rodeo like everybody else. So I did eventually join the rodeos in our community and our reservations. But I was scared of horses. So. I rode Great Plains, SDRA, South Dakota rodeos. It took me a while, but eventually I got into professional rodeo. And that was my goal, to ride with the top cowboys of the world. I was rodeoing like 36 to 38 rodeos a year. I just had a feeling that something was going to happen. I got on a horse, and when they opened that gate, that horse went straight up in the air and it took a flip backwards and came up top of me, and then both my knees, I can just still feel that. And that's all I remember. They took me to the hospital. And the doctor said that, no, he's paralyzed neck on down. It was a matter of time. And I was helpless. I cried in my heart. I saw my relatives the next morning at daybreak. I knew they were standing there waiting for me. That phone rang and they held that phone to my ear. I knew that it was the spirit grandmother, the white buffalo calf woman. And she told me, well, you did this to yourself. You're supposed to be helping the people. The grandmother really chewed me out and said, we're going to give your life back. There's a hard time coming. And now you're going to stand with the people. You're going to walk. Within 4 days, I got my feelings back. It was so beautiful just to walk. And I told myself I'm going to give thanks all the time from here on. They gave my life back to help the people. I don't care if it's a small group of people or thousands of people. I'm going to pray for world peace and global healing. I grew up in a very short time here, and now I am a world leader carrying the message of the white buffalo. The prophecy of mending the sacred hoop. Stand together. That sacred hoop of the nation was broken at Wounded Knee. We have a long history of war over protecting our territory. Sitting Bull, Crazy Horse. Everything started after Little Bighorn. We signed a treaty with the U.S. government over 100 years ago. It was broken at Wounded Knee, 1890. Bigfoot is my great-great-grandfather. We're survivors of Holocaust, massacres, in the name of progress. Put our people on concentration camps. It's called a reservation, but back then it was a concentration camp. The military came and took our children, 5, 6 years old. If you don't let go of your children, you shot your children right in your arms. So much abuse. We rode horseback from the 80s till 1990. We did a ceremony, and we prayed that there would be no more wounded knees throughout the world. But the way things are going, and the things that we are doing right now, well, it's not that way. Mother Earth, she has a fever. Man has gone too far. Disrespect everything. Sacred sites been destroyed. Eagles are flying into trash pits. When I go outside our community into the world, this is a strange world that can't succeed. But right now at home, the Native American people, they're gathering to stand up to stop the pipeline. The elders talk about the black snake, where the black snake will be going on top of the earth, and that's when we'll be faced with global disaster. The Native American people believe that the black snake is the pipeline. We have come to a time and a place of great urgency. Even scientists are saying that we are at the point of no return.
If you struggle to lose weight, you must see this. A fat-dissolving loophole has just been leaked that can dissolve 59 pounds of fat in just a matter of weeks. Did you know every overweight person on Earth has one thing in common? And it has nothing to do with diet or exercise. It's the reason why some people are skinny from birth and eat what
people are so spiritually disconnected. We need to reconnect with spirit. Spirit. Mother Earth is a source of life, not a resource. We are at the crossroads, but there is hope. I have been campaigning to United Nations to declare June 21st as World Peace and Prayer Day, or Honor Sacred Sites Day. Sacred sites all over the world must be protected. On June 21st, we're asking people all over the world to pray with us. We can create an energy shift, and that's what needs to happen to heal Mother Earth. 1994, the first white buffalo was born. It was like a needle in a haystack. A message to the world. We need to heal together, survive together, come together. There's no one person higher than the other. There's no one nation higher than the other. We are at the crossroads, either be faced with chaos, disasters, tears from our relatives' eyes, or we can unite spiritually. All nations, all faiths, one prayer. Ready.
Been taken by foolishness of thought, beauty to breathe, depletion of non-renewable resource, time to testify. One world, one song, one new day has dawned. Time to justify. The chance has been taken, no more room to weave solution. One heart, one world, one song, one dream, one life,
Oh, mitakepi. Yang particular ke chante washtan pe chuzapi. May peace prevail on earth. Echa makak neche and walakota yuha makak na ke ukini pikte. Today, we are connecting all over the world, worldwide, with beautiful people like you who love Uchimaka, who love Grandmother Earth. And seems like we as First Nations, Indigenous people, we're always in the front lines because we hold the sacred. We hold what is our people have been utilizing, our sacred sites, a place of prayer, a place of worship. And today, the world, we see what has happened because of the abuse of sacred sites. A lot of our sacred sites on this Turtle Island, they put churches, they put Washington, D.C., they put all cities like Minneapolis. There was a gathering of all of our people, First Nations people, and yet today, we have Fort Snelling, where a lot of bodies were dumped in a pile, and now it's up for sale. We're trying to buy that back somehow. We have all this things that we don't really. They have never given. We never gave consent to abuse our sacred sites. Emitokepi chunupa waka oyate hechokoyapi makakan. Kaya makoche kile waka. Nuka eche oyate eche okoyapi kile eche ta aku eche wo pchetranka heche ihapi. Nuka na el okoyapi. Nache ahani eche na wichok ankina waka eche iha kimunipi. Heche ona elohina jipionka mitokepi heche waleha ache ona iwongla kapi tuktogna ache woki ukopi naha oyate hena kinipikte hena hechakchi na ahani uchoyake. The Great Spirit, we say Wakan Tunka. Wakan is sacred. Tunka is the greatest spirit, and gave us a sacred language, a sacred way of life, a place of to go back to our sacred sites to pray. And as a sacred bundle keeper, I grew up knowing our ceremonies. Our ceremonies is about the prayers that we do for the future generation. Like some people say, 7 generations. And today, some of the people say, it's hard to see the 7th generation because there's so many man-made laws. And like some of our elders said, our laws cannot be broken. Our spiritual laws cannot be broken. We stand on those values, the laws of the Great Spirit. So today, we stand here together once again, and more and more people have joined us worldwide to honor their sacred sites today, to honor Mother Earth, that Mother Earth is sick and has a fever. And we want to bring Mother Earth out of fever. And we need to bring honor back to our people of prayer. Respect our elders, respect our sacred sites, our homelands. Every time we go into ceremony, in our ceremony, it says that this Turtle Island, long ago, no, there was no satellite, and yet from the satellite view today, you look at the Kea, the turtle island. From the satellite view, you look at it, and it's a tree of life. Then you look at the Chesapa, the Black Hills, the heart of Mother Earth. And Mother Earth, from the satellite view, looks like an open heart. But all the blood vessels, all the creeks, streams, and they all have a very, very sacred name. And each and every one of us have a very sacred name. That's the way that we walk upon the earth. So the white buffalo calf woman said, "Maka'akaneche tayamayanikte, heche tahai igluiza heche mayanikte," to walk upon Mother Earth in a sacred manner, to walk upon Mother Earth in peace and harmony. So the teachings of the WOP, the laws of the Chanupa, is still here with us. And today we have so many groups, but our teachings go back to the first, when the Great Spirit gave us in our ceremonies. Every time, today we have a lot of sun dances happening back home. We have a lot of ceremonies happening back home, just like many other relatives, nations that are doing the ceremonies that reflects on Mother Earth, how we should heal together as nations. So a lot of the way I speak or the way I share is it's not new. It's the old tradition. It's the prayer of our elders, our ancestors that have died protecting the sacred land. And I've always told people, protecting the sacred land. If Crazy Horse was here, he'd be standing right with us today. Because he died protecting the sacred land. Doesn't want to send a treaty, didn't want to even take a picture. Because he believed that even taking a picture, that's taking away that spirit. And our way of life is so sacred. And our way of life is honoring, respecting all the virtues as we walk here day by day. Because the laws of the pipe, it's about these laws cannot be broken by the Great Spirit. You can't break that. The laws that was given to us by the Great Spirit. do. So the way that we walk here, we know that there's many people suffering right now on the front lines. We say, Wopila, thank you for standing up. Because in our way, as a Uyate, when our families are hurting, our grandmothers are crying, and then they say, Inagio, wana Inagio, stand up right now. And that's what we told our people, as Standing Rock. Because today we need to protect the sacred Manewichoni, the water of life. And today it's a global warming, and the way things are going, it's not good. we have a drought. The last few years, we are in a big drought in the Dakota Territory, all the way to California, to Oregon, all the way up to Canada. The forest fires that's happening, all the suffering of the relatives that we follow the animal Wamakashko Yate. No, they're leaving their homelands, running away from their territory. And now they're moving into different places where they're not used to that life. So that's why I said, no, when I am home in ceremony, I feel very good. But once I get out in the world, now I can't live and survive in that world. Because, in our homeland, in our ceremonies, we do our traditional medicine. We have our traditional foods that maintain us to be healthy. So we're asking people to, World Peace and Prayer Day. No, it came from a dream, a way humble. And the Wakantaka, the Great Spirit, gave us a chanupa, a pipe, to this Turtle Island, right in the heart of the Turtle Island. And that's where they call it Devil's Tower, but we call it Mathotipila. And this is a place where a lot of our ceremonies came from to us, as many other sacred places, a lot of our sacred teachings. So, and yet today, our people are talking about how to abuse it or take care of it. But we know that as we go back into a time long ago, the Great Spirit gave us this land, this sacred land, that everything here, and the elders told us that even the blade of grass is sacred. The rivers is waka, the sacred fires, the trees, and everything. So we pray that way, a way of life. So in our sacred, as we talk about our people and our sacred places and our sacred objects, that sacred bundle is still here with us. And that's our sovereignty. That's who we are. Because every time you stand upon the earth, and the white buffalo calf woman said, you stand upon the earth with 2 feet on the ground. Take off, she said, in fact, take off your shoes, because Uchimaka is a medicine. And without that, you'd be unhealthy. And from the sun, they give us life. And yet, as we speak, people are getting, because of the heat, it's more hotter than ever. We have relatives from Alaska, Canada, talking about the ice melting and the unbalance that might happen with the world. So this is very serious, because the prophecies are coming about right now. The prophecy of the white buffalo calf woman, Tesawi, she said, someday I shall return when the Mother Earth is sick. And the only way she would speak to the people is that the white buffalo calf would stand upon the earth. White animals shall be born all over the world. So if you go on your Facebook, then you'll see that. But I want to share with you, I know when I was 12 years old, I became a sacred bundle keeper. And shortly after that, the first dream I had, no, in my dream, that door opened and I went out. And I went up there, I took a flip and I saw the ground was all dry. And I told my family, the elders, and they said, you have to pray about it. And things will be good. And these are things that it's hurting my heart, right now, I have a heavy heart right now for all the things that's happening, and I see it coming true. When I was 12 years old, shortly after that, the first dream, the next dream is my mother always, we didn't have electricity like many other reservations. We had no running water, electricity. 1970, we had now the electricity in our community, and my father was happy. He bought a big TV, and he wanted us to see that what's the cartoons, but we were not interested. But my mother was cooking, and she was watching as the world turns. And as the earth was turning, this person in my dream touched the screen or point towards the screen, and it opened up, and all these people standing in that circle. And it closed up like a book, and the earth was turning, and this person touched another part of the world, and it opened up like a book, and I start seeing the fire in the middle, and it closed, and the earth was turning. This person touched another part of the world, and this dream, as I remember, like 7 times, and I met the next morning. I told my father, said I had this dream about this fire. People standing in a circle, and said, in our dreams, our visions, no, you don't try to make things happen. You pray about it. And today, we have the World Peace and Prayer Day, as we lit our sacred fires at our sacred sites. And we have people all over the world standing in a circle at their homeland, protecting the sacred. So may takepi apetukile eche wachate washtan pe choose up yung kha eche makak na cho takwas taki ke cho ka hoki yung kha cha apetukile eche wachate washtia eche na pe choose up. Blessings and greetings to each and every one of you from our homeland, our sacred sites. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Leroy Osceola. We weren't able to record the first part of his presentation this morning, so I asked if it would be possible to reintroduce himself as the caretaker and steward of this land. So here's Leroy.
My name is Hene Hayoli. I'm Miccosukee. Miccosukee means mother of the people. That's the name the Creator gave us. And we call it among our own people, Yat Shimanola. That means to be the way your Creator made you. We wear different clothes, but we still have our connection because we still have our beliefs and the laws that our Creator gave us. We have our man-made laws among our own people, but we have our the laws that Creator gave us. So we never ever break those. And I think in the old days when people would do that, they would be put to death, executed. There would be punishment, then it elevates, and then the punishment is death. So we still have that among ourselves. So that's what keeps people in line, not the fear, but the respect for it. So that's how we live. So, like I said this morning, that I have the right to invite people or not invite people, just like any other native communities. I'm sure it's the same way there. So the Creator gave us Florida to live. Yet Megala Eyag non. That's Miccosukee land. So once again, I'm inviting all of you to come here and share what we have to share and say what we have to say. So I think a couple of things I like to say is when we have our native kids, we have to marry our own people, whoever you are. I'm Miccosukee, so I'm married to a Miccosukee. I'm full-blooded. I'm like almost a couple of the last people that's full-blooded. Everybody else back home is mixed. So that's a danger to our culture and everything we talk about, spirituality, our strength, our identity, and our vision for the world. If you don't do that, your vision's going to change and you're going to stray. So don't ever do that. This is not my ideal. I heard from old people, from my grandfathers and their fathers before them, their grandfathers. So this is not coming from me. This is what's been passed down to me in order to keep grounded to the earth where I came from. So we need to do that. When we have our kids, we have to name them native names from our own people and call them by their names, not the English names. That's all connected. So we talked about the different stages growing up, babies, little boys, little girls, and in our culture, our teachings, when you become lakachpool and tuglawege, that's 12 years old. Mahigit, you become a man. That's you're expected to go with the men and learn what the men do, and the girls go with the women and learn what they do. So there's that stage too, and then you become a father, then an uncle and a grandfather. So all these things have laws. They have different laws. We all know that. And when you hear the laws and when you respect it and practice it, that is the fence. That's the fence that keeps the bad things out. But if you hear it and you don't practice it, you say, well, that's a long time ago. I don't believe in that. When you do that, you're breaking it and you're hurting your own people. You never ever do that. Those are the things I was taught as a little boy. So I remember that and I practice it. So even as different native communities in our land, and even down in Argentina, like I said, we come together and talk, we're fixing the fence because right now it's broke. But it can be done. And that's where our strength comes from. And everybody has to speak their language when we come together. That is how you move things and get things done. That's how it was done in the old days when the land was new. This is what I was told by my grandparents. So we have to practice that again. So it's not a hard thing. It can be done even today. Because back then they had horses, boats, or they went on feet. So today we have cars, airplanes, so it can be done. We can come together even more than once a year, and it can be done. So we have to think that far. Don't think of yourselves. Think of the people that's going to come before us. Just like we did, there's people behind us. Like we said, they went through wars and not even wars, but a hard time. But that's how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a hard life. It's a hard life because you have to go slow. The native goes slow. We're not any other race that run around all day. We're not like that. We're not supposed to be like that. We go slow because that's how the Creator made us. So if somebody says, how come you don't have a car? How come you don't have that? If they don't understand, then you can't make them understand. They have to know it when they're little. They have to grow up knowing it. So those are the couple of things I wanted to say. And we have a lot of growing up stories in our communities. We all have that. I even heard some elder, an African man in Africa, telling his stories. So everybody has it. So one of the things that I learned when I was a little boy, we have a lot of them, but one of the ones, it's always a lesson that is told. So these two clans, two warriors went on a hunting trip. They would go for 4 days or even a month in the early days. So this is when the land was new, no white man anywhere. So they went out hunting and they camped. It was in Florida. It wasn't, they went camping. Night came and they went camping. And then the next day they got up and started on their journey again. And as they're walking through the woods, they came up on a stump with water in it and it had a fish in it. And the guy said, let's take it and that'll be our dinner or lunch. We can eat it later. And the other guy said, no. That means it might not be good. He's not talking about the flavor. He means just taking it. And because in our culture, you're supposed to learn the songs that go hunting, songs you travel at night, and songs for the weather, and songs for your people back home, your fire. So the guy said, don't touch it, leave it alone. But the other guy said, I'm going to take it and I'll eat it later. So he put it in this leather bag. And night came and they settled in. And that guy, they used to take beef jerky because that's our traditional meal. So that other guy ate that, but the other guy that took the fish cooked it and ate it. And around almost dawn, he said, it was still dark. That guy said, I'm itching. And so that guy looked at his back and he was going scales like a snake. And they got up when sun came up and they went on their way hunting. So the next night they slept again. In the middle of the night, the guy says, I'm still itching. That guy looked at him again. It was getting more and more. So by dawn, they went to sleep again. And by dawn, when they woke up, that guy that ate the fish took off his leather blanket and he had grown a tail. Yet he was turning into a snake. His upper body was still human, but he was growing a tail. And that guy told him, I told you not to eat it. So this is what happened. And that guy said, I should have listened to you. I knew, but I ate it. I shouldn't have ate it, but I ate it. And said by, they say like sunrise, and over the past sunrise, he had fully turned into a snake. So, but he was still talking his language. And they weren't cousins, they were two different clans. So that guy that ate the fish told the other guy to go back to the camp and tell my mother and my family what happened and come to see me, or else they're gonna think you did something to me. So he went back, traveled over 4 days, went back to his camp and told him what happened. So his mother, his father, his family came and they looked in the area, but they couldn't find them. So that they thought that guy had done something to him, like hurt him or killed him or something. So they were looking and looking, and there was a lake nearby. So there was a big water bubble came up, and it was that guy. He came up to the bank, and he was still talking. And he called out to his mother because everybody thought it's a big snake, so they're scared of him. So, but that guy called out his mother and told him what happened. And told him that it was all his fault. That the other guy didn't have nothing to do with it. He told me not to eat it, but he ate it. So I think Ian continued, man, that day that guy told him that they said his mother was crying and crying because she couldn't believe what happened. But because that snake, she sat by the water, and that snake came and laid his head on her lap because it's his mother. So they were telling him, and he told him that the snake told him that after you go back today, don't ever come back because the next time y'all see me and call me, I won't recognize you and I might hurt you. And the lesson to that, if you listen to it, that when that guy told him, don't touch it, it might not be no good. And I said, you have to learn songs for all different parts of your life. So he forgot all about that. So the lesson is don't ever touch or take anything that's not yours or you haven't worked for. So if you look at it today, it doesn't take a genius to figure out who starts all the trouble in all around the world. I won't say it, but you can figure it out. But even in your camps, that's what it means. Even if it's your own brother, if you're in a bar or something, if he's not home, in our culture, you're not supposed to take it. You have to get permission from him. So that's how strict it is. So this is what the story is telling you. So that's one of the stories I learned when I was little. So it's really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Leroy. Our next presenter, his name is Marcus Briggs Cloud. He comes from the Muskogee people, and he's going to be doing a PowerPoint and a presentation. And if I could introduce him and bring him on up.
Ubunaya ko mongen stemma do ya tsumone ka hande se tsahudi fkat kanvashki hola doen malage ro ja ko ndo ejen hudal galgi ippuji do es mo en konibal gin ko wakki do es che pumajale ge dadi o malgat kashapu watsat man dakabugi badi dejen state kegi ya man yetsi do je hasgat ka fatsa istishasan abize ho jadi duis istishasan yada kanvashki ma hoga awa garidis Oesan hada mapunay ako mungkin hinihayulit liro o shola legatan manalakawits ko umijejen manaktai gon makay runawa dami sa chestin buhito kaiste hada hayui chief arbo looking horse pala di bakat tat man yada alagi chahidi pumbuhak dun timidik tango si dos mapunaka kajok no si magiret si atstunawa mansagay zakto angka Manoha ka ramhet ya manalaga ya sajavat kosis madu sige jaga idos. My name's Marcus. I'm a Muskogee. I'm a son of the Wind Clan, and I'm an in-law to the Skunk Clan. And our people are from originally what's colonially known as Alabama and Georgia, and some of our people were pushed westward to what's colonially known as Oklahoma, and some people were pushed southward here. To what is colonially called Florida. yagni fashke yat miga imigana yan uhabugi atat alakhwis ko umijejen yaman tawe atat man madu magi duis. And I'm gonna just kind of contextualize what I want to talk about with a personal anecdote. That when I was in my early 20s, I had gone to the University of Oklahoma, and sadly, the instructor of Muskogee language had a stroke unexpectedly, and so I was asked to teach language in the Department of Anthropology, and so I got kind of excited thinking I'd be able to contribute to the longevity of our dying language. Until about the third week of the class, I realized nobody ever learned to speak a language sitting in a classroom. The elders had told me, they told me, don't ever teach the language in the public, you know, and I wasn't listening. And when I realized that this isn't a viable way to keep our language alive, I went around the world looking at endangered language communities and was interested in studying primarily immersion methodologies. But what I really found was that we're all suffering from the same issue. It's obsolescence, and it's pretty ubiquitously found because we interface with settler colonial societies that have an abundance of vocabulary that our own languages don't have. And so I want to bring that to the conversation first. The importance of language revitalization is something we don't talk about enough, but I found that endangered language communities were addressing obsolescence in one of two ways. And the first way is that they let the language die, and that's the most common response. And in the colonial US context, there are about 153 languages that are still spoken, and only 20 of those languages are expected to still be spoken by the year 2050. So that's 130 languages that'll fall silent in the next 30 years. We need lots of prayers for the survival of our languages. So I want to put that out there first. And UNESCO estimates that up to 90% of the world's languages will be extinct by the end of this century. The second approach to obsolescence that I noticed was that people would compile long lists of all the words that they wanted to approximate into their own languages. And I thought at first, you know, everybody's got to form a committee, right? And everybody knows, like, put Indians on a committee, like everyone's going to fuss at each other and their way's the right way and all this. But people would put their minds together and they come up with long lists of words that they wanted to approximate. And so I thought initially this was a noble endeavor, until I realized that by the time you dump 3,000 plus words into your lexicon that are inherently premised on post-industrialization capitalist ideology, that you deviate so significantly from the traditional ethos that our ancestors left to us in the first place, that it begs this question, well, why don't we just speak English if all we're going to do is whitewash the language? And so from that realization came this concept that we need to recreate the society in which our language once functioned best. Why try to reinvent the wheel? Everybody's always trying to fit our language into this kind of modern world. And why don't we ever consider changing the way that we live and let the language be the guide in that process? And so we started to, that was 19 years ago, that vision came, that we needed to form an eco-village. And we thought it would happen in an extant community, but the ancestors were calling us back to our homelands, to our traditional homelands. And so we, 9 years ago, started looking for land. And we went all over what's colonially known as Alabama and Georgia. And we would travel 10 hours from colonial Oklahoma, 10 hours from colonial Florida, and we'd meet 4-day weekend. And we didn't have any money, and everybody knew that. And so we had to have somebody pretend that they were an investor because nobody wanted to show some Indians land. And so we did this for 3 years. And one day we came to a spot, and everybody commented on it, saying that they really felt the strong presence of the ancestors in this place. And we went and looked at other places because we had other appointments on when we would travel up. And so the matriarch of our community, she said, I want to go back to that place in Coosa County. She said, there's something special about that place. And everybody agreed. And so we went back, and again, we just felt this overwhelming pull, the ancestors calling us in. And 3 days later, my cousin that does USGS mapping of culturally significant sites, he wrote me, he said, that place you're looking at, that's our ancestral village site, Wiagufki. And we said, oh, no wonder they're calling us in here. And so for 2 years, we pursued funding to acquire the land, and eventually got the funds for to acquire the initial parcel. And we need prayers because there's clear cutting around us and more threats of clear cutting. And we live in what's called a montane longleaf pine ecosystem, which is a sacred tree species to our people. But only 4% of the habitat still remains because logging companies wanted to replace it with the Pinus taeda loblolly species for pulpwood because it grows faster and it's not dense like the Pinus palustris. And so we're still trying to acquire additional acreage. We live on 1,240 acres in our village. Could I go to the next slide, please? And so the next slide. Is it going to change? There it is. Yeah, that's where we're located. And this is 54 million acres of Muskogee homelands that were illegally ceded to become Alabama and Georgia between, well, really primarily between 1814 and 1836, before the displacement of our people, during which between 30 and 40% of our folks were murdered in a mass genocide. Next slide, please. The reason that language though is so important to us because we have these Adilani and Bushkira Mishkinas Kabanitazago Lakomahugidis. It's our annual renewal ceremonies, the corn dance. And the prophecies tell us that if we don't do this ceremony, that our people will perish. And so that's what renews our relationship. And this here is not a picture. We don't take pictures of that, but that's from Catawba people. But a similar concept that you can't have that ceremony without the medicine. But the medicine requires the language to sing the formulas. And so without the language, we can't have the ceremonies. Without the ceremonies, you can't have you can't. Without the medicine, you can't have, without the language, you don't have the medicine. Without the medicine, you don't have the ceremony. And without the ceremony, according to our prophecy, our people will perish. So the A to D logic here is that no language equals the disappearance of our people. This is the very sacredness of our language. We have to have the language. Next slide, please. This map just highlights the correlation between linguistic diversity and biodiversity. So when we see languages, when we see peoples move toward that monolingual society, we see people giving up their traditional ways, and then we see change in the landscape moving to less biodiversity because the people that had that language that are performing the ceremonies and adhering to this traditional ecological knowledge are abandoning their lifeways. And so that biodiversity does not carry on when people abandon those teachings. Next slide, please. So we started this language immersion program wherein we speak our language exclusively to our children. And I've never spoken one word of English to my children since they were born, and they're fluent speakers. And my partner, I mentioned she's from the Skunk clan. She's a full blood, but and has fluent speakers in her family, but she's only conversational in the language. And so she had to make great sacrifices as a mother because she wanted her children to have their first experiences in the language. And sometimes that means either she has to grasp the vocabulary, or she has to say, I need to step aside to let the fluent speakers provide that first experience for my children in the language. And it's been really tough, but in the end, it's worth it, because our children turned out as fluent speakers and carrying it forward. But also we had to create the container in which our language could be intergenerationally transmitted, so that our kids don't have to go off somewhere else. We create regenerative economic opportunities so that our children don't have to leave. And they can stay in the village and be who they are. As Leroy mentioned earlier, that we're supposed to live slowly, and you'll see what I'm going to present here, that our lives are like that. It's a lot of hard work, and we live very slowly, but that's how we're supposed to be, because we know that the faster pace we move, if we're not picking up the acorns, if we're not putting the seeds in the ground, something else is doing the work for us. And it's usually fossil fuels or exploited labor, the combination of the two. Next slide, please. Our curriculum focuses on traditional ecological and agricultural knowledge. We don't, when I was 16 years old, sitting with Leroy, was highly influenced by the teachings. And so we never enrolled our children. That freedom, that babies that you're talking about, we really believe in this ideology, and these are traditional ways. I mean, like you said, we don't ever say traditional ways. They're just our ways. And so no, we didn't hand kids over to tribal enrollment, and we want them to grow up not knowing what that public school system is like. We want them to know what traditional or Muskogee education is all about, and that's how we raise them. And next slide, please. So we focus a lot on traditional ecological knowledge, as I mentioned, and the whole community can participate in this learning, because everybody's having to decolonize, to re-indigenize, but we ask that everybody maintain the no English zone. So as long as you respect the boundaries that we've created to protect our children's ears from that colonizing English language, you can come into the space. I mean, just, you know, people in our community, in our village. Next slide, please. And what we believe is that for traditionally agrarian societies, if our contemporary lifeways are not fixated on regenerative agriculture, there's no chance for our language to survive. So we have to be, if we think about it, our verb base is tied to our ceremonial calendar, the agricultural calendar, the seasons, the cosmological worldview. Everything is tied together, and so our verb base is rooted in agriculture, especially. And so if we're going to hold on to those verbs that have meaning in our contemporary life, then we have to be doing things that surround agriculture. So paying attention to what's happening in the natural world, talking about the behaviors of the animals daily, talking about our responsibilities to the animals daily. That's what takes up the majority of our conversation, so that we don't have to use English. So we raise chickens. We ended up with endangered livestock breeds. I guess it goes with the kind of theme of endangered language, endangered people, endangered animals. And so we raise 8 different livestock breeds. There's a few hundred chickens on site. Next slide, please. Oh, that's just processing chickens. Keep going. That's a community effort, but we know what the process is like. We know what trauma an animal did or did not experience. We do it in a ceremonial way. We have dances to honor those animals. You know, as Leroy was talking about the songs, you know, that's everyday life. I can't go into details about those things, but that's just, instead of, like, we don't go to camp to learn our identity. We don't go to summer program or school. It's just how we live every day. Keep going. I'm sorry. Next slide. These are guinea hogs. This is a southern lard hog that our ancestors bred. And in 2006, there were only 55 of these hogs left, because, you know, with industrial agriculture, they said go big or go home. So all these heritage animals, these heritage breeds, were lost to industrial agriculture because they don't get as big and fat as a Duroc or Hampshire, Yorkshire mix, or the Cornish cross chicken, etc. And we believe that preserving all biodiversity is important. So we work with endangered heritage breed animals, and this is a critically endangered hog, and they're very docile. So the kids can get in there and they talk to them exclusively in the language. They doctor them. They know how to make the medicine to heal them when they have wounds, or when they have parasites, etc. And all that comes from the land. We don't have to apply pharmaceutical or any kind of over-the-counter medicines with them. Next slide, please. This is Nokchabihogi. This is a sacred fish species to our people. It's the lake sturgeon, the Aspencer fulvescens species. They inhabited, they're 136 million year old living dinosaur from the late Cretaceous. They're the only animal on the whole planet that's morphologically identical to its ancestor. However, they were extirpated from Alabama streams because of the hydroelectric dams that were erected in the water, in the river, so they couldn't return to their natal spawning areas. And so because of the ancient knowledge that they carry, our people always revered them. But we went up to Anishinaabe country, we spawned the fish, we brought the embryos back, and we have been hatching them out, growing them out, and putting them back into the river. Next slide, please. But they also serve as the biohost for our aquaponics facility. And so that's when we had a reintroduction ceremony for the fish. Next slide, please. So this is our, we pump from the lower hypolimnion of a 12-acre, 55-foot deep lake on site. And we return all that water back to the lake via gravity flow so that we're not abusing the aquifer like many fish farms do. And we take the suspended material from the water column and we extract that through a bead filter and then put it into aerobic digester. And then we flush those nutrients into the, next slide, please, into the greenhouse where we grow healthy vegetables for the community. We also do in-ground agriculture, crop growing, but we don't like to take pictures of, because the corn is sacred, and that's an old woman and she don't like her picture be taken. So one of the biggest threats on the ground at the kind of grassroots level for the survival of our languages is poor health, because these language bearers are dying of chronic illnesses that are preventable by better dietary management. And so we wanted to really decolonize our diet and just eat from the land, just as sister is talking about the way that she introduced to her children. And so my aunt, for instance, she's a fluent speaker and had a hard time before getting around on the land, but just adhering to this strict diet. She's down almost 60 pounds now. She was a severe diabetic and no longer has to take insulin and doesn't have to take high blood pressure medication, and just working with the traditional medicines. And it's really important. If you want to keep your language alive, you got to have healthy people, because these elders are dying in their 60s and taking the language with them. And we got to be serious about eating right. It's a really uncomfortable subject. When I try to get other elders to do it before we lived in the village, there was a lot of resistance and they died. It's really sad. It's not the diet that our people were intended. It's not the food that the Creator placed here and that Mother Earth provides, and we need to be serious about this. But next slide. Oh, next one after that too, please. There's just images. Long story short, was fasting on a mountain and a buffalo came, and that kind of was the introduction to bringing buffalo into the image, into the vision. Most people just associate buffalo with plains people, but there were 2 to 4 million bison east of the Mississippi at the point of European contact, and our people have always revered this animal. But we have to think about how does it impact our medicine when that actual animal is no longer in that bioregional ecology anymore. And so we wanted to bring this animal back, and we work with the buffalo. Next slide, please. With holistic management, if anybody's familiar with this intensive rotational grazing. And so historically the red wolves would come upon the animals and move them from location to location. And so they didn't have an opportunity to eat to the meristem of the grass, right? But they would poop, stomp the poop in there. It would increase soil fertility, and they would go on and not return to that spot for quite some time. Well, that's not how most conventional ag does it. They just throw them out there. They overgraze. Then people have to bring synthetic chemical fertilizers, biocides, etc. And so what we do is we have to intervene as the wolf, and we have to move the animals from paddock to paddock. And in doing so, we see over time an increase in the ratio of legumes to forbs to grasses, so we can more densely stock the animals. But when we're talking about healthy eating, food sovereignty, this buffalo is a powerful being and really provides for the people, but it's also spiritually reinvigorating to our community. Can you, next slide, please? That silvopasture up there, on the picture that was up there, silvopasture is when you have trees and forage and animals all on the same land. And we do that primarily for carbon sequestration and an improved small-scale hydrological cycle. Well, I won't say more about it. Keep going. I'm trying to rush now. We do ecological restoration work. So we live in a fire-adapted ecosystem where our ancestors created it. In English, people say they're going to do prescribed fire, right? Well, that word fire for them, or control burn, they say, that prescribed burn, that's burn. You burn your finger. People talk about fire. That's like a catchphrase now. They say that's fire. I learned that means that's cool. Young people in the village told me that's what it means. And that's fire. That's cool, you know. And so when something is in our language, we have an actual verb for prescribed fire that doesn't apply to something else. And so it's important for us to get fire back on the landscape, especially for the proliferation of the Pinus palustris, the longleaf pine species that I mentioned that's endangered. And so we're committed to that. 2 years ago, we burned on 800 acres. And this winter, we have only 2 moons that we're culturally supposed to burn, but we're hoping to burn on several thousand acres. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah. So I'll just kind of, so we're building this off-grid community, so we have 2 mechanical HVAC systems in the whole community because that's the biggest energy load, right? Is heating and cooling in your building. And people talk about solar as being the answer to everything, but we have siblings and relatives in the Andes that are always facing displacement because of lithium mining, right? Or people that all the trace minerals that are required, indigenous peoples, are always in these mining areas. And so we knew we didn't want a lithium ion battery system, and we didn't want a lead acid battery system. And we started thinking about a nickel iron battery system because they have a 100-year track record. They're 100% recyclable. They last 30 to 40 years in our context. But we wanted to know where is the nickel coming from? And it took us 3 months to get a response from the battery supplier. And we said, we're not going to pay you the rest of the money until you tell us where this nickel is coming from, because Nor Nickel Company is what's the source of nickel for Tesla, is mining in Sami homelands where the Sami indigenous people are, Finland, Sweden, Norway, as they're colonially known. And we don't want to participate in this exacerbated havoc that's brought upon those communities. And so we learned the source was not in indigenous homelands, but we decided that we need to design these other buildings to not so that they can passively cool themselves, so that we don't need to rely on solar, that we don't need to rely on we don't have the option for electricity from the grid anyway. But next slide. I'll just say that, we don't well, these are biodigesters. I'll say that other building, that's our language school and our community kitchen. And then there's another building we don't take pictures of to that, but there's a combined 7,000 square feet of surface area that we catch rain from. It goes into a 20,000 gallon cistern. We pump it up to potable standards, filter it to potable standards. The water that's not pumped goes into the toilet the black water is flushed down into these biodigesters, which Janice from Solar Cities and T.H. Colhane that came to help us build that. He lives here at Rosebud Continuum with Sunny and Marianne. They came to help us build these digesters, but what we do is we flush that black water in combined with food scraps, and they anaerobically decompose and convert to methane. And then we run a methane gas line up to the kitchen and we cook on that methane. And we're going to see the demonstration of it here in a bit. Next slide, please. I just need 4 more minutes. And this is timber framing. It's not our traditional method, but it coincides with our values. So we go into the forest and we select trees based on species population densities in a basal area. And we have a ceremony with every tree with our traditional medicine, because if the tree says it doesn't want to be cut, you don't want to lodge that negativity into your building. So you have to respect the way that they communicate, and we teach our kids how to do that. And then we fell the trees ourselves. We skid them out with a farm winch. We put them on the sawmill here, and that's to avoid embodied energy like carbon emissions and fossil fuel consumption that would have been required to import that timber from off-site. Next slide, please. And then I think go to the slide after that too. So we have put up our structures like that. Yeah, next slide. And oh yeah, next slide. Just gonna try to move. So then we have straw bale insulation, wall insulation. That's all from wheat straw bales, and we've also done hempcrete as a wall system as well, with all localized materials. We're the first in colonial Alabama and one of the first in the country to use all local materials with the hemp. But we next slide, please. That's got an R42 value there. It's incredibly insulative. And next slide, please. That's our community center. There was 144 trees in that building. This is earth and plaster made of clay on site. And we do this with all of our buildings, and sand and wheat straw and buffalo poop. And we mix it together and we apply that to the wall system. There's nothing toxic in our buildings. Next slide, please. And this is our tiny home duplexes, and we designed them with annualized thermal inertia, which is this perlite-crete trench around that turns the floor into a thermal battery, a thermal flywheel. And so we're coupled to the constant 55-degree temperature in the ground, and we build earth and floor with that same clay that I was talking about, the same clay recipe with the buffalo poop and the sand and wheat straw, and it keeps it cool in the building. And then we have living roof up top where we grow green on top of the roof. And in the summertime, when we irrigate it, that brings the temperature down 10 degrees inside the building. And next slide, please. And this is the end. Next slide, please. These are rocket mass heaters that are 80 to 90% more efficient than conventional heaters. So they actually heat in the building instead of the sky. And they're net carbon negative. So we use very, very little wood. We never have to cut a tree down for that. We use all scrap wood from the timber framing that we do. Next slide, please. And next slide after that, and the one after that. And we're an income sharing community. So everybody in the community performs work every day, 7 days a week. In exchange for food, in exchange for food and lodging and a $400 monthly stipend. So you can't earn over $400 a month in the community. And the reason for that is to constrain our participation in capitalist consumerism. We live very simply. We don't accumulate material possessions and capital, but people are happy, and we get to live as a full-time indigenous people every day instead of every other weekend, as this guy always says. We get to be who we are. And we're just going to close with a song, and appreciate you listening to us. Ogera neta espoge neta hayatku teja kameko shap algira pe yan And we're facing a graphite mine right now, so we ask you for your prayers that it doesn't happen. It's just a few miles from us, and we'll pollute these rivers. So please bring your minds and hearts to be in spirit with us. Maro, sige, za kairos.
Thank you so much, Marcus and his family, for coming and sharing. Our next presenter is going to be from the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation. Her name is Carla Marshall. She is currently working to protect our natural resources in the Black Hills from mining, from gold mining, uranium mining, and protecting our waters and sacred resources. So next presenter, Carla Marshall, would you please step up?
Dakiapi. My name is Carla Ray Marshall. I am Lakota from the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. I'm enrolled in Cheyenne River bloodlines in Oglala. My grandfather is Oglala on my mother's side. And my great grandmother on my mother's side, Blue Earring, married Sitting Eagle, and they came down from Canada. My grandfather, great grandfather on my mother's side, who married Oglala, a woman named by the name of Jenny Badface. She was, he came down from Spain. So I said, gee, I have to take care of the whole from Canada all the way down to Mexico. No, but so I try. Got my slides up there? Oh. Were they able to get the slides or no? Anyway, so it's a great honor and a privilege to be here. I would like to, speaking with you today. There we go. Oh, how wash day. I'm very humbled to be in your territory. I traveled from the Black Hills of South Dakota, the Chasapa. We say in our language, Maka, Wamaka, Oganake, Ichante, which means the heart of everything that is. I extend a warm handshake and welcome. I extend a warm handshake. The Black Hills is, like I said, the heart of everything is. I give recognition to Unchimaka because she is the one who holds eons of memory in our DNA. Her water is our main entity. Miniwi Chozani means water is good for good life. Water is our first medicine. And my Mushke Deborah, who's gone now, Deborah White Plume, she used to say that all the time. Water is our first medicine. We have to remember that. So I honor her today. I say we must recognize water as a living being that she is. Water must be protected from destructive mining that left my generation with abandoned mines, Superfund sites, and wastewater dead zones. This is not the legacy that I want to leave for my Takoja, my grandchildren, or for the Wakanyaja, the children, you know, because we always say the future generations, but that generation is now. That water is getting polluted, contaminated. So we have to put water on the endangered species list because it is a living being. I heard somewhere that they said, well, water isn't alive until you bless it. But I think that's that colonial thinking, you know, that Christianized thinking. So for many years, I've been working with, doing a lot of things over my young life. I'm only 62, I'm a grandma. But way back in the late 70s, right out of high school, I got involved with the American Indian Movement and the Black Hills Alliance. And we stopped a uranium mine, a proposed uranium mining in the Black Hills in the late 70s, early 80s. So it can be done. Back then, you know, I went off to, had my children, went off to college. I also worked for 6 years helping with buffalo restoration on Indian lands for a national organization, and did many teachings around the use of the Pateo Yate. So I've been doing this work for many years. I'm also the founder of Watecha Challenge. It is to carry our own reusable dishes, our own reusable bags, our own, you know, so but that's another another story. So you can go on to the next slide. So our next, so our sacred Hesapa is under attack. It's under attack again, because back in the 1872 with the General Mining Act, and them taking our lands, even though they were under treaty, you know, they came in and they found gold. Actually, it was documented that they found gold in 1833. Some prospectors went into the Black Hills illegally. They weren't supposed to be there. But then they said, you know, General Custer, he found gold by French Creek down by the south central part of the Black Hills. So next slide, please. Oh, no, go back. I'm sorry. Go back to slide 2. I'm sorry. So if you look at this slide, oh geez. Anyway, so slide 2 would have shown, it shows some of our sacred sites that are known, that are publicly known, but there's thousands of sacred sites in the Black Hills that are unknown. And, you know, we're not telling where they're at. But they, right now, you know, if anybody knows where Mount Rushmore is, that was actually called the 6 grandfathers. And then they desecrated that with 4 white guys. There's also our origin story says that we come out of the Wind Cave, and we have a special connection to the Hesapa, the Black Hills, because that's our origin story. Some people say, you know, archaeologists say, oh, you guys are way over there, you know, you kind of came in, but that's not true. Also in the Black Hills, there was many indigenous nations that were spiritually connected to the Hesapa region, including the Oceti-Sakowin, Lakota, Dakota, Nakota, Arapaho, Arikara, Assiniboine, Blackfeet, Cheyenne, Cree, Crow, Grovon, Hidatsa, Kiowa, Apache, Kootenai, Mandan, Salish, Shoshone, and more. So I'm going to talk about how the Black Hills is under attack by mining industries now. So in 1872, when the Mining Act was passed, they started coming in, and, you know, there was many things that went on in the Black Hills. First, they started taking the land. due to the mining. There was many sacrifices that our people had to go through. There was Sand Creek Massacre. There was a Wounded Knee. All these massacres that happened to our people was because of westward expansion, because of gold, because they wanted that land, that they seen the Hesapa as being everything that is, because that's what we think it is. You know, that's what we know it is. We're connected to our DNA to that land. But in 1980, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the United States had illegally appropriated the Black Hills and awarded more than 100 million to the Great Sioux Nation. That's how they put it in our treaties, the Great Sioux Nation. We said no. And so it's drawn interest, but the Black Hills are not for sale and never will be for sale. We are working, I work with the Black Hills Clean Water Alliance, like I said, I mentioned. We started out in 2009. They started out to stop a proposed uranium mining in the Dewey Burdock area. There has been mining interest in the Black Hills for many, 150 years now or more. But the uranium mining actually started in the early 1950s. Down in the Dewey Burdock and the southern Black Hills, and then way up northwest of South Dakota in they call it the Guster Gallatin National Forest. But so there was uranium mining on both sides up north, which the Little Morrow River flows down to the Cheyenne, or down to past the Cheyenne River. And I used to live in a little community called Iron Lightning. It flows past Greengrass where Orville's lives too, but so the Little Morrow was contaminated with uranium mining. On the south end of the Black Hills, the uranium mining out there in the 50s used to be mom and pop mines. So they paid, you know, families to go out there and mine uranium. And then bigger companies started coming in. But at the same time, you know, that kind of dwindled down. You know, there's always that boom and bust. So the uranium went bust. And so now, since 2009, we've been fighting Power Tech, which is now part of Encore Energy, a company out of Texas. We've been fighting them for 13 years, and they have not started their proposed uranium mining yet in the Dewey Burdock area. And that is because we've been very diligent about making sure we're at these public comments, making sure we get enough people to come in and say no. But also, when we do that, you know, the tribal, the government always says, well, we got to do tribal consultation. And our tribal consultation goes something like, we're going to send you guys a letter, and then you guys have to respond. If you don't respond, we're going to say you didn't respond. I mean, it just kind of goes back and forth. And you know what? It's time for us to say no, and it's time for them to allow us to give consent. Not allow, we demand that we give consent, and we're going to say no. Right now, the Dewey Burdock is being held off by the Oglala Sioux tribe because they not only got the EPA permit and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission permit, they needed 2 federal permits. Dewey Burdock got those permits, but they were challenged by the Oglala Sioux tribe and others. So that is still in, you know, still being challenged, and the government's still trying to figure out what to do with that. So I think, like I said, the Hesapa is very beautiful. It's a sacred area. She has unique and special ecosystems that are interconnected and interconnected by water. You know, we always talk about, oh, that's Lawrence County. These are counties in the Hesapa. Lawrence County, Pennington County, Custer County, Fall River. And all these counties have their own little, you know, zoning and their own planning commissions and all this. Right now, we've been working with the Pennington County to get a hard rock mining ordinance. And we've been going in there and saying, you need to do this, you need to protect the waters, you know, put this in there. And it seems like they just have ignored us. But, you know, the next step is we're going to go back and meet with them to try to get it try to get more protections in there than what they have done. But the USDA Forest Service, they say water is one of the most important commodities on forest lands. The cleanest water flows from healthy forested watersheds. The most effective way to approach ecological issues is to consider them at a watershed level. So the watersheds, there you go. Now we're back on track. Yay. So the watersheds in the HESOP they're connected to special and sacred places. The information from the Black Hills National Forest Service says amid the splendid scenery of the Black Hills National Forest are 11 reservoirs. We don't have any natural lakes in the Black Hills. All the what they call lakes like Pactola Lake and Sheridan Lake, those are all man-made reservoirs. Corps of Engineer came in 1950s and 60s and put those in there for the cattle ranchers and the municipals, the towns and cities and whatnot. So, and then there's 30 campgrounds, 26 picnic areas, 2 scenic byways, 1,300 miles of streams, 13,000 acres of wilderness, and 353 miles of trails. So the watersheds run all around the Black Hills. It's such a geological wonder because the water, the Minnelusa, the Madison, these aquifers, these special aquifers in the Black Hills, they go all different directions because of all the crevices and the caves and everything underneath there. They said under, maybe I shouldn't say this, but under Wind Cave, they said there was a natural lake under that was pristine. So it's, I mean, you know, but our water, a lot of the people on the Black Hills, they get their water from the Madison and the Minnelusa. There's Deadwood. There's all these aquifers. The next, okay, you're good. The Black Hills watersheds are the Crow Creek, Whitewood Creek, Bear Butte Creek, Spearfish Creek, Elk Creek, Upper Rapid Creek, Castle Creek, Lower Rapid Creek, Spring Creek, and Battle Creek. So you have all these watersheds that need to be protected. Okay, the next slide. Go ahead, the next slide, please. Oh. Okay, so she missed that one, but Pateo Yate. So I want to say a little bit about the Pateo Yate, or the in close to Wind Cave, there's a place called Buffalo Gap area. Pate, Tali, Yapa. I want to, I'm not a fluent speaker and I apologize, but what we are of the Buffalo Nation. It was hard to say where the animal ended and the man began. John Fire Lame Deer, Oglala Lakota. But beginning immediately with the westward expansion, that's when they started decimating the buffalo because they knew we depended on the buffalo. There was a coin that apparently the US government minted. It said one buffalo, one dead buffalo, one dead Indian. And it was a coin that they did. But I just wanted to say a little bit about what the buffalo herd, the great buffalo herds that were here prior to European contact, 63 million. And they said they would, when the thunders would come, it would lightning and they would spook and they would run over the aquifers. And there were so many of them that it made the earth shake. And when the earth shook, it woke up the aquifers. So I think that's something to be really mindful of. That's how the Pateo Yate, that's how they helped the earth and helped our people. And we always say that they say that we followed the buffalo. There was a surveyor that came in the late 1700s, early 1800s, and he witnessed some mini Koju that were up in the Peshla area. And he said they were following a buffalo herd. Well, he didn't say they were following. He said it didn't look like they were following the buffalo herd, more or less that they were herding the buffalo herd. So we had that special connection with them. We had a covenant with them, with the Pate. So, okay, so I think we need to make it, we need to be, we need to be stewards of the land and caretakers of the land, not managers, because the Forest Service, the USDA, the BLM, the EIEIO, you know, I always put that out there, the EIEIO, when I start naming acronyms, you know, and people like, what's the EIEIO? You know, I just want to see if you guys paying attention. But a lot of people don't catch it, but you know, they've been trying to do this for 500 years and they failed. They're done. They failed. It's our turn. We should have been consulted right up day one and they should have listened to us. We tried to, but what they do, you know, the history. So right now in the Black Hills, the mining, you can go on to the next slide. It's going to go over all this history. The 1862 gold is found in Montana. You know, then in 1872, then there was a Sand Creek Massacre. Then 1872, gold was found in the Black Hills. Then the passing of the 1872 gold mining law. 1875, the federal government tried to buy the Black Hills for $5 million, and we said no then. Then there was Greasy Grass, the victory of Greasy Grass, you know, where Custer got sued. Well, it was the Cheyenne and our other allies too, but and then, you know, and then the Wounded Knee Massacre happened. So all this history is very important, but you can go to the next slide, please. So the lay of the land, we've got, like I said, all these different government entities that we have to try to figure out and navigate through. I call it the, you know, it's trying to navigate through these government agencies, and they have public comments here and public comments there. But so right now in the Black Hills alone, we have actually one gold mining, large scale gold mine up there that's been going on since probably 1872. But can we go to that video, please? Next slide with the video. It's gonna come on. Okay, so I made this little video that shows the big, large scale gold mine called Wharf, who's owned by Korea, who's a Canadian company. They also own a company in Mexico and in Alaska and in Nevada. So this company is huge. But right now we are fighting uranium, like I mentioned. We've been fighting that Dewey Burdock project, which Power Tech, for 13 years. We just now found out there was another uranium company that's popped in. It's called Pegasus Resource, and that's a Canadian company. Then we got up in the Matotipila, where we actually, Orville and them had their first World Peace and Prayer Day, and I was fortunate to be able to go to that back in 1996. But up at Matotipila, Rare Elements Resources wants to do, they got 62 million or something like that, 21 million to do a processing plant, what is it called? A pilot processing plant in Upton, Wyoming. And then they want to probably come in back with their permits and get a rare earth mine in Bull Hill. Then in gold, so we got the, there was a former Home State gold mine who was one of the largest in the country. They polluted 18 miles of Whitewood Creek from the Black Hills that goes down to the Cheyenne River, the North Fork of the Cheyenne. Then you got the Wharf, the Korea gold mine. There we go. Go ahead and play that video. So this is the Wharf mine. I don't know if you can see it. supposed to go a minute 45, but anyway, that's on our YouTube site. If you want to see it, we just got some footage, raw footage, and then put it together with some information. Now, Wharf, they do use cyanide, and they had do spills. And if they spill, they have to report it to the state of South Dakota. And the state of South Dakota has an interactive map that you can go on there and you can find all the toxic spills in the state of South Dakota. Oh, still going, I'm sorry. So, yep, so the cyanide. And it's so anyway, if you want to see that better, just go on YouTube and look for Black Hills Clean Water Alliance. And that mine is approximately 7.5 miles in circumference around it. And they are expanding. So the next mine is, well, we got the Gilt Edge, which is a Superfund site. Agonico Eagle has some interest in that Superfund site. There's Dakota Gold, there's Solitario Zinc, there's Mineral Mountain Resources, there's F3 Gold. So these are all gold companies that are coming into the Black Hills, mostly in the northern Black Hills. Then we got lithium. Just a couple months ago, my Google alert went off and I was like, oh, lithium is coming in now. And that's down in the Custer County area, Custer County, you know, down in the south central part of the Black Hills. United Lithium, which is a Canadian company, Iris Metals, which is an Australian company. Then there's a Lotus Metals, which is kind of a local company that's got some ties, I guess, with the Iris. But these are coming in. And if you ever looked at lithium mines, and they're coming in under the guise of being exploration. We're just looking, you know, so yeah, I'll get up. But we are taking action. Let me see. You can go down to the slide 18, please. I had a heck of time with this, but so we are taking action right now. We created the Rapid Creek Watershed Recreation Act draft, and we do need people to help sign that petition because we want to get the Rapid Creek Watershed in the federal lands protected as a recreation area. That's one way of protecting it. So you can sign the petition at rapidcreekwatershed.org. We are also partnering with Mini-Kiwakan Indigenous Water Summit, which that is going to be held August 16th and 18th in Rapid City. Indigenous knowledge, Indigenous water justice, Indigenous water governance, and water infrastructure. So you can go to minikiwanka.org on that. So yeah, those are just you know, some of the things that we are doing. We're up all night. And you know, our staff is just very small, but we have a lot of support in the community and with some other organizations and stuff. So I want to thank you for listening. I know I kind of ramble on, and but you know, water is the most important relative that we have. So how Pilama ye. Oh, this is Black Hills water I brought in.
Thank you, Carla, Marshall, for your presentation. Our next presenter is Kushi Faith Spotted Eagle. She's going to be presenting.
me go tumbling off. I think I'm okay. Oh, how many talk you pick it, okay? Did you pick it, ya hippie, etche, yohi, yushke, na bet use up each one and every one of you. I touch my heart to your heart and your mission, your plan, and what has brought you here, not only in this space of our guests that we are to the hosts of this land, and those of you that are on Turtle Island on Zoom. Just want to put my hands up to Arvel and Paula and the technology world that they have brought to us by sharing this with many people. I know my people at home are texting, what's going on? When did you leave? Where are you at? I don't always tell them where I'm going. So the time we were in the Central Park on those horse riding things, my kids called me and they said, you know where you are? I said, oh, I'm in Central Park riding this horse buggy with Arvel and Paula. Mom, you didn't even tell us. So anyway, so where I'm going to start, and I know I have to speed talk, so I'm going to try to do that, but I represent, and I need to say this publicly, I represent primarily Okorakichia, a traditional society, Chanteo Hitika Okorakichia. So hopefully the grandmas are listening and will be my witnesses. Also the chair of the Hungtuan Treaty Committee, and most of all, Kushi, a grandmother that I have to be abide with the responsibility of my family. So what I'm going to do is go over 3 or 4 quick things that forms the philosophy of what we're doing. And this was guided, we were guided in this direction after 28 years by my daughter. It's like when your kids grow up, you always want them to be better than you. And so they've gotten better than us. And she put a framework together of, she said, when I was growing up, I resisted it. I didn't know I was living in a decolonized setting, but she said, it's a marvel. So I put some framework on. And she said, the first framework, obviously, that we're living in is that we stand by refusal. And it's in our tribal history. When the 1851 treaty was signed, we said, okay, that's done. We retain this. We have given you a little bit of land, but we keep this. So they came back, the coyote that they are in 1868, and they said, we got another better treaty. We want you to sign the 1868 treaty at Horse Creek. And we said, nuh-uh, no, 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 no. We did 1851. We are not going to Horse Creek. So they, because of starvation and force of the nature of our people being in desperation, they coerced people into signing the 1868 treaty, which shrunk our treaty territory. That's an example of refusal. We said, no, 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 and we stuck to it. The other one in 1934, when they came and they said, your governments are too pitiful, they're disorganized, they're too something. That's a tool of the oppressor, is to say that you're too something. And so they said, you have to have a better government. Your type of government doesn't work. So we want you to have constitutions and you'll have marvelous organizations. We said, no, 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 no. We don't want your constitutions. We had a constitution before you thought it up in 1926, but we're refining it, but we don't like yours. And so at the threat of starvation and all kinds of things that happen, the Indian agent told one of our grandmas, and she told me this, she said the agent came out and said, you Yanktons better tighten your belts because we're going to make you sign this Indian Reorganization Act. And she said they would hide the food under the floorboards. And she remembered the agent coming one time, stomping into the house, and her mom kept looking at that floorboard because that's where the food was hidden. And she kept thinking, oh my gosh, he's standing right on the food and he doesn't even know it. But what was her answer? No, 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 no. We are not going to become a Indian Reorganization tribe. So we are a non-IRA tribe. We still have a traditional form of government called the General Council. It gets pretty hairy sometimes. It gets out of control, but it's still our government. It's our form of government in a traditional manner. Those pictures in anthropology where you see people sitting in a circle in the camp, that's the General Council, and we still have it. So that's what we mean by refusal. So when people like at DAPL and other places, and they came and asked us to consult, we said, no, 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 no. We need to, they just don't, my grandma used to say, Hena nuch champi. Those people have wooden ears. You just have to keep saying no, no. So, so that's all we say is no, no, no. So we said we need consent. We absolutely need that. And so that's been our tribal mantra, and we've suffered from doing it. They went after our land because we had beautiful black earth, which is beautiful farmland, much more than our Western relatives. So sometimes our no-nos didn't work with the Dawes Act. But so after no, when you say refuse, there's a writer, Audra Simpson, said it is an act that reveals itself at the point of refusal. It's a principle, a historical narrative, and enjoyment to revel in saying no. So you have to have some plans. You can't just be difficult and get arrested and say no. You got to have a plan. So now that we've said no, what is our plan? What do we have to do? So refusal is part of our strategy and our 50-year plan. The second one is rematuration. And this all ties in with what I'm going to talk about in the limited time that I have about a watershed that we're doing. What is rematuration? It is to restore a people to their rightful place in the sacred relationship with their ancestral land. That means Mother Earth. That means Inamaka, Kunshimaka, Unchimaka. So we have a long ways to go. We have those original instructions, and Misunkana has been doing this for over 20 years in trying to do rematuration of the land with the sacred sites. A lot of the tribes just finally got it with the actions that they've been doing, that this is indeed about sacred sites at the very core of our belief system. So what we're doing is rematuration. It's a female gender term. So if we talk about rematuration, it not only has to do with respecting Earth, it has to do with respecting mothers and co-creators and those who birth our nations. And we're, as I said earlier yesterday, we're in a sad state about respecting our women. And so anytime that the grandmas see the women used as a prop, because in leadership, in tribal leadership, there's the famous thing, we respect our women. If you respect women, we got to see it. I was talking to some youth one time and I said, you have to respect. And they said, what does respect look like? So they've got it, is we have to demonstrate what does that respect of women look like. And it certainly isn't beating a woman up or grooming younger women to marry older men, which is what is happening in many of our communities. So it's our rightful place with women as co-creators, young girls, baby girls, and above all, Mother Earth. Okay, the third one, Indigenous resurgence. So what does that mean? And you heard a good example with nephew, the Muscogee people talking about what they have done in a community. They have created an Indigenous altar of who they are as a people. At great sacrifice, they've chosen not to enroll. That is resurgence. It's going back to where we came from. But there is that sacrifice. It means having the courage and the imagination to envision life beyond the state that we're in. And it takes that courage. That means that you might have to refuse funds. You might have to refuse money. It's connecting Indigenous nations with their traditional land-based and water-based cultural practices. You heard him talking about the methods of bringing back those hybrids that were natural. You have to research them. You have to figure them out. You have to listen to their spirits. You have to bring back their songs. Identifying everyday practices of renewal and responsibility in communities. How do we do that when we go home from here? What's an Indigenous practice? For one thing, when we see each other at Walmart, we see another native, we're afraid of each other, and we see another native and we go like this. And then you think, oh, I don't want to talk to them. You go to the next island. Hey, there they are again. And you have to, so the best that you could do is give them a nod. And if you get carried away, shake their hand, even if you don't know them. But that's a renewal, because my grandmas and aunties, oh my gosh, when I was little, I had to learn great patience, because they see each other 1 minute, 5 minutes later, they act like they didn't see each other for 20 years. And so that's what we have to do, is renew that relationship of joy, that I'm glad to see you, even if I might not like you or you don't like me. Indigenous climate justice movements, we need to do that in communication, because we have a lot of isolated movements. When Carla Mushke talked about watersheds, that's what we're doing. Because if we just say, I am from the Yankton Sioux tribe, I am from Cheyenne River, I'm from Lower Brule, we're kind of isolating ourselves. We're proud to be of that band. We have to demonstrate the pride that we've been taught, but at the same time, we belong to a larger Wizipa, or a water bundle. And we're having a water war as we speak. So we're right in the midst of the war. And so language, we talked about that into the ground, which is good. And so there are codes in the language that are so clear, but we have to be able to cleanse the language teaching of shame. And that means our elders are carrying so much shame, and they're also afraid of being put on a pedestal because they didn't get it. They were in boarding school. And so when we put them in that position, we have to buffer them, we have to shelter them, we have to figure out how can we make them feel good. And land-based pedagogy of our own. How do you manage your land, not because the provincial government or the BIA said that? Figure out, how do I dismantle that? And I really learned this because when we were the founders of the first women's shelter in the nation over 40 years ago, we didn't change anything. We have certain procedures, we have funding, and the girls at White Buffalo Calf Woman, they work hard to save them from the abusers, but the systems have not changed. So that means we have to dismantle. We have to figure out what are indigenous justice systems that we can bring in. Traditional men's societies, we have to redefine their role, restorative justice in whatever way we can. And then that goes down into resistance. But the important thing about resistance is we haven't always taken the time. At Standing Rock, it was a beautiful place to see the teach-ins. Wherever you went, the groups were organizing and saying, what are the protocols at this camp? And one of them is, you do not rape people. You do not go into a camp without asking. Really basic childlike things that we never had the opportunity to learn. Whether we got it or not remains to be seen when the movements went home. As I've done circles with people who went to Standing Rock, the thing that they said over and over again is, when I ask them, what did you learn about Standing Rock? They will say, I learned about me. So we don't have those me places all the time to be able to say, you know, who should I listen to? Who should I look to? When I was there one day, a group from the Northwest came, and they came in on that road where they'd go to the sacred fire. And I was sitting there, and one of the girls came up to me and she said, Grandma, can you give me direction? Who do I go talk to first? We want to do this respectfully. And then people over here were competing about who they had to talk to. And I thought, oh, next, we got to get a grip on this. We got to get this together. And then having combat on the ground about who was at the top of the hierarchy. We were struggling, and we came a long ways. We were struggling to dismantle a hierarchy that was taught to us to make it a circle. And so our purpose that we are doing at home is similar to what Nephew talked about with his community, but ours is, his is aimed to an altar, a specific focus, which every community needs. With ours, it's with sovereignty of the government, and it's combined with grassroots, which is really hard to achieve because grassroots are afraid of elected leaders are afraid of grassroots. It's historical. So we thought, we're going to come home and honor the dream of the survivors of White Swan, my community that was drowned by a dam. And we named it Mani Wizipa Wakan, Sacred Water Bundle. In Washichu language, it's a cultural landscape, just like the Black Hills is a cultural landscape. And we're going after the Missouri River Basin watershed.
The headwaters are in northwest Montana until it meets the Mississippi. And that whole watershed, the PowerPoint, if you could go to the page where it says purpose, Mini-Wizipa-Waka Sacred Water Bundle, you can see the turtle. You see the shape of our, and we didn't know that. We didn't even think about that before we initiated this work. I should say re-initiated, but can you see Grandma Turtle? The whole watershed is in the shape of a turtle. So the goal of this project is to create both political support and a legal basis for joint tribal federal government in a stewardship way of the landscape and hydroscape in order to mitigate climate change, address community health concerns, conduct intense water quality testing, training native farmers, including food and energy sovereignty. So all of those things are things that a tribe would be doing. But many of our tribes are so captivated by federal funds. When you get a federal grant, 50% of that is on reporting. Who has time in their life to do 50, 50, 50, 50? You don't have time. Pretty soon you're old. And so what we did is we said, okay, we're going to cut off the feds. We're not going to take any money from them. So we only take money from foundations that understand our vision. We're 7 years into this. We started before Standing Rock. And lo and behold, last summer, we got an initial bush grant. And then they called us up and I thought, with my trauma being the way it is, I said, oh no, I'm in trouble. Is my report due? I'll work on my report. And that lady, my program officer, she said, no, Faith, you're okay. We just want to give you more money. I said, what? And she said, yeah. She said, we have 8 projects that are long reaching templates that we feel that can help tribal communities, and you're one of them. And so we would like to give you some money. And so I was afraid to say how much. I couldn't bring myself. I was trying to be cool. And I'd say, yeah, we're interested. But I kept thinking, how much, how much? And then finally she said, well, I said, should I write it based on the need or the amount? I was trying to get her to say the amount and she wouldn't say it. And so then I said, should I write it to the need? And she said, yep. She said, if you write it to the need and you give it to me, I can make the decision. If you go over a certain amount, I have to give it to the board. And I said, what? And finally I brought my courage up and I said, what is the amount? She said, $1 million. I thought, I have never had a conversation like this in my life. I said, did you say $1 million? She said, yeah. And I said, okay, I'm gonna go for 999,000. And she said, no, that's too contrived. She said, do your need and then we'll go for there. So we got 850,000 from Bush Foundation. And so it's a 3-year project and hopefully they can continue to carry us. But the key that they liked is that the border crossing. So we have patiently worked with the tribal government. And I really took it to heart when my son told me that the tribal government is no different than the high-risk youth. He said at any day, they're almost ready to commit suicide because they are not able to provide to the needs of the people. Can you imagine? And then getting chewed out constantly. And when people come into a room and have that bad medicine from your mouth, and every day somebody's coming in with red rage. And so somehow we have to pray as hard as we can to figure out how do we bring the grassroots to teach the leadership. And this is an example. This is the kind of template. And we we get irritated at them. But my son said, you know what, Ina, I'm going to let you in on a secret that leadership do. He said, when you come in and you have red rage and you chew them out, he said, they just let you go on and on until you're exhausted, until you get yourself out of control. And then they say nothing. The culture of silence, which they learned from the patriarchy. And by then you're spent and you walk out of the room and they don't have to do anything. He said, that's an actual methodology of leadership. So I don't do that anymore. I go into a different role. I try to keep red rage out of the room. I call them by my relationship. They're all my takojas and my nephews. And I tell them a story. I'm going to share some stories. Indian copyright. Those 2 stories are relative told about the snake and not sharing information that is not for other people. We don't have to spill our guts to people. We don't have to suck up with our information, and that's data sovereignty. So figuring out, and I'm teaching them, not just me, but our team. We made our first water quality testing report to the tribe on May 24th. We did sample testing in a body of water. We found the arsenic in the lake was 1,000 times more than the recommended level of EPA, 1,000. We found manganese 70 times more than recommended. We found selenium. So we have a high cancer rate of our people. So we had concrete data, and we told them that we have, if you could visualize these young people that are getting educated in our workforce about ArcGIS and environmental engineering, they're kind of like Indiana Jones, and they're going into these data sites and they're mining. They're going in and they're grabbing this information. So that's what we're doing. We're teaching them. And when I get home, I have some coming in. Our overall goal to reestablish sovereign, inherent, spiritual, legal, traditional water rights to protect the Missouri River Basin in cooperation with leadership and the people of the Ihangtua, and eventually every tribe on the Missouri River Basin. Wes Martell told me something, and every time somebody adds something, I take note of it. Wes Martell said that surplus water is Indian water. So I'm going to figure that out. I have a hydrologist coming in, and I want him to measure how much surplus water is going down the Missouri River, because I'm going to claim that. That's surplus water, and we're going to develop the rationale to do that. The secondary goal, develop a comprehensive set of water codes. We have to have regulatory power. In the US, there are only 12 tribes that have water codes, because in 1975, the Department of the Interior, one of the gatekeepers, said that he put a moratorium, no more water codes. How oppressive. And so what happens? Our relative Deb Holland, a month ago, she lifted the moratorium. Yes. And in the meantime, we developed our water code, even though people would say, Faith, there's a moratorium. You're not going to be able to get it on. And I said, we're just going to keep working. They said the same thing at the KXL pipeline. Faith, I don't know why you're working so hard. It's not going to happen. It did happen. You just have to manifest these things. The tertiary goal, to strive for shared stewardship and management plan of the Missouri River all the way up the river. Now, the challenge of that, and I know I only have 2 minutes left, is this is what the cultural bioregion looks like. All of those purple areas are different bands of the Oceti. Now, they kind of don't like each other. So seriously, how are we going to relearn and lift up that scary feeling of distrusting each other as a Oceti and other tribes, the Arapaho, the Shoshone? So we need to model it in our community if we're going to expect the tribes up and down the river to do the same thing. So we worked on the Big Five for the last 7 years. We work with the Elder Committee. We work with the Constitution Committee, because we got to work with them. If we want a water code, it has to be part of our Constitution. We work with the BNC, which is the elected leadership. We work with the Treaty Committee. And then this is a new old thing. We work with Braveheart Society, which is the one that goes out and gets the money for the tribe. So that's the Big Five. And so we've had some knockdown dragouts and still are doing some of that, but we need each other. We cannot work in isolation. It's going to destroy us. So that the 7 years we have tried to bring that together so we can hopefully model it, and at any time it can fall apart. So that's where the water ceremonies come in. Everything we start, we do the ceremony. And I remember the first ceremony when we did it along the river, all the Wamakashka, I am holy moving, the birds, the animals came, swarms of seagulls, swallows, they literally came to the ceremony. It was just like the great mystery woke us up. They were swarming all along the river. Even the turtles came up. And so I told them, I said, we need to go to the water and tell Mani Wakam what we're doing. Tell her what our intentions are. So one of my granddaughters went down to the river, and I saw her start crying, and she came up the bank. And I said, what's the matter, Takoja? She said, I told the river I needed her help. And she said, I can't help you anymore. You have to help me. And she said, it made me cry. She said she needs help. And so the other thing that we are mindful, one of the grandmas told us that there are water beings. There's Wamakashka that live in the water that we have forgotten about. We don't pray with them. We don't feed them. And during the Keystone or the Dapple fight, there were some people who came to me and asked me to take, and I took it to Argos, Wiwangwachi, but they said the little people, the Cha'otina would help, and that they went into ceremony and they made a little bowl. That little bowl was about this big, and it had a spear, and it had little tiny arrows, and it had little tiny tunka. And they said they did ceremony with the Cha'otinas, and they said they would go underground and they would help us. And they said, you have to be patient because it might take 50 years. It might take 100 years, but we are going to work. So I took it to Misunkana Sundance, and they prayed with it. And we took the little bowl up to Dapple, and it's there. So who knows? We just have to continue to care, continue to pray, continue to unify, and continue to do what we're doing here in reaching out, because the best thing that we can combat trauma with is a sense of safety. We have to learn how to be safe with each other, which means learning how to not gossip. And if we do gossip and can't stop, figure out, why am I doing that? I want to be important. And the only way I can get noticed is gossiping about somebody, and I really need help. Why do I backstab? I want to be needed. So really, those are the boys and girls that are still within us that have not had the opportunity to heal. And so all of us have that little Indian girl or that little Indian boy in you. Every now and then they act up. And so we have to figure out, we got to call their spirit back. We have to call them home. They want to come home, but sometimes they've done so much bad, they don't know how to come home. So that's where every time that happens, not only in our activism, but the water ceremonies and calling your spirit, always remembering to call your spirit. So I think it's pumpkin time. So I will stop there. Ohamitakya. Take that down. I'll try to bail out of it.
Thank you. Pidamayapi Faith Spotted Eagle for your words. Our next presenter is going to be Cedric and Sissy Goodhouse. They come from the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation.
Loe mi taku pi tona ya heat wachne gaga na iuha chante wa stena pek chiza po. Wambli wa huki sa he macha na honk papa makoche he mata. Ona, first greet you in a good way this day. You guys are all strong people. Me, I had to go sit in that cooling room till about 10 minutes ago. But it's you know, today we I listened to a lot of what's going on in your territory. And I sit here today and I think, you know, there will never be another Standing Rock. Those of you guys that ever came, and those of you guys that took something from there, whatever it was, good or bad, because good or bad was there. You know, I'll admit that. You know, But we asked people when they came, different tribes when they came, different nations when they came, however they addressed themselves, to come in as they were, as who they were, and as proud of people they were. And they did. They did. There's people that showed up by themselves and asked that when your people show up and then come in as who you are. And they did. A lot of people put their headdresses on, they put their regalia on, and they had their hand drums, and they came in and they sang their songs. Some didn't sing, didn't have drums, but they sang their songs. They young people on the side, elders in the middle, they came as who they were, and they showed people that we were here too, and they were there to support us and to go and fight with us as well. And that was a good thing, because they had what they call the arrestables, because not everybody went up there. There's the politicians, as I said yesterday, they had their own talk, but we had to demonstrate to them that we were serious, And that's where we went up there, and we told them that whether we got beaten up, whether we got sprayed with mace, whether we got shot with rubber bullets, we were still there. We never did nothing to provoke them. We just sang our songs and prayed. That's all we did. And that was their greeting for us. But we took it. We took it. I was thinking back about people that I seen there that were up there with us. And some aren't here anymore. Some never told who that they were there, because North Dakota police, they're still looking for you. They have you on camera. Every time I get stopped in Bismarck, we go to Bismarck maybe 2-3 times a week, get groceries, take people up there and stuff. They want to go. We get stopped, more than we should. Kind of friendly with some of them, but there's reasons why. And we just go through the routine. But we're treated like that everywhere we go. Everywhere. Not just here, not just there, everywhere. And the things we talk about today, the environmental issues, disasters, confrontations, whatever we're doing, it's going on everywhere. That was what we talked about when we put that fire out. Because some of the stuff that they talked to, the negative behavior that was going on, I agreed with that. I asked one lady, you bring me those names of those people, I know who they are. She said, well, you bring me those names, we'll have the FBI come here and arrest them if that's what they're doing. But then we're going to make you write a statement. I'm still waiting for those names, because we called the FBI and we called the state police and they showed up. She never brought me those names. So I apologized. I apologized to them. But in these, and when we address these things, there's a lady up here that said, we're only telling the truth. And that's what we got to do. We got to continue to tell the truth, because we can do no better than to tell the truth, because we are telling the truth. And now you see it in your own territory. You have a clearer sense of what's going on. And when we put that fire out, I consulted with the people on Standing Rock. It wasn't just one people. It was I was the one that went up there after the decision was made. Orville gave me a call too as well. And I told him why we were doing this. But when we let that fire go out, I told these people, you take everything around this fire and you either throw it in the garbage or you take it if it's yours. Because it's the fire that mattered. We even had a guy's a urine of some person's remains, dust or whatever, ashes, urnal. but then that's it shouldn't be there, because of how we prayed to put that fire together. That shouldn't be there. Only that fire mattered. We had tobacco, but it wasn't right up to the fire. It was off to the side. So they could use that, pray, put before they went on the action. And they did. Young people did that. But when that fire went out, we didn't pour water on it, put dirt on it or anything. We just let it burn out. And when it burned out that afternoon about 4 o'clock, I got on the mic and I told people, because there were some people crying. There were some people upset with me. There was calling me names. But I told them, I says, this is not the end. Whatever you learn from here, take home. Take this fire home with you. You're going to see things in a different way. You're going to see your own relatives in a different way. You're going to be able to talk to them in a different way. Because, at that camp, we had a school. Those of you guys that were there, we had a school. We made a school. We needed teachers. I told people that. We need teachers to teach our own children. We had a hospital. We need doctors. We need people like that, nurses, to care for our own people. We need lawyers. We need lawyers who lived our life, who know what it's about. Don't matter if you're registered or unregistered, this will never change. Today when I heard all the issues going on, and we talked about there'll never be another Standing Rock. And that's true. But we can gather. We can still gather. And we could gather and go to DC where these decisions are being made. Someday we're going to have to think about that. We're going to have to start talking that way. Because these things are going on and on and on. And people, maybe it won't be in my lifetime, but maybe it'll be in some of your guys' lifetime when you will have to gather and go in force to DC and stay there, maybe as long as you stayed at the camp. Disrupt the place. If we have to. If I'm alive and as old as I am, I'll do it. I'll start it if I have to. Because we cannot let this go on. We cannot. And that's the reason why we gather. I respect and I honor Orwell and his prayer for world peace, to address the environmental calamities that are happening, and to address it first through prayer. Tungashila will give us that energy to do what we need to do. And I firmly believe that. We had people go to war for this country. And in 1924, they made us citizens. World War I was before we were even citizens of this country. But they went. I have relatives that have gone. And my wife has relatives that were there. And, you know, our grandmothers and grandparents at that time, when those young people went to war at that time, you know, there was only one thing that they could do for them, and that was to pray. And that's what they did. They didn't know where they were going, what they were going to do, but they went anyway. And I'm going to ask my wife, she wants to say some words. This morning, yesterday, I shared what my wife said to me. And she said, well, tomorrow, Wichasha, it's going to be Father's Day. What you going to get me for Father's Day? After all, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be a father, she says. But you know, that's a relationship. I love her, but I also respect her. You know, so I want her to say some words, and then there's a song that we're going to sing.
Ami Dakyapi, Ampetuki de you hachante washten na big Jews uppy. That's the secret house of Machiapi. Na Ampetuki de Dina washte. Wakia oyate king upi chayomak pi. Heokha hemachashni cash okasni wa unkte. You know, my relatives, I'm from Cannonball, where all my relatives live. They did their best to be hosts and hostesses. I have a grandpa. We never questioned how he was my grandpa. He was my grandma's cousin. And he's just a couple years older than I. But our sons knew that they could take people there to shower, shelter, or eat. And he appreciated it. He's a widower. And today he goes all over, attend ceremonies with the group of people. And I wanted to share that because we're just Ikche, Wichasha, and Ikche Wia. Ordinary, common men and women. My grandfather, who helped me and encouraged me and taught me about singing Wichagdatas, women singers. He said they have a Wichocha. In that Wichocha, Ohini Traiya Unkta. Duek Ash, Hena Hunkaya. He said, in your way of life, you're always going to have relatives because you have to support relatives, our people. If they're in that circle being honored, whether you know them or not, you go out there and dance with them, sing with them. I have a hunka ina, Sintkala Towi, Nali Tubuls. And she told my sister and Cheryl and I that we have to go and help these singers. And this drum was bringing in people that was being honored. So we said, Ina, and now we don't know them people. Yeah. And now ni tita kuye. Yeah. She told us to go sing, help them. You don't have to know them. So we did. And she said, that's what you have to do. And that goes on in life. We all have a purpose. There is something that you're all good at. You have a gift, a talent, whatever it may be. I encourage the young people in my class. And there was some instructions through a ceremony that were given to my husband and some men to start Ocheti Shakoi. Our first camper was Joy Braun. She put up her tent April. And my cousins all brought wood. She had to move it later down by the river, but because of the wind, but that's where she started. And my people are that way of Cannonball. We all don't have big names. We're just a community. We help each other. I have cousins I call brother. They call me sister. And they don't come right out and tell me sometimes. That's the way it is. I have a Shicheshi. He kept sending me things about Whitestone Hill. I told my husband, I probably have to cook. I cooked a couple meals for him for a gathering. Finally, I said, brother, what did you want me to do? And he said, you look where it says Lower Yanktonay Sioux. There's some names on there. That's your grandma and grandpa. Ehani. Oh, okay. And I used to just get these messages and these pages. And so I told my husband, we gotta go there, support and pray. You don't have to get up in front. You can sit and pray. It's good to hear the wakia, the thunders. To me, that means it's gonna be nice and cool. The grandfather is taking pity on us because I almost melted. I was like a pound of butter. I had to sit in that cool room. And so that's good for me. My prayers answered for a good day. It's the weather. But I work at a high school. I'm a teacher. And I have my own ways. And my school allows me to teach how I want to teach. And I use that. I told the young ladies at the camp at Ocheti Shakoi, they said, Tony, we're going to put your name down to support us as a teacher because you're certified. Ichu, go ahead, you can do it. And they did a good job with those children. They even prepared my son and his wife. She was the main cook at the time with the thousands of people. She made little kitchens. Wherever Lower Brew was camped, they had a kitchen. You know, the Oglalas, they shared their food with us when we first set up camp. You know, the different tribes that came in, they all had little kitchens, started to because there was too many people. And the young men on security told me, you know, Boo Boo is with the cook because he likes to eat. So he's taken care of. And I'm going to slow down here. I'll share with you that I tell the high school students in my classroom, you're the bow and arrows. You're gonna get that law degree. You're gonna be a nurse. We're gonna use their education against them. You're just as smart as the non-Indian. I said it in more blunt terms, but they agreed. And we have a couple minutes left to share. So I'm gonna turn it over to this man that I made a father, and we're gonna share a song.
You know, we made a song one time, and it has to deal with some people that were going through a hard time. They were physically challenged by cancer, and you know, you wouldn't when we seen them, they gave us a list of names who they were gonna bring forth, and you know, you wouldn't know them. Some of them were good mothers, good sisters. They took care of their children and sent them to school every day. They cooked for them when they came back, met them at the bus. You know, they were strong. And we thought that, you know, cancer was going to take them. And yet the list of names that they gave us, you know, they were honorable people. They were strong, honorable people. You'd never know that they were facing this. My father and mother both died of cancer. And I know what that does, you know, but today medicine is remarkable. So, you know, I had a transplant, kidney transplant recently. So I'm coming out of it. I said, I told my wife, I'm throwing my cane away pretty soon. I had me in a wheelchair, a walker, and I got a cane. That's gonna go too. How it sticks out on this side. Looks like I used to have a 6-pack. Now I think it's a couple gallons now. So, but that song, it says that, you know, to Gashila, this day, you made me strong. You give me strength. And regardless of what it is, you know, I'm gonna do my best and meet those challenges. You know, so those are basically the words to the song. And when we were going back down through the camp, when the camp is all gone, we took our time going down that hill. And we were thinking about this song because they came to the house, gave us tobacco, and asked if we could do this. And I said, yeah, I could make a song. So when we were going down through there, there was a bald eagle come flying right alongside the car. And then it crossed the bridge and went towards the river. And we got a song from there. We started singing it, got to just north of there, about 10 miles, and she put it on, recorded it before we went to Bismarck to take care of our business. And this is the way that song goes. Awa ichiglaka itko kipawa uelo ai hello 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 ai ha hello ai ho hello ai do hey ai ho hello ai hello I ha ya hey ha ya I ho hey lo ya hey lo I hey lo so ka she la wa sha ma ya cha pe tu ki le I do hey I ho hey lo I hello awa ichi ga ki pa wa uelo. Ai hello. Oh, ikakosi.
My name is Norman Red Wing Jr. I'm from the Sistan Wapan Sioux tribe. My dad's name is Norman Red Wing Sr. We are a people. We come from 3 different Oshpaye, Sisituan, Wakpetuan, Wakbekute, Oshpaye. Together we make the tribe. We say Dakota Oyate, but the Oyate is one people. That includes the other bands of the Sioux Nation. The aquifer that's underneath it is not renewable. It doesn't replenish itself other than through runoff. The amount of water that's being used there is estimated around 1 million gallons of water per day. Approximately 835,000 acres of water that's underneath in the Veblen aquifer. And it's not a continuous aquifer. The amount of waste and manure coming from the amount of cattle there, anywhere from 2 to 2.5 million pounds of manure per day.
The living, breathing thing, our water and our land, and we don't connect with it as much as we used to and as much as we should.
The amount of E. coli in a freshwater source that's there, what we call a coliform unit, averages around 235 CFUs. When it was tested, it was 43,520. The Shortfoot Creek runs about 200 feet behind Veblen Flats. That's a direct water source that's always been there. If that gets contaminated, you're talking about contaminating our people right there and this contamination is in violation of the tribe, the Sistan Wapan Sioux Tribe Clean Air and Water Act chapter, tribal codes. What the problem is that people are keeping quiet. You do have instances of skin rashes, like MRSA infections that are happening around in that area. I can't say is a direct result of that, but if the cattle farm wasn't there, these kinds of things won't be happening within that community, especially to the elderly and the children.
And the land that we live on here, I think, is super important to our people, and it's pretty much like the basis of who we are. It's everything we have is like located on this land. We have all of our medicines here. We have everything we need here. We have like the animals who live here. They're like essential to who we are as Dakota people. And the same thing with the water. Like, I believe that our water is super important. If we don't have water, we don't have life. So our water is like the top of the list for things that we need and the things that we should be protecting.
The Little Minnesota River is being directly affected by the cattle farm itself, by the Veblen Dairy Farm. Because of the continental divide, water actually can flow north, and it does flow south. And it reaches into the Minnesota Lake and into the aquifers that are connected to the Mississippi. The perception is that if you don't say anything, people aren't going to notice. Every human being has a right to health, to have clean air, clean water.
Hector Hana. Ian Hoshina King. Welcome, Shun Hatchet. Was new Oki Hippie. Miniki have we choni Hetchado. Ona. Veblen Dairy Ed Mini Ota, Hash Ota it Chupi. Dokchun. Dokchun. Hetched Dueka Stadt Haro Unre Unjuhapta. Ish a Sampi Unre Unjuhapta.
It's easier to get things done in South Dakota or North Dakota or in other rural states. All they want to do is make more money. The greed is what drives that. With the help of our native sovereignty, I think it's time that we say something. It's time that we make a stand against that, because you're talking 2 or 3 generations from now where our children won't even be able to play outside. Well, it's a very difficult future for our great-grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren. So we need to say something together.
Hello, everybody. Well, this is a welcome, Mini Wichoni. Magachu. Everybody's cooling off. So this is my reservation, the Sisito and Wakbeta Hamacha, Tashina Sawia Makiapi, Naku Pala Horn, Pala Looking Horse. So we started this on a kind of an accident. My oldest son is brain injured, and I had to hurriedly get him out of the brain injury unit out of Iowa, and I had to move back to the reservation so I could get support. And the only place I could get a house, because when you sign up for a house, it could take years, and nobody wanted to live in Veblen. And since I was living in Greengrass for a couple of decades, I didn't really know what was going on. So I ended up getting a home there. And my son has a bad habit of taking off. He's brain injured. He's TBI. And so one day he decided to go down the road, and I couldn't stop him. So I just walked with him, and there was just this putrid smell coming from nowhere. And you don't smell it every day. It's probably about 2 months a year, but it's really bad. And the kids play in it. And it's from this dairy farm. And that was probably around 12 years ago. And so I followed him, and I started asking the neighborhood, I said, what's that smell? And they said, well, what do you think that is over there? And it was a huge 19,300 biggest dairy farm in the world. And most of our people are lactose intolerant. And here it is in the middle of our reservation. So I start sounding the bell, and we created a Facebook called Maniwi Choni, which later Standing Rock kind of took over on that about a few years later. But I was trying to bring attention, and these young people that helped bring attention and made this video, I so appreciate them wherever they are. And I hope some of them were watching, and they did it on a grassroots level, just young people. And I approached them and I said, can you young people sound your voice? And since that time, we worked really hard to try to bring attention, because I called the area of our reservation, our POW camp, as the vertebrae, because the water runs south into the Mississippi, down the Little Minnesota River, and then north into Red River Valley. I call that the vertebrae of Unchimaka, because it's of the Continental Divide. And so when this happened, I started asking questions, and there were high cases of MRSA, and there was even a man that was a doctor with the Indian Health Service that we approached, and I asked him to get some kind of data of how many people are getting sick, and he delivered like a whole thick paperwork of all the people that are getting sick on my reservation. And it's, to me, it's the water, whether it's the dairy farm or, you know, everything that the chemtrails that come over, but everything is about water. And I was raised by my Kushi. And one of the things that she said to me, she said, everything is for sale. Water will be too someday, because we grew up without electricity and we hauled our water she used to get mad at me because once in a while I would, you know, go get water, a pail of water, and I would spin it with my arm. I don't know if any of you haul water before, but it's something that kids do. They spin it, and it dumped on me. And so she knew that I did that because I was all full of water. And she got after me and she said, don't be playing with water. She said, and that's when she said, everything's for sale. You know, water will be too someday. And I was, in my mind, I was laughing because there was so much water coming out of that pump and it was so pure. But here we are today buying water. And now they're saying that, you know, the bottle that it's in is deteriorating in there and it's getting in our systems. And, you know, I worry, every single one of you that have grandchildren, you mentioned, you know, you're worried about your grandchildren and future generations. And it worries me because I grew up with turtles. I was in an era where we had to eat the turtle's heart. And apparently nobody does that anymore. And I was fortunate, you know, my Kushi couldn't speak English and she had me do that when I was 7 years old. And she told me, you know, now you have to speak up for the water. And so I tried to understand what that meant, but it wasn't until way later, until smelling that dairy farm and finding out how much water, you know, they take 1.5 million gallons a day from the aquifer. And so just recently I got on the Roberts County Commission and I got into this Zoom, and they okayed to double the dairy farm. And then when I did more research, I found out that the church owns that dairy farm and they don't even pay taxes. And so last night I was talking to the Uchis and I said, we need to do something. I said, not just with the dairy farm. I said, but you go to the Black Hills, and I'm sure around here, it's like, it's time for land back. It's like you go into Black Hills and there's all these camps, you know, and they take all our kids and they take them and they justify having this camp in the Black Hills. And it's like, come on, land back. It's like, these guys don't even pay for, you know, any taxes. And it's like, it doesn't even matter what kind of church you make. They don't even pay taxes. And yet we barely get, you know, something to support us. And we have to, you know, as far as getting an umbrella so we can do our work, you know, we have to be accountable for every penny, but they really don't. They can go buy land in Africa and give everybody Kool-Aid, you know? I mean, it's not fair and something's wrong there. And so when I found out that this dairy farm was not paying taxes, and they're in another state where the dairy farm owner that used to be owner had a dairy farm in Minnesota in Thief River Falls, and the guy was 3 miles away from the dairy farm, and he sued that man. His name is Rick Milner, and he wiped out all his money. And I don't know, sometimes our tribal councils, but apparently we sold our tribal land with the congressional stamp of 40 acres. And he went to our council knowing that he was getting sued. And he said, look, you get this $40,000, $1,000 an acre of that pristine land that you just seen.
And why don't you invest in the dairy? And the council was, yeah, let's do that. Not telling anybody, and turned around and saved that check and got sued and turned around and took the cattle from the female cows, and now he's got another cattle farm north. And so what's wrong with that picture? It's like, for me, after I think it was in 2012 or 2013, they made National Bison Day. And it was the only thing that the Congress at that time during Obama's era where they okayed, this National Bison Day. And so Orville said, why don't you talk to Gladys? She works for the college. And so we did an honoring and we wanted to honor the buffalo. So we had all these people come in to talk about the story of the buffalo. And one of them was Rosalie Little Thunder. Rosalie walked from the Black Hills to Yellowstone to stop the slaughter, which is still going on today. And she walked so many years. And so we helped her at one point, and we invited her. And she was so passionate about the buffalo and talking about the different buffalo stories, and shared a lot of the stories. And one of the significant things that she shared with us that I thought was beautiful during her teachings was she said, I asked my father one day, why is it that they call alcohol mini wakan, and wakan shicha, like the devil, and yet it's wakantanka is God, and these different, but it's all wakan, which means sacred. Why is it? And she said it took him 3 days to answer. And he said, because and also Mazawakan is gun. And she said, I couldn't understand that. And he said, because it affects life, and it could take a life and it could give life. And I always think about, her teachings to this day. And I don't know if you've seen that Yellowstone, all of a sudden the thunders came and it wiped out all the roads around Yellowstone last week. It was a day after her honoring. And I thought that was Rosalie. And so, but Rosalie, we thought a lot of her. And I start thinking about it after we did that honoring for the buffalo. And then we just watched a film of this man that was trying to bring attention to all the buffalo that used to be here, the millions and millions that were killed, and the skulls. Most of you have seen that just big mountain of skulls. And during that time, we learned about the buffalo, and these cattle, they're flat-footed, and they destroy the land, and then they rip out the grass, and that it won't grow anymore. Where the buffalo have pointy hooves, and the buffalo and the coyote and the wolf are the main ones that doctor the earth with, their manure and their urine and their saliva. They're like little mowers. They don't pull up the grass. They were our teachers, and they taught us to respect the land, and they reflected, what the water, bringing the spirit of water back to the earth so it could stay plentiful. And so to me, we have to get away from the beef. We have to start sounding the alarm. And to me, that we need to let the buffalo run free and the horses run free. And so even last night I said, why don't we create a mother church? So, we can, I don't know how many years I helped Orville. We go to all these meetings to save the Mustang, and it feels like, they have nowhere to go. And so I'm so happy to be a part of even being here at Rosebud Continuum that offers a place, a sanctuary for animals. And even our reservations, in bringing back the horse and the buffalo, and there's a lot of non-natives that are getting it too. And they're trying to create something, but it's gonna, it's going to take a lot of more awareness, you know, with the work that we're doing to change things around. And so this is our 27th year of World Peace and Prayer Day, and it's been a hard 27 years of being ridiculed and you know, thinking we're doing it to attract attention to ourselves, when our sacred hoop is it, you don't pay attention to people that keep thinking that they're way up here. I. We have to be we. That's the only way we're going to make it, is what does unifying really mean? And so that's what the most thing that I learned traveling around the world and meeting the indigenous people, the Maori and the Japanese and the Aborigines and the Zulus and the Irish people, they all agree that we need to unite, and they all agree that we need to be we. And so it's just a small group of us, but we keep sounding the alarm. And when it got really bad, I asked Orville, you know, all the ridiculing, some people saying they, you know, was their idea or something, and I wanted to back away, and then he reminded me of his vision, you know, that he had a long time ago when he's, if you recall this morning, he shared about the TV, about the world turning, and somebody beside him reached and touched the earth, and it opened up and there was a fire in the middle, and he didn't know what that meant. He never seen those people, and it would turn again and somebody would touch it again. I said, Orville, I think you've seen, maybe computers did exist back then, but I think you've seen the first computer, because now we're touching a computer. And so here we are on Zoom, and here we are, you know, because of Myron Dewey 2 years ago pushing us to do a Zoom to reach the world. And we're just starting out, but I just see this as getting bigger and bigger, and utilizing this technology to reach each other and hear each other and respect each other. And so when we walk through this life, I think that was the hard part of these 27 years, was when we were in Australia, and I kept hearing criticisms and all that. And I was about to tell Orville that, you know, I wanted to not help him anymore because of people saying things. And this man walked from the crowd, and he used to be a teenager or a young person growing up in an Aboriginal community. And in that Aboriginal community, his father was a doctor, and they had to place him somewhere else in another Aboriginal community. He was non-Aboriginal. And what happened was the elders asked for him, because he understood, he learned their language, and they gave him a bundle, and it was 13 crocodile teeth. And they told him, in 36 years, there's going to be a man coming from the Americas, and he's going to bring a message, and you need to tell the people, you know, our people, to listen, because, you know, there's something coming in the future, and they need to listen to those teachings of uniting. And so that morning, he forgot all about it. He grew, you know, he had a family, and, you know, it was later in life, and his son said, can you give me a ride to this place where the Grampians, where they're having a some kind of event? And he said, okay. And all of a sudden they got into a big argument on the way. And he said, you know what, just let me out. I'm going to hitchhike from here. And of course, they didn't even remember what they were really arguing about. And he got out of the car and he started hitchhiking. Immediately he got picked up by a leader, an A6 leader, which is kind of like the main person that looks over all the Aboriginal tribes. And he usually doesn't pick up non-Aboriginals, but he decided this guy looked pitiful on the side of the road, a teenager, and he picked him up. And as they were going to the event, he said that, he said, so can you tell me what this event is about? And he said, sure, you know, and he started telling him, he said, there's a brochure there. And that year we made a brochure. And so he started reading it, you know, all nations, all faiths, one prayer. And we're not trying to prophesize for everybody to pick up Chanupa. We're trying to really help you find you know, even the other countries to find their umbilical cords that lead back to nurturing Mother Earth, their responsibility. And so then what happened was that when he started going, he picked up the other brochure of the Grampians and he opened it up and it was shaped like a horseshoe. And those Aboriginal elders told his father, you will know it is true when it's a place, a sacred site shaped like a horseshoe. And so and back then, you know, the phones were like really huge, like a shoebox. And he said, can I use your phone? And not everybody had an iPhone or anything back then. And he said, yeah, you sure you can. So he called his father and he told his father was sitting at home worried, you know, because he dropped off his son. And he said, you know, Father, you need to go get that bundle. I think this is the day. And so he listened to him and he ran upstairs and it was in an old trunk and he took it out and he just got there to the Aboriginal site of the Grampians, and Orville was just about to say, see you later. He was going to do the closing prayer. And actually, when they brought him up to me, his father, I was saying, you know, wait till he gets done to pray. And then Gerard, which is one of our World Peace and Prayer Day staff, and he said, no, Paula, you need to listen to him. And then he got halfway and then I drug him up to the stage. And I said, Orville, you need to let this man speak. He needs to speak to the people. And so he let him speak and he told a story, I'm telling you. And he said to the people, to the Aboriginal people, he said, your ancestors told me to tell you to pay attention to this message because in the future, it's going to get bad. And you need to wake up now. And that was a long time ago. And I at that time, I was waiting to tell Orville I didn't want to do the event anymore because of the criticism. And I didn't want to listen to people saying, oh, when you do something good, you're going to always get criticized. And I had elders tell me not to say anything back. You know how hard that is? No matter how much criticism you get, you don't say anything. And so when that happened, he said to me, he said, on the way here, he said, I was thinking about everything, those elders that are long gone. And he said, and I counted the days and the years. And he looked at Orville and he said, Chief, he said, this belongs to you, but they told me to tell you that there's going to be 13 people that are going to help you. And there's 13 crocodile teeth here. And he said, it's 36 years to the day. I counted. And that was the thing that made me turn around because I had enough, but it made me wake up. And since that time, it didn't stop. There's still criticisms, but I'm really happy to see all of you out here because, you know, if we can really unite and we could really unite the people, it's the people that are going to come together with one voice and one spirit. If I could sit in ceremony and be a part of a circle to heal a person with cancer, you know, or any kind of illness and they walk away in good health, why can't we do that to Mother Earth? That's the only thing that's going to happen to heal for our children. You know, all of us have grandchildren, are gonna, we have nephews and nieces, and they deserve a good earth. And it looks really bleak, you guys, but if these elders and ceremonies say that we have hope and we have a little bit of time, then it can happen. So I want to thank you and I wanted to explain to you, and if you could help me to stop this dairy farm on my reservation, you know, then please do. And I thank you for your time. Mitakiasi.
Thank you, Mom, for everything, for pulling everyone together and creating this beautiful ceremony. And our next presenter is someone that we've known for a long time. He works with many different tribes from all over Turtle Island and across the seas, and he's all over the place. Sean Mulford. He's comes from the Dene people. Could you please step up?
Yache, Shay, Sean Mulford, Unishia, cutting the sun in Shla. My dash gives me bushes chain, Ash chi that she che, tot salt ne that she nala. Hello, my relatives. Thank you for all the good words today. You know, it's I traveled last night. I had to I drove all day yesterday, and then I had to jump on a midnight flight and get here pretty early in the morning. We had someone on the plane that had an emergency. I thought I was going to sleep, but there was somebody that needed some medical attention. So I think no one slept on the plane. But thank you for all the words and the stories. You know, every time we come to this point, I always say, you know, it's like preaching to the choir, you know, just to hear what everybody's doing. The challenges are all there. They're the same, but you know, they're unique. But there is a theme about it, and one of them is water, you know. And we just heard Paula talk about the pollution of water with the cattle farming, and we have our sacred areas too. Dokoa Sleed, which is our sacred mountain to the west in near Flagstaff, Arizona. And that there is kind of where we're all headed now with the water shortage. They're getting to the point where they want to go toilet to tap, meaning you flush your toilet, goes to a treatment facility, and then comes back to return back where you supposedly are able to drink it. And so that's where we're at. That's the thing that we're really dealing with in our area. You know, the state of Arizona has just legislated that you can do that. They've created a permit where you can go toilet to tap. No one has picked up that permit yet, but it's there. And so, you know, when we look at that reclaimed wastewater, that treated sewage water, we know there's things in there that are not regulated. You know, they're not tested for. You know, they test for E. coli, salmonella, all those things, but they don't really test for the antibiotic resistant bacteria, the genes that are in there, the compounds of emerging concern is what they call, basically pharmaceuticals, chemicals. And I'm sure you all know this, you know, all those things are in there. One of the things that we look at as Native people is the environment. So we're also seeing how that water is impacting our ecosystem in our sacred area. And we're seeing that the high nitrogen levels in this water and phosphates in this water are altering the whole soil. And when you begin to alter the soil, you change the plants and the insects and so forth and so on, as this previous speaker talked about the grizzly bear. You know, the grizzly bear, where the grizzly bear is, tells you that the ecosystem below that apex species is pretty healthy. The land is healthy. In order for a grizzly bear to survive, the land has to be pretty intact. And so what we're seeing is that they're changing the soil, and then the vegetation's going to change, the insects are going to change. And then after that, the invasive species are going to come in and take over the native species. And then of course, the native species is our medicine. That's what we use. So, and it's the same theme of that story that I kept hearing throughout this, with the mining and the invasive species, the water contamination, all these things. But you know, the work that we all are doing here, we almost have to be biologists, scientists. We have to, it's amazing to watch each one of you go up there and be well versed in whatever issue that you're dealing with, whether it's the lithium mine or the cattle farm. All of these, our minds are so strong that we can take those things on, and we can do that and learn about them. And then we point it back to the non-Indian people, and we say, hey, here's your laws, you're breaking your own laws. And all they do is they change their law, you know. So I heard that the young people here too, they said, go out there and learn that. But, you know, I think what our elders always told us was, learn their ways to overcome them, not to become them. And I think that's what we really have to teach our young people, is they have to be well versed in all of these things. But we have to use it to protect our way of life. And so that's kind of where we're at. That's in our sacred mountain. That's kind of where we're at. We pushed them to their limit, scientifically, legally, everything. You're breaking this law, this statute. Here are all the results of all the chemicals, all the analysis of the water, everything. And they're just stuck. And then they just get quiet. And then they begin to slowly change the law. But I think I heard a number of areas where other people are right there too, you know. And so we have to begin to move into that spiritual place, you know, like I said, with the contamination of the soil. Our young people are spiritual people. I notice I've been hearing that, you know. I think the Dalai Lama said that I may be the last one, you know. And then I remember Orville saying that as the spiritual leader of his people, you know. His grandmother said, you may be the last keeper if the people don't straighten up. And talking to the Hopi, they said, we used to have a really sacred society here, but they're no longer here, because just like the plant, the environment, socially, culturally, everything has become so polluted. We can't cultivate spiritual people, holy people, like we used to. And so as we begin to do our work, we have to begin to understand that that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to keep our areas clean, our homelands clean, our homes clean, our minds clean, so the holy people can still come and guide us through their own discipline, their own ways. We all have a responsibility to them to keep them that way. And I remember one of the elders said, even the holy people, you can't really touch them, you know, because you can contaminate them. And so they're supposed to be kind of separate and live in a really sacred way, in a way that takes a lot of discipline. And so we have to begin to realize the work that we're all collectively doing here is to continue on that human connection to the Creator. And so, doing this work, we had the gentleman from here, Bobby C. Billy, come up to our down to our area. And I remember we brought the forestry out, and they said, we're going to spend the day with you. So I said, okay, we're going to come on out. We're going to show you some things. And so I asked Bobby to do the prayer. And I remember right when he started the prayer, all the coyotes all over started screaming out. And they just kept howling all collectively. And this was during the day, not they'll do that early morning, but this is kind of during the day. And then after that, when he finished, they stopped. And I asked one of the gentlemen that was there, I said, man, was that, did I hear it correctly? And he said, man, that was a special moment, and I'll always remember how he could come into these areas and really bring that sense of spirituality, sacredness, and connection into these discussions. So I was lucky for 20 plus years to be able to pick up the phone and ask him questions, and we did a lot of work together. And man, just a amazing person. And we talked about the fire, we talked about the sacred fire. And I almost got Orville arrested in Arizona. We were at our sacred mountain at Dokola Sleep. And we started our sacred fire, and the forestry came and told us to put it out. And we held strong and into day 3. And I remember every morning the forestry guy would come over, and the elders would always ask him, hey, how is your fires going? Because they had wildfires going on. And the forestry guy goes, well, they're coming down a little bit. We're getting more containment. And they did that every morning. Then on the 3rd morning, those guys came to put out the fire. The forestry came to put out the sacred fire. And I remember one of the elders was telling them, we ask you every morning how your fires are going over there. And he said, we've been helping you from here because we have a special relationship with the fire. We don't have what you have, firefighters. We don't fight fires. We cook with it. It warms us. It's a part of us, our daily existence. So we've been helping you from here. And he said, let us finish the fire. Let us do our 4 days. And then after that, the rain will come, just like today. And the forest guy said, I can't do that. So then the guy said, you guys put out the fire. And then, we said, no way, we're not putting out the fire. And he said, then we're going to put out the fire. And we said, well, that's up to you. That's on you. And so, but they said, come on in to the main forest guy. They said, come on in, grab some tobacco and put it in the fire. Pray for your people. Pray for your firefighters out there. And he did, which surprised me. And then the elders sat him down and they said, we're going to take you all the way back to the beginning of creation. And when we bring you back, he said, we'll say Mado, and you tell us what you brought back with you. And so that fire chief, forest ranger, I think he's a district ranger, came over, forest supervisor came over and And the elders did the ceremony. And then all of a sudden they said, Mado. And then right away they said, what'd you bring back with you? And the guy kind of came up like this and looked around and he said two things. He said, sorrow and shame. He said, those are the two things I brought back with me. And then after that, he ordered his people to come in and put the fire out. And so, you know, that was a sad time. And I remember hearing your story about all the police and all the surveillance and all those things. And it's amazing the amount of infrastructure, internet-wise and otherwise, that they have when they think that something might get out of control. They had bloggers, they had everybody out there trying to put disinformation, misinformation out. When we drove through town that next day to go up to the sacred mountain and to put our prayers down, you know, they had cars, unmarked vehicles, and police follow us through the whole town. You know, we drive through town and we pick up another one. By the time we got to the mountain, we had a whole string of the military people there. But we did our thing, you know, because we have a right to do that. And just like when Bobby had prayed and the coyotes came and sang out with him. One of the other elders there was from Gila River, Bennett, and he told the forestry, he said he had a staff with him and he drew the line in the sand. And he said, you've pushed us back this far. He said, we're not going back anymore. He said, from here, we're just going to stand on our way of life. And I think that's what it's going to take for us to continue to be who we are, is we just need to stand on our way of life. And I think I heard that as a theme through all the different stories, is, you know, understanding that the strength and our power is standing on our way of life. And if we're going to rely on their way of life, it's always changing. Just like I said, we get them cornered. Hey, you violating our mountain, you've breaking this statute, you know, do something about it. And then all of a sudden, oh, we'll change it. So it's not a violation because it was thought about here, there, you know, they come up with the most elaborate, you know, things. And so we can't stand on their way of life because that's just for them and their money and maintaining their power base. But when we stand on our way of life, then we have that hope for the future generation of people. And, you know, I've had the honor of working with a number of elders over the number of years, and they worked with Orville and as a council. And I still remember that saying right there on that poster, you know, talking about creating something that they couldn't control. And that day is here. You know, that was for Fukushima. You know, Fukushima, March 11th, 2011. I remember that date because we were all meeting, the spiritual people, the elders, the medicine people were meeting with the forestry in the sacred mountain of South Mountain and just outside of Phoenix. And we went up there and we had our meeting. When we came back to the hotel, it was on the news that Fukushima, the TEPCO, had the nuclear disaster. And so just coming here, I heard on the news that Japan, their legal system said that TEPCO and Japan are not liable for any of the compensation to the people there. So they have no accountability for their own problems that they create. And so that was the work that Bobby C. Billy came to come and wake up the people and to begin to organize and unite as we are today. And he would always say, we need to unite under the Creator's natural law. That's, as Indigenous people, we have to reunite under that. And someone, I think I heard Leroy said, he'll have his court here, you know. He said, I'll be the, you can have a court here. We'll bring them here and we'll have our court as Indigenous people. And I still remember the spiritual people from South America and North America came together late 90s to begin that prophecy of the eagle and the condor coming together like the fingers of the hand. And I think when I'm thinking about that happening in the 90s and I'm seeing the work that we're all doing, I'm thinking that we're not really coming together with our brothers and sisters and grandpas and grandmas from the South like we should be. And that has been prophesied that we have to come together in that way. You know, the elders put that there in the 90s. They initiated that. But one of the rules there was you can't record at that meeting. And I remember the warriors there, one of them had a dream and he said, this person's recording. So we all went into his tent and we found his recording equipment. So we dragged him out and put him in front of the elders council. And one of the warriors said, what do you want us to do with him? And I still remember one of the Apache grandmothers, she goes, hang him. So we're like, oh, you know, we're looking around at each other. But, you know, then they talked about it and he got taken out of camp. But, you know, we have to get to that point, and this is where I'm hoping Stephen Newcomb comes tomorrow, because we have to look at each one of these issues that we're dealing with and begin to look at where is it all coming from, you know. And I remember talking with him, and he was talking about, well, where are we going to adjudicate all these issues? Why do we have to always jump into their court system? You know, where all of a sudden they win because of latches or dirty hands or some weird thing that they pull out of their hat, you know, just so that they don't have to make a ruling on the merits of the case. They just dismiss it in another way. You know, why do we have to adjudicate it in their courts? You know, and I think that's, I like what Leroy said. Let's do it right here. You know, but we are doing it right here because the nature is letting us know, you know, it's getting to that point where it's going to get hot and it's going to get nasty. It's going to get dry. It's going to get wet. And it's just the amplitude of everything is going to continue to get worse and worse. So whether we like it or not, it is being adjudicated into natural law. And they have to wake up and begin to look at us as Indigenous people. They're trying to save face right now because they're saying we'll allow traditional ecological knowledge in federal decision-making processes. But like the elders have said, their system is so polluted and corrupt. If you take our traditional ecological knowledge and you consider it a seed and you put it into that system, it won't grow. So why are we giving them the traditional ecological knowledge? It's their system, their corruption, and the way that they're making money. That's the problem. So we have all these things to talk about, and that's why I like everybody coming together, because we have different points of view and we all have the same issue, but in different ways. And it's good to hear different things from people, because it really strengthens me, you know, just to say, hey, there's other people out there really working and, you know, coming out, you know, like you said, coming out like the animal in your home. And that makes me feel good, you know. So thank you, Orville, for inviting me, you know, again, and Paula for supporting him and the work. And Hopi, you know, we were out here maybe a month or two ago, I can't remember, but there's a lot of work that goes into just bringing this small group together. And I just got a chance to get a glimpse of looking at that. And I want to say, you know, put a prayer in there for our Sacred Mountain, you know, that this ski resort, I heard a ski resort, another one earlier today, another ski resort, that the ski resort, you know, doesn't affect our mountain anymore, and that they stop using reclaimed wastewater on our sacred peaks and give us a chance to restore that area and protect, you know, what's left of the sanctity of that mountain. So I have more to say, but after being up for 24 hours, that's for today. That's good. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Our next guest speakers.
Sometimes we do go blank. Okay, thank you very much. So just come naga. Kaba duksniago kaba. Doja pshachtoyach. Algo no ichbagan. Juliana. My name is Harry Snowboy. I come from the northern, I like the word colonial Canada, way up in northern colonial Canada. As the road literally ends where I was born. That's where the road literally ends, as far as you can go. Any other place, any other community, you have to fly in. And I was born in 1968. And during that time, the Crees, they still lived that life of their own. They could sustain themselves living off the land. And they lived off different hunting bands all over the country. And the corporations came into our area in 1975. And I remember that time. It was a very traumatic time. They flooded an area size of France for hydroelectric, for electricity for the South. And they didn't take any into account that we were living there. So what the Crees did was they signed a treaty, an agreement. And it's supposed to, you know, the government says it's a model for all treaties. Well, you know, if you live under the treaty, it's not a model for anything but oppression. Thank you. It's a model of oppression. It's a model of brainwashing. It's a model of wanting to change us into the oppressor by trying to modernize us. And that created chaos, and that created a lot of destruction amongst the people. And that's where I was born. And it's a very remote area. And the my family tree actually on my mother's side comes from the Grand River area the Honkpapa territory, among the Honkpapa people. My great grandfather was from there. And again, you know, the same reason U.S. military chased our family into that area back in the 1800s. And that's where we survived, and we kept what we intended to keep. And I lived under the influence of my grandmother. That was her father. And she raised us, me and my sister. And I want to acknowledge her today. And I want to also acknowledge her father. And I also acknowledge the other survivors. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't know what I know today. And I want to acknowledge them, and I want a heartfelt thank you to them. And it's always their story. That's who we are. Our story is about this conflict. Our story is about trying to keep our ways alive. That's what our story, that's what makes us one people. That's what makes us come together like that. For the last over 20 years, since my family, I've always been medicine people to the Crees. Since the time of my great-grandfather and to my time, the Crees have been coming to us for medicine, for ceremonies, for help. And I continued on that line. But for the last 20 years, I've worked with the communities. I worked with our people on the street, trying to keep them alive, trying to gain back their identity, who they are. A couple of weeks ago, I was out in Toronto, and the young man that was supposed to come and see me on Friday for doctoring died on Wednesday. And that's how it is. That's the trauma that we live under. And that's what I've been doing for the last 20 years. I get this chair. I don't want to be elderly, because this chair, I need that because I injured my back. A spiritual people, that takes a lot of toll. I went to see this old man a couple of weeks ago. And I told him, I said, Isaac, why am I getting old? And he says, because of the work that you do. All of you. You grow old fast. But I do want to thank the people that really take good care of us. Give us water. You know, sometimes I need help getting up because of the injury in my back. And I used to run like 3 miles, 4 miles a day. Every day I get up. That was my younger youth. I do, there's something that I wanted to talk about. The Crees have this prophecy that they call the prophecy of the orphan. Now, the orphan was taken away and placed in another land, in another place, and he became orphan. And he fought to come back to his mother. come back to the place where he was born. And he had challenges along the way. Now that orphan, that's us. We were made orphan by the systems. We were made orphan by the boarding schools, even though our parents were still alive. But when the orphan came back, the prophecy states that there will be a new world with scarcity, that the new world will be created and that it'll go back. I used to have nightmares when I was young of what was happening to the earth. I knew that we were going to lose our spirits because of what happened to us. And I could see human beings running around. Their eyes were all black. That means they had no spirit. And I had these nightmares for a long time until one day I dreamt of a beautiful world. And that's the reality that we need to get there. We need to go to that. And the prophecy of the orphan is that we have to change our minds. We have to change the way we think amongst ourselves too. People say he's from Northern Canada. We never agreed, you and I, we never agreed to Canada. We always call it Turtle Island. It's time to change that. I come from the northern side of that shell of that turtle. This, where we are now, is the southern shell of that turtle. On the east side, the eastern side of that turtle. We have to change the way we say things, because that's very powerful. When I was about 12 years old, my mother's brother said to me, he says, I want you to do something for yourself. I want you to take the words I know out of your vocabulary. No matter what. Now, if anybody talks to you, even if you know something, don't say, I know. If you can do that, you will learn a lot. So I tried that. Even when my wife and I argue, I don't say, I know. I try and listen as much as I can. You change yourself. You change that. But I really want to give this floor to my wife here. Because for me, I wouldn't be able to do what I do if I didn't have the supporting partner that I have. But before I give this microphone to my partner, I want to talk about what's going up in the northern shell, colonial Quebec. They're coming up to mine. Because they call it the last frontier, and it really is the last frontier. Those mining companies, they're coming up. And because we wear the mind of the oppressor, we are agreeing to these mines. We are agreeing to what they're offering. We think that we're negotiating with them. We're not negotiating with them. They already know what we're thinking because in those schools, they taught us how to think. And we think we're negotiating. We're not. We don't have the councils that we had when I was young. We have a man that comes in with a tie and a briefcase, and we call him the lawyer. He was taught by their system. It is a system of lies because they will change their laws to suit their needs. So we wear that. And one thing I really do want for me is that we start changing the minds. And how do we do that? We build our own education systems. We teach our own young people. And you know what? Their young people are going to come to our schools. We teach them the sustainability, not to wear the mind where they will take and take and take until they will take the air even. So we need to do that. And Sister Paula Horn, Looking Horse, talked about a school like that. Now we go to the next phase, to the next generation where we teach our children. Let's start building these schools where we start changing the minds. And that's what they're doing up north. You've seen Mars on the satellite. You know, those rovers, they take pictures of Mars. Why do they need to go over there when they created Mars in northern Quebec? The mining sites, that's what it looks like. There's no vegetation whatsoever. The iron ore mines, that blows all over the territory, it destroys everything. And it does look like Mars. They're coming. They're coming for the last few untouched lands that we have. There's really brilliant minds out there that can do this. And I'm talking to you, you young people. Get together. Come together, all you young people. You're brilliant. You're going to be a powerful generation. Help build these schools. Help build these schools for your children, for your grandchildren. You can save the water. Prophecies were not there to say this is the end. Prophecies are there to say we can change. That's what prophecies are. They're warnings. I want to thank you, and I want to give this microphone to my wife.
Thank you, Wajia. Sukasiska on the gun. Dan mioite no taitayan. Yeah, Mark. Stichgon sa Chicago. Schmeit the moon. Magmagstay ni nas kong niya ba? Nachalitayan. I just want to say greetings. My spirit name is Strong Earth Woman. And I'm from the Cree Nation EUSG. And I'm very honored to be here. You've touched my spirit with your words, with the work that you do. I come here in a humble way. I don't hide my feelings. I always speak from my own truth, from my own experience. I've learned a lot today. I've learned to pray because I was that type of person that was very skeptical. I've been fostered through many families growing up. I live in French Canadian homes. I stopped counting after 12 families. I don't remember how many families I've been through. People say I'm fortunate to be trilingual. But sometimes, thank you, it feels like such a big sacrifice. When I started my healing journey, I started when I met my husband when I was 16. I'm 50 now. We grew up together. I learned ceremonies, I learned my culture. And I was made to feel ashamed a lot when I was in these homes, in these schools. And the kind of work, and I don't want to talk about my professional work. And today I speak to the ministry about cultural safety, about creating those safe spaces, and to fight anti-racism in our healthcare systems. That's what I do, to advocate for people that can't speak for themselves. That's the kind of work I guess I was meant to do. When I sundanced a couple of years ago, I was in mid 2000s, 2008. My 4th year of Sundance, there was this thing that kept popping in my head during my Sundance. And it was my spirituality, spiritual sovereignty. You know how we have food sovereignty? Because I lacked it as a young person. That's what ceremony did to me. It saved my life. Land-based healing, that's what it did to me. It healed my spirit. It healed the many brokenness inside me as a young person. And I allow myself to feel all of that. People call it re-traumatizing, but I don't. It heals me. Every time I talk about it, it brings peace and it brings hope. It brings love. Because what I learned from spiritual sovereignty for myself, I know what that means to me as a person. And what fuels that is love. Love for yourself, love for your family, love for the land, love for all people. And I don't blame all these people that done wrong to me. That comes from somewhere. It comes from some place. That's for them to heal from that, to deal with that. And it's been quite a journey. I've been married to this great man for over 30 years. And I would marry him again. And we have 5 beautiful children, 7 grandchildren. And we do our rites of passage ceremonies. We don't miss it. We do it out on the land. We do, my grandson's gonna have a walking out ceremony, and it's the first time he's gonna touch the earth. And we're gonna introduce him to that world, to that hunting world, to those medicines. When my daughter had her walking out ceremony 30 years ago, I don't know if I ever had mine, so I did it at the same time. I did it with her. Every time a ceremony comes up, because my husband follows all the rites of passage, I would go through them myself as well. Even if you're 30 or 50 years old, you can still do them. That's what I tell people. A lot of our people didn't have those because they were taken away. I fall under that category somewhat. So it's unlearning many things that weren't good for me, but also relearning the things that are good for me as a woman, as a grandma, as a wife. And our elders tell us, and I really honor the people around me at home. We do a lot of ceremonies back home. They bring a lot of peace and healing to my heart. And I'm really thankful for this opportunity to advocate for the land, because it does heal. It healed me, it healed my spirit, and I continue to heal today from it. So I want to say miigwech to Paula and Orville and family for having us and just to share this little bit of time together. And I hope we get to network, and I hope to gather more and more like this, because I'm not a speaker. I don't, I'm not used to speaking in front of people like this. But I sure want to be a part of a movement, and if it's a movement for change, and if it's a movement to heal Pukutsko, is what we call it in our language, Mother Earth, Pukutsko, I want to be part of it. And thank you from the bottom of my heart. Miigwech, thank you so much.
Thank you. One more thing that I want to point out. I want to talk about cultural appropriation. I want to touch upon that. Every human being that is born on this earth was given a point of connection. Every human being. Your point of connection is your ancestors. You need, my sister Paula talked about the umbilical cord. I'm not asking people to go back, to go live where their ancestors go. Because when it came to this land, yours was severed somehow. That's why you have this thirst and this hunger for our culture. Because here we kept it. Now, today, I encourage you to find that connection, to go back to your ancestry, and to go visit the land of your ancestors. If you are a spiritual person, it will touch you where your ancestors roamed. And that connection, that spirituality, you feel, it'll take you home. And you will feel comfortable with who you are. That is what we are here to teach you. We are not here to teach you to pick up our ways. We are here to teach you to pick up spirituality, which we don't own. To teach you how to reconnect again with your own ancestors. It is very important in order to save this earth, because at one time your ancestors were earth-based people, just like us. No matter what country you came from, you do not need to pick up our ways, because the Creator gave us these ways. And when we mean share, we do not mean share pipes, we mean share the prayer, one prayer. We do not mean for you to run our ceremonies, to run the ceremonies that the Creator gave us. We mean to share the prayer. So find your ancestors again. Find your own connection again. And you will feel comfortable. And when you come to pray with us, your ancestors will walk with you. You do not need to appropriate any other ways than what your ancestors had. So, thank you very much.
Just want to apologize for forgetting my uncle and auntie's name. I've known them for so long. That's all I know them by is uncle and auntie. But that was Harry and Juliana Snowboy from colonized BC, Canada. And up next is my next relative, my brother, uncle, cousin, friend, Hector. He's firekeeping this year, and I'd like to invite him up and share a few words.
Let's see, Brian. Ariancho Compascatli, Noka Hector, Tawantisuyu, Supaiki, Chief Overlooking Horse, Supaiki, Hopi, Supaiki, Misakuki, Mas the traditional people of this land here. So, excuse me, my apologies. This is Kuki Nation. We've just being honored to share words. I come from the Quechua people from the Confederation Tahuantinsuyo. They refer to us as Incas. We refer to us as Quechuas. Our confederation is most of South America, from present-day South America, where south of Colombia, all the way to the middle of Chile, parts of Argentina, Bolivia. My family comes from Cusco. Cusco is our belly button to our confederation, which is the fourth federation, Tahuantinsuyo. My grandfather is from Cusco. My grandmother is from Akipai. That means the village by the volcano. My other grandparents are from Chiclayo, which is the north part. Very fortunate to be raised by my grandparents and by my parents, who taught me my ways and my people. And I'm here to share some of that with all of you, as well as be able to read the coca leaves. When our medicine person read the coca leaves, it tells the future. It says that I have to work with the youth. And the medicine people told me that I need to work with the young people and show them something that we have. Our traditional warrior societies were underground within the Quechua people. We had over 1 million warriors in our confederacy when we made first contact. Just like many of your nations and your tribes, it's our way to lead with love, with heart. But our ancestors were fearless. We have plenty of courage, but we respect life. We respect the ancestors, the elders, all. We respect our words. So I have here my brother here. He's also from my nation, my tribe, my people. And it's something that to share, and this is, you don't see this, and it's passed on from generation to generation. And this is from the sign here. Hope you can see it. These are our laws of the Quechua people. And we learned this when we were first born. We would hear it all the time. Most importantly, we will see the example. Amasua, Amayua, Amakewa, Amasuka. Our first law is, Amasua, is to be a person of your word, to keep your word, to understand your responsibility as a person. And so when someone would break that law within our culture, they were cut our tongue. So our responsibility was made who we are. We are a representation of our family, of all our people, of all the civilizations of our people. So it's really important that when we take on a task, that we represent who we are. Our second law, Amayua. Amayua means to give of ourselves, to give of our energy. It's the opposite of to take. If we would take, they would cut off our hands. Most importantly, it was to give of ourselves. So when we're asked to do something, we will put in 150% in doing what we need to do. Amakewa. That means not to be lazy. It's the opposite. It's to be strategic. It's to work hard. Again, we represent our ancestors. Amasuka. Amasuka speaks about not gossiping. If we were gossip, no one would speak to us. It's the opposite. It's to find good in everyone. So you can see why, being that this is our laws, what they did to our people, what they continue to do to our people. In the Andes, it's continually being mined. They're raping the earth right now as we speak. My brother's aunt is a congresswoman in Peru who's fighting right now and protecting our Andes, which is called, for us, the mountains are called Apus. There's a sacredness of the Apus. They have a spirit. When we do our ceremonies, we always call the Apus to help us. And so we're in a battle today and continue to do today, to do that work, to bring awareness, to bring consciousness. So in addition, we also learn, among many things, these three animals here that you see: the condor, the puma, and the snake. And there's many teachings to this, but just one just to share with all of you is that with us, the snake is our past. Is the animal that has that connection to the past. The puma is the present. Like our city of Cusco is in shape of a puma. And the condor speaks about the future. So as we live our life, we remember the past, we live in the present, and we plan for the future. As we plan for the future, we know, due to our prophecies, we know the work that we must do. When I went on to my vision quest, and I spoke to my mother before she passed to the spirit world, she told me to come down to Southern California and to build something that will last forever. And it was a whittle, because I didn't know what that was. And I came across a lot of different teachers, elders from the Gabalino Tongva people, the Chumash people, the Lakota people, among other nations and tribes. And then it came to me that what lasts forever is our teachings of our people. And speaking to my grandfather, my grandfather Fred would say that we have our prophecies, our prophecy of the condor of the eagle. The condor is for my people from the south. The eagle is for many of your people from the north. And that we live in that time period of unification and of unity among all our communities and our people. So thus forward, we established an intertribal warrior society where we protect the ceremonies of our ancestors and our people. And we seek alliances to work and share what we've learned with others. And we've been on existence for over 30 years. And through these 30 years, we have came across many beautiful people that have done beautiful work and continue to do beautiful work. And I would like to thank Chief Overlooking Horse, Paula, and others that are continuing this work, and all of you that continue to work this work. Also, I'd like to bring up is an ally that have always supported us throughout the country. We will go and help other tribes and other nations when we call to protect their ceremonies, their gatherings, their places. And we go there with our hearts and with the love for our traditions and our ways. And wherever we went, I mean, anywhere in this continent, the most remote place, we always call upon our brothers and sisters from the Nation of Islam, and they have always came and supported us. Always, anywhere. In the most remotest place within the Navajo Nation, on just many different places, anywhere and everywhere. They always come up and support us and help us and protect us. So with this, I'd like to introduce you to Brother Mr. Chad, from the mosque here in Tampa, Florida. Say a few words.
All righty. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ashandu an la ilaha illallah, ashandu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Assalamu alaikum, peace be unto you. First of all, I would like to thank my dear brother, Brother Hector, for the invite to come here. And I want to thank my dear big brother, Chief Orville, Looking Horse. I thank all of the elders, my sisters and brothers that are here, just for inviting us as members of the Nation of Islam to be among you from the bottom of our heart. Today just doesn't is not celebrated as Father's Day, but also in the Black community, it is a day that's called Juneteenth. And Juneteenth is a day that is meant for June and 19th, at a time period when the Union soldiers arrived in Texas to tell the people and give good news about that the Civil War was over and that slavery was abolished in 1865. But this news came 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863. There's a prophecy that's in the Bible in Genesis where Abraham was told, know of surety that thy seed will be strangers in a land that is not theirs. And it say they will serve and afflict them for 400 years. And it say after that, the people that afflict you, he said, I will judge, God talking, and he said, thou will come out with great substance. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, he teaches us that that 400-year prophecy was pertaining to us. Our sojourn coming across 9,000 miles across the Atlantic from Africa to America, a land that was new to us. As slaves, we wasn't brought on a Carnival cruise line. We was brought in the holds of ships. We was told that we was going to a place where there was more land and that there would be given to us gold. The promise of 40 acres and a mule. We was deceived, the same as my brothers and sisters as a people. But we came to America by force, not by choice, in the holds of slave ships in 1555. As the prophecy said, 400 years later, we would come out with great substance. 400 years later, from 1555 to 1955, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan came into the Nation of Islam. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, his coming into the Nation of Islam gave way to many of us that you see around here. These young brothers, my son, that's 22, our student captain, Brother Daniel, that's early 30s, Brother Dwayne, that's early 30, Brother Hossein, that's in 40s, and I'm myself, 49. It's because of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, his direction of giving us guidance and telling us that we need to have freedom, justice, and equality as a people. This helped to change our life. I am thankful as a student in the ministry under the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. As a native of Tampa, Florida, I was born in '73 in a small place that was called Progress Village. He teaches us that the condition of us and our people including the Native Americans, are one and the same. We are brothers and sisters. And when I came here today, I got a tour from my dear brother, Brother Hector, and it brought joy to my heart and to the brother's heart. And I felt so honored just to be among our people, because I know that we have gone through a lot of the same situation, a lot of the false promises, the lies, but yet we still stand tall. Yet we still have faith in God. Yet we still have faith in the land that we own. And we know our history because we're one and the same, and we really are the native, not just of America, but all over the planet Earth. You cannot go anywhere that we're not natives from. That's the beauty of us. Because if you want to go and know the origin, where we're from as a people, you have to go to the Creator himself. We are not no Johnny come lately. We haven't been here 1,000 years, 2,000 or 6,000 years. We have been here since the earth itself was created. And pardon my passion, I don't mean to yell, but I get so excited about this. And I just love us, and I love the struggle, because the difficulty factor helps to make us the stronger. So being among y'all, I thank my dear brother for sharing part of his time. I just enjoyed being here. I didn't even have to speak. And I'm so thankful for the insight that all of those that came up before me that you shared, because it helps to give me insight about us as a people. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, in closing, family, he teaches us that it's better to be united by principles than divided by labels. And we have to, family, not let people divide us and say we're different from each other, because we're one and the same. We're from one nation up under one God with one aim and one destiny. I thank you, family. I thank you, Brother Hector. I thank you, Chief. I thank you all for your love and your passion that you displayed to us today. May God, the Creator, continue to bless us all. As I leave you in the greeting words of peace and of paradise, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you. Thank you.
So Dr. Brains isn't here just yet, but I just wanted to share a little bit more about why we decided to choose this site for World Peace and Prayer Day. We're located at a place called Rosebud Continuum, and it's an eco-science science learning center for children. And I had the opportunity to actually live on property and learn about the different sustainable practices that they want to, brought kids in to teach. And one of the things that I admire about this property is that they're trying to revitalize indigenous plant knowledge here by replanting indigenous plants and trees. And I'd like to invite Dr. Brains up to introduce himself and share his knowledge and his expertise.
Stand, it's okay. Excellent. Tanya and Yahi, welcome everyone. I have a very interesting background, but mostly I'm here to share for you the value of every person. I work with people all over the world, young people, old people, but mostly young people, mostly very disadvantaged people, poor people that have been taken advantage of.
many other issues related to this. Currently, when this event was starting, I'm educating some women in Afghanistan. And they're so oppressed in Afghanistan, they're not allowed to be taught. And so this is very upsetting to them. And so when I met them and started to work with them, the first thing I'm telling them is that they're equally valuable. Because when you're in a society, when you're not valued as a woman, you're not valued because you're not supposed to work, you're not supposed to drive, you're not supposed to be intellectually participating in the culture. All of these things make you feel not valuable. And yet these students, these women, they're very valuable. So I try to tell them, you're the future of Afghanistan. You will be teaching your children, because if you're not allowed to be educated, who's going to teach your children? And then who are those children going to teach if they didn't get taught? And so despite many obstacles, we're teaching the women in Afghanistan many things, but mostly that they're valuable. So this same message comes true here. Everyone is equally valuable. All of you are very valuable. Sometimes you think when there are many kinds of oppression and things like this, that you will feel like there's despair. There's no future. What can I do? So I'm very honored to be here and do this. So I've been discussing some of these things with Chief Orville Looking Horse, because we both are very concerned about the youth and what the youth will do in the future. So just to show you an example of what a difference it is when you believe in somebody, when you will value them equally. My son calls me this morning and he says, "You're my hero." I said, "How come I'm your hero?" Because earlier in life, he was not a good person for a while. He made many bad decisions. He hurt other people, many things. But all the time when he was growing up, he was always taught to be cheerful, kind, and helpful. Currently in life, I've taught more than 20,000 students. I've shared with them, every one of them, to be cheerful, kind, and helpful. So my son now, he finally saw his ways and saw a new way and came back around to seek these values. And now when there's a tornado somewhere, he packs up all of his construction equipment and he drives to the place where the tornadoes happen. He helps people to rebuild their houses. When there's a hurricane, it's the same thing. And when he does this, he brings his children. When he was young, I did the same. I brought him with me to help people repair their homes, people on a fixed income and have no resources to replace their roof and stuff like that. I would gather together 20 people and we would finish roofing the house before noon. All the shingles off, all the new tar paper on, new shingles, everything. Walk out the door 4 hours later. So with many people, you can do many things. But number one, you have to value every person. So for me, I had the same issues when I was 15 years old. I'm not proud of many things I did when I was 15 years old. But I had somebody that believed in me all the time. No matter what I did in life, how bad I was, I had a grandmother. She was always believing in me, even if many people in my family don't. And so I wondered where this came from. And as I'm talking to Chief Looking Horse and thinking about the past and many things, one of the things that's very apparent is my grandmother, both my grandmother and my grandfathers, my great-grandfathers had died in the pandemic in 1918. So my grandparents were raised by someone else. So my grandmother was raised by a Paiute Indian woman, and her little daughter was like my grandmother's playmate. And so as I'm learning more and more about the culture and about the Lakota Indians, I've been learning also that this is maybe this is where I got this from, because I value every person all the time. Even when I was a young child and I would get scolded for valuing people. Some person is like a sort of a servant or helping you out in some way, and I would always thank the help and I would get scolded for thanking the help. And I said, no, they're equally valuable like everyone else. So we are all human beings. We're all on this planet. I'm a geologist and a teacher of teachers. So I'm wearing a feather of truth, because when you're a teacher, you must speak truth. I don't have quite as much truth as Chief Looking Horse, he has many more feathers than me. But over time, maybe I'll get some more. And so the big message here, so in the things that I do in life, because my grandmother taught me these things for everyone to be equally valuable, I have passed this on to many people in many places, all over the world, all the time. But more importantly, it is the youth. So my grandmother believed in me anyways. If she didn't do this, you would not probably know me. So I encourage all of you, if you want peace, number one thing to have peace is to value every person. Peace also requires happiness and tranquility. Shoshante Washte, be happy. There are many things I've heard today that would make people unhappy. But look, we are powerful. We are here. We are speaking. We are meeting together. We are sharing ideas. We are looking into the future. So that leads me to the next part. Where is our future? The future is in the youth. I encourage all of you, take some young person under your wing. Teach them your ways. Teach them your values. They will carry this on. One of the things that was also apparent to me, they're discussing many things and they're talking at this meeting about the 7th generation. I am a 6th generation Californian. My grandmother was raised in the White Inyo Valley, at White Inyo Mountains, and they struggled with very dry land. They've dug wells, they made things work, but the city of Los Angeles came, built an aquifer and took all of the water, dried up the land into nothing. Absolute nothingness. Did this stop my grandmother? Did it stop my grandmother for teaching me these values? And so in some ways, you think, you know, how did I end up at this place now? Maybe it's because of this. If I track back my generations, I go back 6 generations and then it gets quiet. I don't understand this thing about the 7th generation. You need to teach me, because I'm hoping for my future that my children and my grandchildren, they will know their 7th generation. They will know where they're headed. Because I'm a geologist, I understand the earth, many things about the earth. I know about the earth before there's any people. This fossil on my arm, this starfish. Oops, you can see sometimes there's a starfish on my arm. This is one of the oldest starfish ever discovered. This starfish is 330 million years old. They want to study it in museums, and because they're only one. It's the first one and the only one like it. So this would only happen if I am curious, if I'm willing to go out and learn science and explore the world and learn about nature. When we're here, we are making a new sort of small tribe here at Rosebud with graduate students, and many people come here to visit this place. Many of the students, they have not been to a place like this. They have not worked with nature. They have not got their hands in the soil, as they said, touch the earth, and to know where the water comes from here, and that the water here is pure because the water flows from Marcus's land, right? From North Alabama and North Georgia, flows underground in the Floridan aquifer all the way to here. So when you're drinking this water here, not only is it from there and is not from his sacred land, it is also purified by the sediment in between here and there. The water here is very pure. So in the same way, we try to help the graduate students see where they came from, where they're going, what they can do with this information. We invite all of the tribes, anybody who wants to send some idea here for students to test. I help supervise the students with their research and guide them in their research so it's valuable. So if you send ideas to us, we will help. We will try to research and learn and see what we can do to help make things more sustainable. So to have peace, once again, you must value every person. If you value every person, you will not have war. Peace means not to have war. Peace also means to have tranquility and happiness. So I would like to end with Shante Waste, be happy. You are beautiful people and there are beautiful things to do in the future. Someone said before, maybe they're suffering from cancer. So am I, it's okay. You get what you get in life. You deal with it the best you can. There's no other choice.
Our next guest presenter, her name is Doreen Manuel. She comes from, not gonna butcher it. She'll introduce herself. Doreen Manuel.
White. I come from two nations, the Secwepemc. I'm Kanahus' auntie. I come from the Secwepemc and the Tanaha. And the Tanaha are, spoke a lot about the Secwepemc, but the Tanaha, they're in the eastern southern tip of British Columbia, and they come down into Idaho and in Montana. So that imaginary border that the government's put down, it went across that tribe. I come from, my father was Grand Chief George Manuel, and Kanahus mentioned him. She talked a little bit about some of the work he did. He was a residential school survivor, as was my mother, and I am a survivor. When I was in that school, they tortured me and they whipped me until my hands bled. My hands were dripping with blood. I was only 8 years old, 9 years old when that part of it was happening. And they used to drag me into the bathroom and put my head under the water until I passed out. And then they'd pull me out and then they'd throw me down and they'd do it again. And they used to do that because I wet my bed. And I wet my bed because I was too scared to go to the bathroom because that's where they abused us. So, you know, I think we all have a journey to take. And I don't feel sorry for myself for those times. I used to, but I've gone through a lot of healing. I knew that I had to go on a journey. And when I came out of that school, my mother, she did the same for me that was done for her when she got out of that school. She sent me to live with the elders. So I lived with my grandmother, and my grandmother only spoke the language to me. And she taught me the Kootenai ways. And then a little later on, my mother sent me to live in northern Alberta with a medicine woman. And she taught me the medicine ways. And I was actually there in Vancouver the entire time Leonard Peltier's extradition hearing was going on. There was many of us young people there praying for him every day. We were living in an old building in a place they called Kitsilano. And we ate and slept everything together. Every day we'd go to that courthouse and we'd pray all day long. And one day, Leonard was looking really low. You know, his head was down and he just looked really beaten down. And we tried to stand up and sing for him in the courtroom and they wouldn't let us. So we had somebody that worked on the inside of that prison. And that person said, he cleared it with the warden. Said, you guys can come to that corner of the prison and they'll make sure Leonard's on the inside near that corner and we can sing for him. One of the things we learned when we were young people, you know, it was like a resurgence of the culture. We brought it back up. We were sweating and ceremony every weekend, every single weekend. And during the day we were during the week we were roadblocking. Wherever we were roadblocking and protesting and demonstrating, we were sweating and ceremony all the time. And some of our leaders were potlatch people, and they taught us how to sing from our soul, from way down here, and bring our voices up and really push them out hard. And we were doing a lot of fasting back then. And, you know, so when we sang, you could hear us from a really long ways away. So we sang with all our hearts and souls for him. The next day he came in and he was looking strong again. And that's part of the journey I took. The other part was growing up under my dad's teachings. He told me, You pick a profession, doesn't matter what it is, but you do the best you can at it, and you figure out a way doing that thing that you can help your people. Anybody can help their people. Doesn't matter what profession they are. Even if you're a mechanic, then you spend your spare time fixing the cars of all of the ones who are doing the hard work on the front line. Doesn't matter which way you go. So I didn't know which way I was going, but it seemed every time I went any direction, I landed in education. And I try to switch gears. Like I was working a lot with people. I was working with recovering heroin addicts in the downtown east side of Vancouver, women escaping violent relationships. I was developing all these social wellness programs, helping the people. And I kind of got burned out. I was working in anti-gang violence. And I really, when I work every single day, all day long. And so the kids that were struggling, and they would be with me all the time. On the weekends, I'd take them out of the community to powwows or wherever I could take them out to cultural events to get them out of that drug community and make them strong. So all week they were with me at the school, and on weekends they were out with me somewhere. And that kind of work burns you out if you don't keep working on your spiritual journey and your cultural and your healing. I got burned out. And so I went back to my home community, and I was running every day because, you know, Kanahus, she comes from medicine people on both sides. My dad, his grandparents, they were medicine, his grandparents were medicine people. And on my mother's side, the grandparents were medicine people. So my grandfather on my dad's side, one of his ways was he would run. Any kind of weather, he'd run. And you get into kind of a zone in your mind, and it's a really good place to pray from. Kind of like in a sweat lodge when you're really in that special place. And I started practicing that. So at one time in my life, I was able to run 10 kilometers a day, and I would do it every day. And it helped me get into a rhythm and find my way. So one of those times when I was running, I was asking for direction. And all of a sudden I was offered free tuition to go to film school, just out of the nowhere. And I thought, I kind of wanted to do that because I wanted to make a film about my dad's life. And also I had been noticing, and when I was living in the States in Idaho, I was noticing that people were using film as a way to preserve culture and language. And I thought that's a good tool to have. So I went to school and I learned that. And I was a news reporter for a while, and I was doing a lot of those kind of things. And the next thing you know, I was back at the university managing the same program that I had graduated from, because they were having trouble. That white school was trying to destroy that Indigenous film program. So I went back and I took care of that program, because I remember something my dad said. He said, media is a tool that can really help our people. And when we were busy in all of that activity when I was young, we used to have a group of people, the media people, and they made friends with every single newspaper. Because back then we didn't have social media. So we had to have these friendships that we cultivated so that we got the right kind of coverage that we could get. We still have to do that work. You have to win the public over. You know, like my vision lately, I've been dreaming that maybe what we should have is a, Indigenous Protection Act in Canada. Kind of like the Sacred Sites Protection Act. Because we're having such a problem. We've been struggling with this for a while, the injunctions. The corporations, oil and gas, they use injunctions on our people. And that's why Kanahus has been arrested so many times. She gets these injunctions on her. And we've been battling this one. And then I saw a film recently about the Klabana keepers. And they were talking about the Mining Act in Canada. and how the Mining Act was used along with the Catholic Church and the government. The three of them got together and they moved them off of their territories. And they used the Mining Act, the parameters of that act, to justify that move. And I was thinking, well, then why don't we have our own act to justify our protection of our land? And, you know, some of the work that my dad did way back was, he was the one who started the work of the the UNDRIP document. And I was thinking, you know, all these different things, the advancements that we have made, it's taken a beginning. It's taken someone to come up with a beginning and start to plan